Ever wondered how you would feel if you knew exactly how you would die? Stick with me, because this handsome genius is about to find out. He is the head of the kingdom's top family and the youngest genius professor at the academy. But he was blinded by love, doing anything to win her over, only to die by her hand in the end. Knowing that tragic ending is coming, how will he struggle to rewrite his own destiny? No more stalling, let's get into it. Season 1 is complete, so enjoy the ride. Our story kicks off on a night where the rain never seems to end. A sorrowful, heavy voice echoes through the darkness. It tells him to change his fate. The winner becomes king, while the loser gets a blade through the chest. He stays expressionless, seemingly accepting his miserable fate. "If you want to kill me," the voice continues, as an emotionless woman stares down at him. She grips her sword with total certainty. It looks like Deculein is finally finished at the hands of this girl. But he has still got a tiny spark of life left in him, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His trembling hand reaches up as he whispers that she is too beautiful, and that is why he could never truly possess her. Deculein's hand gently brushes her cheek. She immediately pulls away, distancing herself. This time, it's for real. Deculein has finally breathed his last breath. Now here is the part you and I need to watch closely. Even in death, he cannot find peace. Deculein curses her. The cost of a broken engagement? His life. Suddenly, we shift from that darkness to a bright office, where someone lets out a massive sigh of relief. The screen reads "Game clear." Turns out, that tragic scene was just a plotline created by our main guy, Huin. Finally, it looks like the game will not crash anymore. I put in so much work just for this one character, finally fixing that endless bug in the broken engagement storyline. My name is Huin. Man, I am exhausted. Huin stretches his arms and sighs. Finally, my overtime for today is done. I am a developer at Cons R in South Korea. It used to be a desert for games, but this studio arrived like a storm, dropping hit after hit until the world knew us. It did not take long for us to become a studio recognized by every gamer on the planet. The game I am testing right now is where our CEO poured every single cent of our investment and profits. According to Huin, this is a do-or-die project. If this game fails, the entire company goes under. He is still grinding away. Let's see. Playtime is already at 11 hours. The core of this game is that the difficulty and story shift entirely based on the player's choices. You and I both know how rare this is. Even as a single-player game, the advanced AI has the community buzzing. Plus, there are so many classes: knights, mages, explorers, demons, demon hunters, and nobles, kings, and even more than that. With so many roles, players can basically be whoever they want to be. And here is what we have all been waiting for. If this succeeds, we are going to be filthy rich. But on the flip side, if it flops, the entire studio is going to collapse. Better double-check the character settings. This guy is the reason for my months of overtime, Deculein von Gahan Duca. His main job is Chief Professor with a mana level of 3,357. The character I just fixed. I successfully fixed Deculein's death scene. He is a mid-level boss in the game and a pretty well-known villain. Because there are so many different story branches tied to this guy, we had to fix countless bugs. But in the end, I finally succeeded in making sure his death sequence played out without a single error. In this route, he gets stabbed by his own fiancée. Huin thinks the plot actually makes a lot of sense. Considering all the evil schemes he plotted, it fits. As he is thinking, a voice suddenly cuts him off. A beautiful woman approaches. She asks how the testing is going. Let me introduce her. This is Du, the leader of our development department. She is also my ex-girlfriend. We were together for 7 years, sharing so many happy memories. I was always the lazy one, while she was a natural-born workaholic. Her ambition actually helped me become a better person. But in the end, we still went our separate ways. A total failure in romance. He realizes he just could not change, regardless of her efforts. Even after the breakup, she still seems like a genuinely good person. I heard you have been having a rough time dealing with all those bugs. 6 months later, I heard she found someone new. A smooth talker who always knows the right thing to say. You and that new guy are moving along quite well, aren't you? She's surprised. The office gossip spreads so fast. Rumors in this company fly fast. Huin acts like he is fine. But you and I know he is crying on the inside. Wild, right? All right, you and I are about to watch a guy lose his girl and his sanity in one night. I hope you marry him, he says bitterly. She just sighs, telling him to stop being petty and focus on fixing the bugs. Apparently, the writers just made a bunch of last-minute changes to the main storyline, so things are getting messy. Again? He's supposed to be just a mid-tier boss, looking way too easy to kill. But that's exactly what makes this character so interesting. As the story goes deeper, Deculein gets terrifyingly strong. The difficulty level honestly just depends on every choice the player makes. He can't even argue with her logic, but then she drops a bombshell: this whole character model, it was actually based on him. Huin is speechless, caught totally off guard. She starts explaining with this weird, shy look on her face. Don't you see it? You look exactly like him. Huin doesn't buy it. He's only met the character artist twice in his life. Duaja keeps going, saying that's exactly why she kills him immediately in the game. Yeah, sure, he totally believes that. He plays along just to keep things moving. But she doesn't stop there, claiming their personalities are basically identical too. In the game, the character's last words are literally "you damn bitch." It's dark, aggressive, and totally unhinged. Now, check this out. His final words were a curse, yet she thinks they're the same? Time to get serious. She stops the chatter. Anyway, how's the game? He asks, finally getting down to business. The game is great, but he hates that their entire studio's future depends on it. She tells him not to worry. It'll be a hit. It's gonna cause a storm, right? With forced confidence, he just nods along. Then, Huin quickly tries to change the subject. Isn't that your boyfriend over there? Look, all good things must end. Huin is basically ready to kick her out now. Look, he's waiting for you. It's late already. What are you still doing here? Go on, don't keep him waiting. He might look calm, but deep down, he's probably crying inside. Since he's clearly pushing her to leave, she finally takes the hint. Duaja doesn't linger. She gives a quick wave and a good luck. Goodbye, Huin. See you. Well, hopefully never. Farewell. The moon tonight looks miserable, dim, and exhausted. It's like the sky is reflecting exactly how lonely he feels right now. It's past bedtime, but Huin is still slaving away for the corporate grind. He decides to check the Deculein model one last time. That artist really went overboard. Everyone says this guy looks like me. He scoffs, clearly not seeing the resemblance at all. The character has 6 main stats: majesty, high aesthetics, and average magic, combined with a genius-level intellect. Back as a kid, Deculein was praised as a magical genius and put on a high pedestal by everyone. But in truth, he was just an average mage. His massive ego and noble background twisted him into someone with a toxic personality. He's got elitism, obsessive-compulsive disorder, strict habits, and a dangerously high level of competitiveness. Fake, cold, and emotionless. Is this guy even human? You and I have to wonder what the writers were thinking. Sure, he gets stronger as the story moves forward. But right now, he's completely surrounded by people who absolutely despise him. Can't we just add one more trait to this guy? Something simple that doesn't stand out too much. Huin feels a bit bad the guy is modeled after him, after all. Let's see. Maybe the comprehension trait is similar to empathy? He wonders if this will make the character more empathetic than he is. Alright, comprehension. Let's just add that in. Wealth. The Midas touch. Why not add those two? Sharp vision sounds cool, and let's throw in Iron Man while we're at it. Huin is basically rebuilding Deculein's entire world and personality from scratch at this point. After piling on all those traits, he steps back and feels a wave of embarrassment. He's really overthinking this, isn't he? He should probably reset everything to normal before something breaks. He decides to take a break, but suddenly ding. A loud notification. Scared him half to death. Who on earth is emailing at this hour? The sender is listed as Rain, the developer. The subject line shows an old date from April 6, 2021. Confused, Huin assumes it's the writer and asks if they're working. Yeah, is there something you want to change on the character model? I can make the edits right now. He quickly denies it, saying he's just waiting to double-check things. Right now, Huin can't even process what's happening anymore. The person messaging him this late is the developer, Rain. The timestamp says 1:23 a.m., April 6th, 2021. I'm just waiting to check it over. Wait. What? What does that even mean? Does he want to see the finished character model? A truly mysterious message comes through from Rain. It's not about that. Just go to the window and look outside. First, girls. Now, even the guys are acting completely cryptic. Is there something actually out there? It looks like a massive storm is brewing. His face goes pale. Huin is frozen, totally unable to react to what he's seeing. What the hell? A giant hole just ripped through the sky, and trust me, you and I are not ready for what's coming through. All right, you and I are diving into a world where being the villain means a guaranteed death sentence. What on earth is happening? He confusedly asks where he is as a loud scream echoes through the air. Who is that? A strange voice speaks. Do not forget, son, you must always be on your guard against that man. Deculein is not easily tamed. He might hesitate now, but he can strike at any time. He is just hiding his true talent. He is a true villain. Transported to a strange setting, a hurried, urgent voice suddenly rings out. Wake up right now, Deculein. Huin has successfully taken over the body. The purple-haired girl screams in his face. How much longer are you going to sleep? Please calm down, lady. Do you even consider yourself human anymore? Deculein sighs, his body feeling like it is glued to the bed. It has been days since he entered this body, but it still feels like a dream. Uriel has no intention of stopping the fight. How long are you going to hide? Are you seriously rotting in here over a woman? Do you want to humiliate our entire family? I am leaving these documents here, so handle them yourself. Get up if you do not want to be fired. Ever since that day the sky turned strange, I woke up in this unfamiliar body. Now, watch closely, because this is the moment where the game creator becomes the victim of his own digital world. This familiar scene confirms it. I have become the absolute worst trash character in this entire game. A man who cannot escape death no matter what. A human destined to die. I have become the villain, Deculein. Deculein lies on the bed, staring blankly as he thinks. A week has passed since arriving here at the Deculein mansion. At first I thought this was all a dream, but as the days pass, this incredible realism forces me to accept the truth. Could this be some kind of afterlife? After I was struck by lightning and died whatever, only one thing is certain now. I really became the villain of the game I once developed. Deculein von Deculein is a mid-boss in this world. No matter which path the player takes, he is the source of every problem and an enemy to everyone. But why did I have to become a villain with such a notorious reputation? A bigger issue is that I do not know where we are in the plot. I only know my total mana capacity. Even then, I have no idea how fast it will run out. Deculein realizes that, in this state, he cannot prepare for anything. This is definitely not a joke. Let that sink in for a second. Out of 1,000 test runs, this character managed to survive exactly one time. He was made for one purpose, to die as a mid-boss. While sitting up, Deculein notices a stack of files nearby. He wonders, are these the documents she left? Imperial University Professor Deculein, Basic Magic Theory and Mana Thinking, Uriel von Deculein. She is the one who threw these files at my face while I was sleeping. She is his half-sister and the current family head, taking over the position that should have been his. Note that she and Deculein do not get along. As for the woman she mentioned, it is likely Julie. I assume something has already happened between the current Deculein and his fiancée. Julie. Deculein recalls the memory of his sister angrily leaving while shouting at him. I am leaving these papers for you. Get up now if you want to keep your fancy professor job. Deculein sits up, realizing what she meant. A professor? The lecture is today. He sighs and says, I should go. I have never taught a class before, but I need to do this to gather more information. The system appears. Main survival goal. Become a key character in the game. Side quest. Teach at the university. Become a key character in the game. Side quest. Teach at the university. Store currency plus 0.5. These glowing lines floated in front of me since I woke up. Because of them and Uriel, I feel like I must act now. There are countless ways Deculein could die. Either way, this store currency seems extremely important. Footsteps echo in the hallway. But what should I teach? It sounds worrying, but my body has the understanding attribute. Unique grade level. It lets me comprehend anything by consuming mana. I personally gave him this trait myself to make him more sympathetic. This is a unique grade trait that only appears late in the game. It might even have hidden effects. He enters a luxurious and magnificent bathroom to prepare. As I change, these clothes and this room feel new, yet totally natural. It feels like I have lived as Deculein forever. You and I are in for a wild ride. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the story of a man trapped in a villain's body. Usually, formal clothes feel like a cage, but now, they bring a sense of elegance and comfort. This is his nature, dignity, charisma, and a perfect aesthetic. It is intense, like his eyebrows are trying to lock together in a deep, passionate kiss. This body is telling me that it belongs here, that this is me now. I do not even feel the urge to say anything remotely rude. The rigid formality that once felt so forced for Kim Hu-dayan now feels more natural than breathing. My main goal is gathering info, yet my footsteps toward this first lecture feel strangely and eerily right. I am a noble now, a member of the high elite. But thinking about it makes me swear under my breath what a joke. I am Kim Huin, just a regular guy from Korea, tall, handsome, and if I quote my ex-girlfriend before we broke up, I am quite the catch. In the past, people always called me a lazy, useless brat. And honestly, I thought they were describing me perfectly. No, I will not let myself get lost in this. I am never going to let my guard down again. As I step outside, a luxury car is waiting. I have never even sat in a car this expensive in my entire life. Seeing these pricey rides just reminds me of that one time. Thinking back on it still pisses me off. Now pay attention, because the moment I step inside, I realize I am not alone in the car. I wonder who this is. He greets me, saying, "Good afternoon, Professor. Here are your lecture documents." Is he an assistant or a secretary? I have to ask him if he is actually a mage. He jokes about serving me for 3 years, but I am looking at these documents. Did he really prepare this whole lecture script for Deculein? I thought it was a textbook, but it is really just a script meant to be read word for word. It covers everything for the lecture from start to finish. An arrogant guy like him could never prepare this on his own. He definitely had his assistant do every bit of the work. It is clear this guy must have done all the heavy lifting himself. I give him a rare compliment. Well done. He is shocked, so I just tell him to rest. I will wake him up once we finally arrive at the university. Even the driver is stunned. Did the professor actually just praise someone? The secretary agrees, and I strike a cool, composed pose in the back seat. You and I both know a simple compliment should not make me feel this nauseous. I have felt it since I left the mansion. Deculein's consciousness is slowly taking over my own mind. His consciousness is merging with mine. A moment later, the driver announces that we have arrived at the destination. I step out into Deculein's world, the Imperial University. The invitation says the lecture is held at the Du Tio Hall. Inside the hall, everyone is gossiping. They are excited to finally hear a lecture from the great head professor, Deculein. They say he is an absolute master when it comes to the field of magic decoding. Apparently, he was a genius since childhood. As the students whisper, Deculein finally makes his grand entrance into the room. Quiet down. I'm Deculein von Deculein. Starting today, I will lead this class as the head professor of the University Magic Tower. Now, let the lecture finally begin. They say beauty is a trap. The girls are totally mesmerized by Deculein's sharp looks and brilliant mind. He is handsome, smart, and so cool. But in the crowd, one girl is burning with pure rage. There he is, looking cool. My father's killer. Deculein, you absolute piece of trash. 3 years ago, my father took his own life because of you. For many long years, he had spent his life researching the secrets of magic decoding. But the shock of having his thesis stolen drove him into total despair and death. The thief was hailed as a genius. That is right. That hateful, lying genius is the man standing right there, Deculein. She lost everything after her father died. Born a noble, she watched her entire world crumble into nothing. From her family's land to the roof over her head, she became a helpless orphan. And because of that, she swore to get her revenge on that bastard. Ephraim sits there, remembering her oath. She pushed herself to the limit just to enter this Imperial Academy where Deculein is teaching. The other students might be blinded by his fame, but she knows the dark truth. His skills are a fraud built on her father's stolen legacy. He did not just steal a paper, he destroyed a whole family. She crushes the paper in her hands, her face twisted in anger. How can he stand there with such pride? That position belonged to her father. She glares at him with eyes sharp enough to kill. She wants to expose his lies and end him right now, but she has to stay patient. To take him down, she needs a perfect, calculated plan for revenge. Then, Deculein commands everyone to be silent and begins. I am the head professor of the Magic Tower and a master of elements. Trust me, you and I are going to love this revenge story. All right, you and I are diving into a world where magic isn't just power, it is absolute status, and this professor, he owns the room. He continues, everyone here should know magic consists of 3 major attributes and 9 main types. These attributes are the source, the very essence of all power. They are the fundamental elements that build every piece of matter in existence. The types include summoning, spirit, destruction, support, charms, control, and transformation magic. Enchantment and harmony are the final stages. Ephirine watches him, thinking his explanation is surprisingly easy to grasp. This is her very first lecture here, and she is already completely captivated. She is not used to magic theory yet, but even though he is just reading from a script, she understands everything perfectly. Beyond that, his overwhelming aura forces everyone in the room to pay attention. His confidence and the pride in his eyes feel natural. It is an elitist attitude that commands respect instead of just scaring people away. Perhaps the current Deculein truly possesses the qualities of a master teacher. Her thoughts are cut short as he explains that mana usage varies depending on where it is stored in the human body. Generally, mages store mana in their heads for easier visualization, while knights keep it in their hearts, pumping it through their veins to empower their entire bodies during battle. Finally, there is the inner core, which harmonizes internal and external mana. This is the most common method used today. My point is simple. Effort is important, but if you lack talent, you must learn how to choose and focus your energy. Hearing this, Ephirine thinks it suits him perfectly. After all, the professor himself does not possess any extraordinary natural talent. His current mana level is only 3,375, while high-ranking titled mages can possess massive amounts up to 30,000. It is ironic that he teaches others what he needs to remember most. As the lecture ends, Deculein looks at his notes with a conflicted expression. The lesson ends here, but the final part of the script he prepared feels strange. Does he really have to read this part out loud? He is visibly annoyed. The previous version of this man would have never agreed to speak such a line. Deculein asks if anyone has questions. Immediately, the classroom erupts into a sea of whispers and excited chatter among the students. As they whisper, he sighs in relief, hoping no one steps forward. But just as he thinks he is safe, a loud voice suddenly rings out. Professor Deculein, a mysterious magic was found in the dormitory last night. People say it might be the work of a demon. She challenges him, the supposed genius of decoding. Now watch closely. His response here is exactly why students are terrified of him. She asks why he would say that. He replies that if she were a real student, the first thing she should do is state her name and rank. I do not answer questions from those who lack basic manners. Now, sit down. He sighs internally, having no choice. He just realized that using his comprehension skill drains a massive amount of his power, specifically 2.5 units out of his small pool. He managed to grasp the entire lecture script, but he consumed 1,300 mana in just a few seconds. He has no idea how much more energy it would take to decode a mysterious spell he has never seen before. The class begins gossiping about Ephirine. It seems like she was just trying to get attention, and the plan backfired completely. Angry, she stands back up and begs him to wait. The Academy mages refuse to analyze it, claiming it was just a rumor, but I believe you can identify it. She suddenly fires a surge of blue magical energy directly toward the professor for him to see. I demand that you identify this. She presents the spell clearly, forcing the professor to analyze the pattern right then and there. His mana is crashing. You and I know he is faking it, but he still looks perfectly calm. Ephirine continues, explaining that the other students are also studying it with no luck. She asks him to at least give them a small hint. He answers immediately. It is a barrier spell. He notes that she is just a low-tier student who recently joined the Academy Tower. She stammers in confusion. Sorry? He tells her no hint is needed. It is a charm-based barrier intended to trap the students inside. With a cold look, he says he is finished, then walks out. The entire class is left stunned by his effortless brilliance. A system message appears confirming the mission is a success, granting him 0.5 points. In the cafeteria, Ephraim eats aggressively, while cursing that arrogant, annoying man. She wanted to expose his lies with an unknown spell, but he turned the tables and made her look like a rude brat for forgetting her name. Damn it, she is dying of embarrassment. But she thinks he was flustered too, since he only called it charm magic. Charm magic is insanely complex, and usually requires a long list of specific parameters. Yet, he had the nerve to identify it instantly, without checking any data at all. She even brought the drawings of the magic circle found at the dormitory last night. It was all just a test for first-year students to practice their research. She wonders who the real fool is in this entire situation. A voice calls out, "Trust me, you and I want to see who it is." All right, you and I are jumping back in as that redhead girl approaches Ian about yesterday's dorm magic. It turns out she was right. Ian is stunned. Huh? Her friend keeps going, saying it was amazing since they were too scared to ask that terrifying professor, but Ian was brave. Ian just laughs it off at first. But then she freezes, realizing something huge. Wait, was that magic actually a real barrier the whole time? Her pretty classmate nods. Exactly. It's hard to believe Professor Deculein is actually that talented, right? He really lived up to his reputation today. Ian stands there in total disbelief. Everything this girl is saying feels like a fever dream she can't wake up from. The girl thanks her, saying they'll credit Ian in their report. Ian can't really say no now, so she just sighs and tells them to go ahead. Internally, she's fuming. Did that guy just get lucky? She basically just handed Deculein a massive reputation boost without even meaning to do it. Later, Jern grips a paper on Rank 5 high-level elemental magic, a course taught by the infamous Professor Deculein von Huin. She stares at the syllabus, thinking to herself that if she's going to win this war, she needs to know her enemy inside and out. To win every battle, she has to stay sharp. After all, she's going to be crossing paths with that annoying man a lot more from now on. Just you wait, Deculein. I'll expose you soon. She crushes the paper in her fist as Deculein walks slowly down the hallway. Deculein stares ahead, breathing a sigh of relief. That was way too close. He almost met his end back there. The second he looked at that spell, his auto-understanding ability kicked in without warning. It was completely out of his control. Just staring at those complex, overlapping magic circles was enough to drain every single drop of mana left in his body. Now pay attention, he couldn't even grasp the logic behind it. At least nothing went horribly wrong, for now. Suddenly, a voice echoes from down the hall. Long time no see. A cold, sharp greeting that stops him in his tracks. Deculein looks over, his face showing a rare flash of genuine surprise as he realizes who's standing there. White hair, piercing eyes, he recognizes her instantly from the game screens. It's Julie. She stares him down, her voice cold as she speaks. How have you been lately? As she asks, the memories finally click into place in his mind. You and I are looking at Julie von Gizen, Deculein's fiancée, in a future legendary night. He didn't expect her here. I'm not really sure, he says coldly. Julie just sighs, replying, Fine, let's just go with that then. Deculein is internally stunned by her reaction. Julie locks eyes with him, pressing further. Are you actually doing okay? Even after you went and broke the promise we made just 1 week ago? Deculein frowns. He has no idea what she's talking about. Thinking it's best to avoid a trap, he tries to brush past her and walk away. I don't recall, he mutters. But as he tries to leave, Julie blocks his path immediately. Are you planning on running away again? Just like you always used to do? Deculein remains expressionless. He looks at her with cold eyes, realizing she isn't going to let him off the hook that easily. He looks her in the eye. Maybe it's the fever I had, but I've forgotten. Could you remind me what we promised each other? Her eyes soften as she remembers that night, the night she made him give her his word. Promise me. If you can be honest and confess your lies and arrogance to the world, I'll stay by your side even if everything collapses. Back in reality, seeing he has no memory of it breaks her heart. Julie grits her teeth. It seems I was a fool to trust you. Then, she turns away. Julie bows her head, her face shadowed with pain as she brushes past him. You can leave now. I'm done here. Deculein turns, watching her go in silence. He doesn't linger on it and immediately starts walking away. "Then I'll take my leave," he says. As he disappears, she thinks about their engagement. A match of convenience. Deculein, the talented mage, and Julie, the brilliant knight. She recalls the elder's words. This union was a vital step for both political power and pure bloodlines. A perfect marriage on paper. The Deculein and von Gizen lines two powerful noble families. No one dared to object to this high-stakes wedding. It was fine. She did it for her family, even without love. But eventually, everyone realized his supposed talent was a total sham. Deculein couldn't face the truth. Instead, he branded himself a genius magic analyst and hid behind his title as a professor. She remembers the headlines that tore him down. The fall of the child prodigy. It was all over the newspapers. The Magic Tower's youngest professor had achieved absolutely nothing since his last research project 3 years ago. After a certain incident, his success just stopped. Yet, both families stayed silent, protecting their images at any cost. They didn't want to show any weakness to the public, but Julie simply couldn't accept living a life built on a lie. She could handle a marriage without love, that's just noble life. But she refused to tolerate a life built on deception. It's a knight's pride, that's all. You and I are left with his final words from that night. Fine, I'll do as you say. All right. You and I are about to dive into the life of a villain who refuses to die. He actually agreed. Back in reality, Julie's eyes tremble with a deep sadness as she whispers, "Will you really break your promise to the end?" The Imperial University Magic Tower. It is the most prestigious school here, and the magic department is the absolute leader among all majors. Think of it like an elite medical school, with the tower serving as the most famous university hospital in existence. Staring at the luxurious university before him, Deculein cannot help but feel a sense of awe at the sight of it. It is absolutely stunning. A massive campus, with perfectly manicured gardens, that reminds him of a top-tier American university. Suddenly, memories of his past life and the time spent with his old team come flooding back to him. My team and I spent so many sleepless nights just to create this exact atmosphere. It feels surreal. He wishes he could experience this place as someone else while walking along. Suddenly, a student comes rushing toward him from behind. Deculein spins around, startled. The clumsy student was carrying a pile of things and accidentally slams right into him. The impact is hard enough to knock the poor kid off balance, sending him tumbling backward onto the ground. As he falls, he immediately starts apologizing, explaining that he is in a desperate rush to meet a professor. Wait, it is the same kid from before. Deculein thought it was an ambush. He asks, "Is that you again? You are Rodau, right?" But the kid quickly corrects him, saying that man's name is actually Alan. Realizing he made a mistake, he admits he must have misremembered. Alan looks up, curious about who this other person is. Who even is Rodau? Later, at the office, Deculein sits down to review some important documents and starts asking questions. He asks why the boy was in such a rush. Alan explains it is the official list of sponsors for this year's new mages. The Magic Tower operates just like a real-world research institute. Without serious funding, magic cannot evolve. Professors here provide financial support to the new mages they believe truly deserve a chance to grow. Deculein scans the pages carefully until his gaze suddenly stops on one specific name. Something is definitely different here. Now pay attention here. One name is glowing bright gold, and it is all thanks to his unique powers. The rare wealthy man trait, he was born as an elite financier with unmatched intuition for seeing what is profitable. Then there is Sharp Eye, a rare ability to see mana points and hidden attributes. Combined, these two skills are totally broken. This is the perfect synergy between a master financier and a sharp-eyed observer. He can see exactly who is worth the investment. Whoever is behind this name is guaranteed to bring in a mountain of gold. It is a literal jackpot. He keeps looking and notices others glowing, but Efreen Luna is the brightest of all. She is a crucial character in the game. According to the game's lore, she actually lost her father because of Deculein's actions in the past. After reviewing her file, he wonders aloud why Luna has not received a single sponsorship offer from anyone else. Alan scratches his head awkwardly and admits that everyone is likely too terrified of the consequences to even try. It clicks for him immediately. They are all worried that sponsoring her would provoke Deculein's wrath and lead to brutal retaliation. She is incredibly talented, even making it into the tower without any formal academy training. She is a true prodigy. However, the reality is that Luna is his sworn enemy, or more accurately, he is the villain in her story. If things go like the game, he will end up dead. It is the fate of a villain, a destiny meant for destruction. The whole world wants him dead. But there is a catch. What does not kill him will only make him even stronger. You and I saw him die in dozens of ways in the game, from swords through the heart to poison, crushed skulls, and even bombs. No matter the method, a crushed skull or a terrorist bomb, the fact remained that he was destined to die. If he wants to survive this, he must make a choice that the original version of himself would never even consider. After a long silence, he finally signs the document and hands it back to Alan with a new request. Send this list out. Then borrow these specific books for me before you leave for the day. Alan nods and agrees. Alan politely says goodbye and exits the room. Deculein watches him leave, his mind already racing with new plans. He realizes he's going to need an insane amount of money if he plans on staying alive in this dangerous world. Many paths to a certain death can be blocked with enough cash. But sponsoring one mage is just the beginning. Countless powerful people in this world hold a deep grudge against him and will take any chance to strike. To truly survive, he needs a real way out. He has to push himself to become even stronger than before. And that's where we leave him. You and I are about to see if he can truly defy his own fate. All right, you and I are diving into a world where average talent is a death sentence. Deculein knows he is not ready for what is coming. He won't survive the endless deaths waiting for him in the future. But he has an edge. He might not control 4 elements yet, but he has insane potential in earth and fire. And when he mixes earth, fire, and metal together, it creates his unique trait. Mid-hand. It burns through mana to unlock a target's true hidden potential. With that, his metal manipulation finally allows him to master the art of the flying air swords. He opens a basic control book. It sounds legendary, but honestly, it is just a simple form of telekinesis. Even so, this specific type of magic is incredibly rare in this world. He can fix his lack of raw power by manipulating metal. But first, he must master moving objects with his mind. Now, watch closely. This is where the real struggle for power begins. Alan places his hand on the book. A surge of brilliant blue mana erupts from the pages, swirling around his arm. The energy grows, wrapping his entire body in a massive, overwhelming force. Even Deculein is stunned by the raw intensity. The mana spins faster and faster, turning into a violent cyclone that threatens to swallow everything in the room. As the mana flows, ancient spells and telekinetic secrets start pouring directly into his mind. After a long moment, the swirling energy finally starts to fade away. Deculein gasps for air, drenched in sweat. He looks at the book and whispers that maybe it is time. He reaches out to control a pen with his mind and realizes he finally did it. He has fully memorized the magic. Now he can cast it without a single word. His game knowledge is finally becoming reality. His brain now automatically executes the spells he understands. But even with this breakthrough, it is only the beginning. If he stays at this level, he will never reach the true power he needs to survive. He stares at the book, wondering if he should engrave magic circles directly onto his own body. Here, bigger circles mean more power. If he can use his insight to map out his entire form, not just his brain, but his heart too. Mapping magic onto his core could boost his control, but the risk of a total body collapse is massive. Luckily, his unique steel trait gives him the physical peak needed to survive those deadly side effects. Think he is crazy? In this world, you have to be. With 800 mana ready, it is time for a small test. A powerful aura explodes from his hands. He can feel the mana forcing its way deep into his physical form. Deculein's face twists in agony. An unbearable, sharp pain suddenly washes over him. It feels like his bones are being crushed and his muscles torn apart. But as a noble, he refuses to scream. Finally, the world stops spinning and everything returns to normal. His hands won't stop shaking. He looks at his stats. His mana just hit 1,375. Total exhaustion sets in. He lacked the mana for a full success, but he managed to engrave one shoulder. At this rate, he needs 2 weeks. 1 month later, the Royal University magic term finally begins. The students gather, staring at the strange message carved into the board. Everyone is whispering, "This is nothing like what the seniors promised them. Is every class this weird?" The board shows an A grade. The professor wants them to go out and bring back results from the elemental zones. The students are confused, wondering what kind of lesson this is supposed to be. He is just telling us to teach ourselves? Do we really have to go outside? Where is Professor Deculein anyway? Ina stands nearby, her expression twisted in pure annoyance. She knew he was an irresponsible man, making students self-study on the very first day. What kind of person does that? Suddenly, a figure walks past with total confidence. Sylvia accidentally bumps into Ina, who turns around ready to snap. Who do you think you are? But her jaw drops when she sees the familiar face. It is Sylvia von Genet herself. And trust me, the tension between these two? That is a story you and I definitely need to follow. All right, you and I are about to watch a bitter grudge finally explode. Sylvia turns to walk away, leaving Ina completely stunned. Deep within the woods, a strange energy begins to pulse from beneath the roots of an ancient tree. It is Ina. As she gathers her mana, she cannot help but wonder why a member of that family is here. 10 years ago, out of fear for their potential, the family sent troops to surround their estate and force them into exile. Remembering the pain Sylvia's family caused her own, Ina feels a surge of uncontrollable rage boiling inside her. How could she possibly forget me? Sensing something strange in the air, she whispers that something is very wrong. Her eyes go wide in shock as she feels her own mana being violently sucked away toward an unknown source. Ina looks over to see Sylvia training nearby, surrounded by a massive and overwhelming aura of raw magical power. Furious, Ina screams out, asking what the hell she thinks she is doing. But Sylvia does not even offer a glance. She storms toward Sylvia, shouting that she is stealing all the elemental energy Ina had just worked so hard to gather. Sylvia remains completely silent from start to finish. Ina begins to shake with pure rage, wondering what is wrong with this girl. Why is she not reacting at all? Ina narrows her eyes, suddenly realizing that this situation is not what it seems. Ina crosses her arms and stares Sylvia down, refusing to let the girl ignore her presence any longer. She warns Sylvia to stop pretending, calling her by name and insisting that there is no way they are truly strangers. After destroying my family and forcing me to quit magic, are you finally afraid that I will steal your spotlight? Sylvia does not even pause her training, replying with total indifference that she has no idea who this girl is. Ina's temper flares at the dismissive tone, but Sylvia coldly adds that while she does not know her, she knows her father. Ina is left in pure shock, gasping out, "What?" Sylvia turns with a gaze of ice, stating she heard that arrogant nobleman met his end. Ina's heart fills with hatred. Suddenly, students notice a massive surge of mana erupting from the forest and point toward the source in a total panic. Pay attention here. This is where it all goes wrong. Ina charges forward, ready to strike. Consumed by rage, Ina demands that Sylvia repeat those words right to her face in a voice full of challenge. She lunges forward, daring Sylvia to insult her father one more time as her magic flares up. Sensing the threat, Sylvia immediately manifests a defensive mana shield to brace herself for the coming impact. Sylvia's expression turns to horror just before a massive explosion rocks the area, sending debris flying everywhere. Nearby students shield their faces to keep from being blown away by the shockwave until the dust finally settles down. Those watching the chaos gasp in shock, desperately asking if anyone was hurt in that terrifying blast. Ina is seen gripping Sylvia by her hair. Sylvia looks up calmly and orders her to let go. Ina ignores the command, screaming that she warned her. "You dared insult my father? Now, I will end you." Suddenly, a strange and eerie light begins to glow, leaving the surrounding crowd paralyzed with confusion. It is a rift. A dark, powerful force is surging toward them, threatening to consume everything in its path. Pure terror sweeps through the students as they scream out, wondering what kind of monster they are looking at. You and I both know that mana collisions like this never end well. Ina realizes this void is exactly where their powers crashed. The collision of their powers has created a vacuum that is now mindlessly devouring everything nearby. People start screaming for everyone to run, realizing the unstable energy is seconds away from a massive detonation. Ina freezes in place, knowing that if it explodes, the magical shrapnel will act like lethal bullets and kill everyone here instantly. Just as the light reaches its peak, the energy lashes out, triggering a truly horrific and deafening explosion. Ina throws up her mana, desperately trying to block the crushing force of the blast as it washes over her. Suddenly, Everything goes deathly silent. She wonders if it is over, or if the worst is yet to come. Standing before them is Zulin. He has deployed his magic, single-handedly freezing the dark light attack to protect them. Aina is stunned, wondering where he came from and how he managed to arrive so quickly. She watches in awe, unable to believe that the exploding shards are literally frozen mid-air by his presence. A source of overwhelming, majestic power radiates from him, commanding the attention of everyone on the battlefield. As Zulin uses telepathy to communicate, gasps of wonder break out from the gathered crowd. And that is where we leave it, seeing the true beauty of high-level magic together. They are left breathless. All right, you and I are diving into a world where magic is breathtakingly gorgeous. But as the mana fades, crystals pile up on the floor as a voice booms. Attention class. We are ending today's lecture right here. The professor glares at the crowd and shouts, "Everyone except for those involved in the riot can leave." When he stops talking, Ina is paralyzed with fear, thinking, "Damn it, I am totally finished this time." At the interrogation, a professor asks Julin, "So you got here first?" Meet Chairman and Head Professor Julin. These two are supposedly the gold standard for mages. Two high-ranking professors stand close together. They are Professor Jeffin from Research and Professor Zaylan from the Soul Magic Department. A girl in a witch hat greets them, saying, "Welcome Professor Zaylan and Professor Jeffin. I apologize for the sudden summons, but thanks for coming so quickly, right Professor Jolin? This is Errol Zan, the Magic Tower Chairman." Inside, the professors sit in a long row of intimidating chairs. One of them speaks up, asking, "Who dared to lay a hand on a lady of our house? I heard it was just some lowly commoner, not even a real student. This is why statusless trash is disgusting." Zan laughs while looking over at Julin and starts speaking to the group. "But I heard Head Professor Julin handled this mess perfectly before things could become a total disaster." Jeffin nods in agreement. As the professors shower him with praise, Jack Collins stays completely silent. He narrows his eyes, thinking, "This guy is just sucking up to me with fake flattery." Every professor here is a master of politics. So the result of this disciplinary hearing is basically already decided. On one side is Svea from the powerful Ulet family. On the other is a fallen noble who is basically a commoner. Now pay attention, because Jolin notices a dark red energy surging out from Ini. Only he can see it. Thanks to his sharp insight, he sees the villain's fate, a description of a man the whole world wants dead. However, what does not kill him only makes him stronger. Villain's fate is active. If he cannot change the verdict, his death creeps closer. Ina and Svea sit in the center. Suddenly, a voice declares the disciplinary hearing between apprentice mages Ini and Svea has officially begun. Zaylan glares at Ina and roars, "How dare you cause trouble on academy grounds?" If Professor Julin hadn't stepped in, someone could have been seriously hurt. Why did you two even fight? Faced with the interrogation, Ina hangs her head in despair and whispers, "I cannot say." Hearing her defiant answer, the professor snaps in total anger. "What?" Ina looks up. She thinks that bastard is watching from somewhere, so she cannot say a single word. She remembers Svea's mocking eyes and the cruel words, "I heard your father is dead." The memory of that insult cuts deep. Svea looked at my father with contempt and kept provoking me. I know you, and I can feel her pain as she realizes she cannot speak the truth. Tears fall uncontrollably. Seeing her cry, Zilon looks down and asks, "Is this a joke? Is this your inferiority complex acting up? You should have known your status in Svea's. How dare you ignore the obvious hierarchy?" Under his harsh words, Ina doesn't fight back. She just clenches her fists in silent agony. Zan turns to the other girl and says, "Svea, tell us your side. In class, I accidentally ruined her assignment, and it turned into an argument." Zaylan feigns shock. "What? So Svea didn't do it on purpose, and Ini used that as an excuse to cause a riot? How can a statusless peasant be so bold? Do you have a problem controlling your anger, girl?" He turns to the chairman with a proposal. "Sir, we should expel her immediately. We cannot tolerate such violent behavior." Faced with these lies, Ina's sad eyes grow even darker with heartbreak. She thinks to herself, "I have to endure all these cruel insults." At a school hearing, every bit of blame is pointed at me without a chance to explain. Nobody is helping me. The more she thinks, the more she hates Jolin. Her eyes flicker with pure resentment. Jalen, she whispers, this is all his fault. High above, Errol Zan looks at him. Professor Jolin, since you saw it all, give us your opinion. You and I are about to see if he helps. You and I are about to see Deculein take complete control of this hearing. Deculein introduces himself as the head professor and a member of the discipline committee, making Ina tremble as she realizes it is finally over. He turns his cold gaze towards Sylvia von Gine and asks if she truly thinks she is blameless in this situation. Hearing her own name called out like that makes Sylvia gasp in pure shock. Since she remains silent, Deculein asks again if she really believes she bears no responsibility for what happened today. Ina sits nearby, completely bewildered by the sudden and strange turn this hearing has taken for both of them. Professor Zaylan looks at him with total confusion and asks what the head professor is even trying to say. Deculein simply ignores his words and continues his interrogation. He tells Sylvia she could have stopped the fight, but didn't, suggesting the talent everyone praises her for is actually worth very little. Sylvia bows her head in terror, confessing that she didn't stop the fight because she actually wanted Ina to get in even more trouble. She wanted the girl to face a much larger and more painful problem. Ina is horrified. Why is Deculein questioning Sylvia instead of the person who actually started the entire fight? She knows the fault is hers alone. Up on the dais, Zelen panics while looking over at Deculein. He argues that the blame should lie with the attacker, not the person who was just defending themselves from harm. Deculein counters him, stating that he was the one who actually set up the environment for today's lesson. Professor Deculein, do you want me to take the blame instead? Zelen asks, his voice shaking with absolute panic. Of course not. I just meant that this entire situation is quite unfortunate for everyone involved. Now watch this. Ina is absolutely stunned that Deculein is even arguing against the professor who was trying to defend Sylvia's actions. Arlene watches the scene unfold, then claps her hands to end the tension. That is enough for today, she says. She smiles at them, noting that children often need these types of clashes to grow into true mages. Since they are just apprentice mages, there is no reason to crush their futures by being overly harsh right now. She decides to let it slide this once. No disciplinary action or punishment will be taken against either of the two girls. Both of you, return. Ina's hands won't stop shaking as she tries to process what just happened in that room. She was ready for expulsion. The Deculein she knew would never show mercy like this. Why did he change? Once the meeting finally ends, Zelen follows closely behind Deculein, trying to stay in his good graces. He praises Deculein's brilliant analysis, claiming that everything he did was for the long-term benefit of the students. But here is where it gets interesting. Ina stares him down, finally finding the courage to ask a question. Inside her head, a dark storm of memories begins to brew. Do you remember the Luna name? My father? The man who suffered under you for years before he finally ended his life? Deculein looks down at her, his eyes as cold and unreadable as they have ever been. She needs to know if he remembers the Luna family and how her father died under his cruel delusions. Ina looks down in sadness, fearing he might retract his mercy if he truly remembers who she is. She shuts her eyes and trembles, fearing that if he doesn't even remember her father, it would be even more heartbreaking. No need to ask, Deculein says firmly. Don't waste your talent on the past, just let it go. He leaves her standing there alone. She remains silent, lost in a whirlpool of her own conflicting thoughts. He definitely remembers. There is no other reason for him to help her. He must feel some sense of responsibility. She clenches her fists. Was his help just a twisted way to show pity for the life she has lived? Tears stream down her face, but she feels relieved. At least he hasn't forgotten them. That is enough for now. She weeps as the system announces a victory over the villain's fate and adds 2 shot points to his total. Inside a moving carriage, people discuss the events. Did that really happen back there at the tower? Hewlett looks over at Sylvia and tells her not to worry about that child ever again. The Luna girl had talent, but she missed her chance. She is no longer a threat to their family's standing. Sylvia recalls the entrance exam 10 years ago. That was the very first time they had ever met. The teacher had declared that both girls possessed the incredible potential to one day become legendary archmagi. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. The absolute peak of the eternal magic world, an existence so high that even an emperor cannot hope to reach it. Those who reach this realm are called archmages, and their names are carved forever into history. Stick with me on this journey. Traditionally, only 3 can be archmages at once. Regardless of their school or specialty, this is the absolute law of the magic world. Back then, besides Dimer Khan's seat, 2 spots were empty. However, one was almost certainly reserved for Adderline, the tower's head. As the head of the magic tower and heir of the Ulet family, she was the natural choice for the position. We from the side branches had to fight for that one final spot. My father did not even have to say it. He told Luna to give up on her daughter's enrollment. That day, I realized the family was only trampling over the Lunas. They did it so I could become an archmage instead. That was meant to be my destiny and my only desire. Was she afraid of being caught? Sylvia sat in deep silence, letting out a heavy sigh as she contemplated the situation. Her father reminded her she was just unlucky. He said not to worry about that child anymore, but to watch Deculein. He is not simple. He might look awkward now, but he was a genius in his youth. One day, he could rise unexpectedly. Sylvia looked down at the ground, lost in her memories of what had recently transpired with the mysterious professor. I knew Professor Deculein saw right through my trap. In that moment, I had definitely made Yerni's mana vanish into thin air. I rigged it so his mana would explode upon contact. The more serious the incident, the more trouble Ephraim would face. Now pay attention here. Deculein saw through my plan instantly, despite me making sure there was no surveillance magic around. Yet, he still forced me into a compromise instead of just pointing out that I was the one behind it all. He told me he knew everything, so I had better cooperate. It was a cold threat that I was forced to accept. I used to think he was just an arrogant man with talent that was barely above average. How wrong I was. Thinking about him made her break into a cold sweat. Just what kind of man was he really? Her heart was racing. A few days later at the mansion, Deculein fixed his clothes. When Roy asked if he was ready, he finally spoke. I will be down immediately. He stepped into the carriage, and it began racing down the main road toward the palace. He sat straight, thinking that supporting Ephraim was a wise move. It removed a death variable and earned him shop points. He never expected Ephraim to be the one asking questions, but she clearly had a hostile attitude toward him back then. Deculein remained cold and calculated. Sylvia might resent him for what happened, but he had no other choice. You and I can see he had to crush that risk immediately. It was his only way to survive the coming chaos. He looked out at the scenery, wanting to avoid social events, but he could not pass up the chance for points. The system notification rang. Side quest. Participate in the Flower of the New Year event. Reward. 0.5 shop points. He needed at least 5 points to unlock the shop, so he had to find the influential characters at this gathering. The carriage arrived at a magnificent palace. As soon as Deculein entered, servants greeted him as the famous Professor Deculein. The hall was filled with people. Deculein watched them all, recognizing many high-ranking nobles and familiar faces from the story. He looked toward Iliade, the man he once used as a role model. It seemed coming here was the right choice. A noble spotted him and walked over cheerfully. Is that really Professor Deculein? My son is actually in your class. It seemed coming here was the right choice. Suddenly, a noble spotted him and walked over cheerfully to see who it was. Is that really Professor Deculein? My son is in your class. Everyone turned and started shouting with excitement at the sight. They all wanted a piece of the professor. Deculein felt a wave of regret and quickly took back his earlier thought. Someone mentioned Ganessa and her feats in the magazine. Hearing that name made Deculein's heart skip a beat in surprise. They invited him to eat with their family, but he raised his hand to stop them. He had a different goal. He needed to find Ganessa. Meeting her would be a crucial turning point in the story and his best move today. He looked around the room. Where was she? He heard her name nearby and knew he had to make contact. This was his chance to build a powerful connection. Down the hall, a girl with short red hair watched him intently. She was the adventurer Ganessa, the 5th strongest character in the early story. Deculein kept scanning the crowd, searching for her. Where is she hiding? He scanned the area, feeling certain that she must be very close to him right now. He noticed something above him and looked up. He finally found what he was looking for on the balcony. Ganessa stood there with a terrifying glare, her red hair tied in twin tails while wearing her classic adventurer gear. He had to move fast. Could it be the person I am thinking of? Iliad approached. Professor Deculein, You and I cannot miss what happens next. Alright, stick with me. You are about to watch Deculein face off against a rival who is way too confident. This is Yihao, the Empire's 4th-ranked mage, and he is making a move. Still remember me, Professor? Truly an honor. So, how is that research of yours coming along lately? That is sudden. But I have heard some rumors lately. Deculein asks him what on earth he is talking about. Yihao just smiles and rubs his chin. Oh, it is nothing too major, really. Just that your research has been stuck for 3 years. People are starting to doubt your actual talent. Deculein narrows his eyes. This is a blatant provocation. This guy was actually Deculein's classmate back in the day. Yihao reaches out like he is offering help. They used to be close, but after losing the senior professor spot to Deculein, he has been fueled by pure jealousy. Deculein just turns away. The old version of him might have been annoyed, but to the current him, these words are just noise. Besides, the rumors Yihao mentioned are actually true. Suddenly, he looks up at the balcony. The girl is gone, there is nothing but empty space. She is gone. Ganesa disappeared. Yihao scoffs, telling him that if he keeps acting so arrogant, nobody is ever going to like him. Deculein does not even give him a second glance. He just turns around and walks away, feeling frustrated. Now pay attention, this is where Deculein finally hits his limit. He stops and calls out to Yihao. The guy asks, "What is it?" Deculein's voice turns cold and terrifying, making Yihao jump. "Stop talking and just get lost. You smell like rotten cheese." As Deculein walks off, Yihao spins around and screams, "What? Rotten cheese? How dare you?" Deculein ignores him. He needs to find Ganesa fast. If she leaves the party now, his entire plan is going to be completely ruined. Voices from inside the castle start calling for him. "Professor Deculein, where did you go?" He sighs even without Yihao. There are too many annoying people here. This is exactly why he hates these social parties. But then, a voice from the shadows startles him. Professor Deculein. The girl he has been searching for is leaning against the railing, her eyes sharp and focused on him. Ganesa casually rests her hand on the ledge. "Meeting again so soon? Or were you actually looking for me?" Deculein stares at her. He did not expect to run straight into Ganesa while trying to dodge the rest of the crowd. But the real question is, did Ganesa and Deculein already know each other? She just laughs and says she got lost. "Yeah, right. I know you are looking for me because we have things to discuss." She continues, apologizing for the last mission. She already returned the deposit and the cancellation fee. Deculein stays silent, processing everything. It is clear now that their relationship was purely built on business transactions. Facing him, Ganesa continues. She is sorry she could not deliver a child with the magical talent he requested, but she did try. Let us pause here, this part is wild. She smiles softly and says she grew too attached to those kids to actually hand them over to him. Deculein thinks for a moment. It seems the original owner of this body was desperately trying to find a talented child to cover his own weaknesses. Ganesa asks one more thing, and he tells her to go ahead. She smiles mockingly. "How long do you plan on living like this?" Deculein's eyes drop. How long? He remembers the faces from before he took over this body. The previous Deculein believed the sweet lies of useless people. He destroyed trust and hurt many people just to polish his own reputation. After a silence, the current Deculein leans on the railing and turns around. "However, from now on, I am going to live differently." Ganesa stares, shocked by an answer she never expected. She admits she thought he would try to kill her. After all, she took a top-secret mission and then just ran away with the target. "That is a waste of worry," he replies. She watches him closely, thinking would he really try to kill Ganesa, one of the world's top fighters? He really has no fear of death. I do not know the old Deculein, but this Ganesa could kill someone with a single hair. She is a master of martial arts with an invincible body. She is a warrior and adventurer who has reached the absolute peak of physical power. A martial arts master can move with perfect unity. Even when using different styles, her body moves as one flawless unit. Her invincible body stage makes her entire frame as tough as diamond. He realizes the massive danger of being in this body now. If the old Deculein had sent assassins after her, he would be the one ending up dead. She thinks to herself that everything today is going very differently than she predicted. Did he eat something weird? Regardless, she has met her goals for the party. Deculein turns to leave. No reason to stay any longer. I am heading back first, so do not worry about nothing. She asks if he is really leaving. Worried about more assassins. Deculein just turns his head slightly and gives a cold, short reply. Pathetic. Ganesha just stands there in stunned silence. And that is where we leave it. Deculein, walking away with all the power, leaving us wondering what his next move will be. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see how even a tiny mistake in this world can lead to an unpredictable death variable for our main character. The villain's death variable has been avoided, and he earned a shot point, but he is still feeling anxious. Wait, why is he worried? Recalling his talk with Gensa, he realizes he used to only barely survive, but now he is actually avoiding these flags without even knowing it. It is another deadly situation. He looks at the people partying in front of him, realizing that he is not truly safe anywhere in this dangerous new world. Zelai slams her hands down angrily. Hey, how much longer are you going to stand there? This is Zelai, Julie's relative and a rank 12 novice adventurer. Julie rests her chin on her hand, looking totally bored. I did not want to come here in the first place. Zelai sighs and tries to pull her along. She looks at Julie with concern. Since Julie is in such a bad mood, Zelai asks her how things have been going with that person lately. Julie lets out a confused sound, so Zelai clarifies that she means Professor Deculein, as there are just too many rumors going around about him. Hearing that name, Julie remembers his back and clenches her teeth tightly, feeling a strange sense of emptiness growing inside of her heart. She says sadly that things obviously are not going well at all. Suddenly, a man appears at the top of the stairs and tells them they are being too loud. Julie spins around in total shock. Watch closely, because Deculein is finally making his grand entrance as he slowly walks down the stairs. The guests nearby immediately start whispering to each other in surprise. Wait, what? Has Professor Deculein really decided to leave the party already? The man who supposedly loved social gatherings is now leaving without even sparing a single glance for his fiancée. Everyone starts whispering that their relationship must be in trouble. If that is the case, then those old rumors might actually be true. Since Deculein left the party earlier than usual, people suspect a major conflict with Julie. But of course, Kim Huin has no way of knowing any of this is happening behind his back right now. Side quest complete. He finished the New Year social event, earning 0.5 shop points for a total of 4.5 points. Huin starts thinking to himself. A week has passed since that event, and he has been training seriously while constantly turning things over in his mind. During that time, he spent every day memorizing information and mastering the basics of how to control objects with his mind. He realized his physical stamina was far too low, so he started intense training because he almost lost his life after one crazy mistake. A few days ago, a loud noise echoed through a building, and a man was seen collapsed on the floor in total exhaustion. Huin was not doing well at all, but he struggled to get back up. If he were just a normal mage, he probably would have died. He wonders if the only reason he managed to endure that intense pressure was because of his special Iron Man attribute. After meeting Gensa, he craved even greater power, so he decided to engrave fire manipulation alongside his existing ability to control objects. Now, pay attention here. Our main character is trying to drastically upgrade his combat strength by embedding powerful magic cores directly into his metal manipulation techniques. This specific method helps shorten the time it takes to learn new magic, but in exchange, it is extremely dangerous for the user. After realizing the terrifying amount of pressure it puts on his body, he decided he had no choice but to train his physical form. Back to the present, Huin is still training and has established a strict morning routine. Covered in sweat, he sighs, realizing it is time for work. A loud sound rings out. Alan, what is this? Inside the office of head Professor Deculein, Huin frowns as he looks at the report in front of him. It is an official notice sent directly from the magic tower, and it makes him knit his eyebrows together in serious concern. It is from the Professor Evaluation Committee. As he prepares to head out, a notice informs him that within the next 6 months, a formal hearing will be held to evaluate the research progress of Professor Deculein. This is a massive threat to his survival in this world. Please prepare all related documents during that time. Our main character starts thinking seriously about how to handle this impossible situation. A hearing. That means Deculin's research has been stalled for a very long time, even before he transmigrated into this man's body. This is a very bad situation. He recalls the game data where Deculein always managed to keep his title as a professor no matter what. His mind is racing. He suspects that a prerequisite for his main mission might be keeping this prestigious title at all costs. If he loses his status, there is no hope of returning home. Suddenly, our main character stops right in his tracks as a thought hits him. He realizes he must find something, anything at all, inside of Deculein's private laboratory. He opens the door in front of him and steps inside. Looking at the scene before him, he thinks with annoyance that the entire place is an absolute mess of junk and papers. It looks like no one has stepped foot in here for a long time. If Deculein had been coming here regularly, the lab would not be this messy. Suddenly, a specific spot catches his eye. This massive pile of cluttered mess is starting to look very suspicious to him. That pile of trash looks incredibly suspicious. Is it possible it is hiding something important? Honestly, our main character has no other choice but to check. He does not know who is behind this, but this is definitely the best way to stop Deculein. He feels lucky that he learned object control. A book lying on the ground suddenly flies up and lands perfectly into his hand. Opening this book, he mutters that Deculein encrypted all his research results to prevent theft. But suddenly the book glows blue as he begins to fully understand it. A blinding light fills the room. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Because this research is absolutely incredible. Stick with me light is flooding every corner of this mysterious room. Combining his tycoon status and sharp vision, he sees something brilliant, yet Huin still feels something is missing. However, this research is far from finished, filled with torn pages, massive gaps, and logic that is just completely broken. He does spot its potential, though it's actually impressive enough to make the tycoon's senses tingle. Staring at the shattered watch, Hujin wonders, is the child in this photo actually Luna? His expression stays icy as it finally clicks. It seems Journey's father was desperately trying to hide this while working under Jolin's thumb. Thoughts race through his mind about the Luna mages, their deep hatred for Jolin, and the bitter lives they were forced to endure. He grips the watch tightly and whispers, "Don't worry about it." He promises himself to finish this research using his own insights, and if he completes the thesis, he'll include the man's name. He knows people need credit, so he'll list them as co-authors. He can't just let one name take all the glory. Over at the campus cafe, someone yells out, "Listen up, we commoners need to stick together to survive." Julie slams the table and speaks her mind. Only 30 students in this class are commoners. Now pay attention, because Julie is about to put our girl Eni right on the spot. Eni just sighs and sips her tea, thinking about how she used to be a noble, but now she has nothing. No land, no home. Can she even call herself a noble anymore? Julie keeps pushing her to join the group. Another girl chimes in, calling her the representative of the commoners, and Julie couldn't agree more. They mentioned she was a victim of Sevia too, and Eni is speechless. These girls really think she's their leader. Another girl worries that they'll need a supervising professor's approval, but who would actually want to support them? Most of the professors probably won't be happy about us gathering together like this. Julie hadn't thought about that. It's their biggest obstacle. They start brainstorming names, but everyone seems like a no. What about Professor Jine? He's famous for sucking up to all those arrogant, wealthy nobles. Don't even bring up C.A. Mayo. He turns his head the second he spots a commoner. One guy looks totally defeated. And of course, Professor Jolin is completely out of the question. Meanwhile, Eni is distracted by something else entirely. She's just hoping they'll leave their food behind when Julie suddenly snaps her back to reality. Ask Professor Jine. Before Eni even knows what's happening, she's assigned the mission. You'll ask him for us, right? Another guy agrees with Julie, saying the professor is actually pretty fair because he looks down on everyone equally. Julie asks again, didn't he help you get out of that punishment before? Does that mean he's looking out for you? Eni panics and shuts that idea down immediately. You and I know he's not exactly a nice guy, right? Eni never expected things to end up like this. Why is the atmosphere like this? She wants zero contact with Jane and literally bolts out the door, terrified. Julie chases her, begging her to reconsider. But Eni has already made up her mind. I'm serious. You've got it all wrong. If I'm the one who asks, it'll just backfire. Julie is holding on to Eni when a voice suddenly cuts through the air. Seeing her friend's face, Eni asks what's wrong. Eni turns around with a look of pure confusion, but her face goes pale when she sees Hujin coldly telling her to move. While Eni stands there like an idiot, Julie is already hiding in a corner, cheering her on from afar. Good luck, E. Julie's head is screaming. Hujin just walks right past them like they're totally invisible. As he walks away, Eni finally finds her voice and calls out to him, respectfully holding out a paper. She tells him she wants to start a club and needs his signature to approve it. Worried he'll refuse, she quickly adds that they won't be any trouble for him at all. She's terrified he'll hate a commoner club, but she knows Julia was right, no other professor will help them. Recalling her friend's words, she realizes the others would never cooperate. To her shock, Hujin actually takes the paper. I'll give it a look, he says. Then, he tells her to send him the details later. He looks it over for a few seconds and simply says, "Send me the details later." Back at the office, his attitude is actually shocking. He hands the form back to her. "You and I just witnessed a total miracle, he actually signed it." She stares at his back in disbelief, stunned that he just agreed. "All right. You and I are about to see if Ephraim can really face the man she hates." Julie rushes over, shocked. "You actually got Deculein's autograph?" Meanwhile, Ephraim is still completely lost in her own dark thoughts. Why is he acting so nice to her? Just like at the disciplinary committee. Suddenly, Hujin's voice echoes from the classroom. Today's lecture is on understanding pure elements. As you all know, elements are the very foundation of all magic. However, many mages still fail to distinguish between classified magic and the pure elements themselves. He continues the lecture, but Ephraim is distracted. She can only think about his kindness being driven by guilt. She frowns, her mind a battlefield. She stares at him on the podium. Is this just pity? This is the man who pushed her father to his death. No matter how kind he seems, it must be fake. Her expression darkens as her hands clench into tight fists. If he truly feels he was wrong, he should expose his own evil nature. Seeing her like this, Julie asks with worry, "Are you okay, Effie?" Only then does she snap out of it. "What?" Julie says what's on her mind. "You don't look good." She tells Ephraim not to mind those people. They do nothing but talk trash all day. But Ephraim is confused. What is she talking about? Watch this, the tension is rising. Julie points to the nobles above. Why are those pests even looking at us? They glare down at her with pure disgust and hatred. Ephraim feels completely helpless in this situation. After that incident, she really has become the common enemy of the nobility, even though she is one of them. Knowing Julie is worried, she tries to calm her. "It's fine, Julie. They're always like that. Let's just focus on the lecture." Up front, Hujin continues his serious teaching. "The magic circles you have used so far all follow a specific logical path." Ephraim starts thinking again. She heard Deculein's lectures were supposed to be different. Hujin demonstrates while carefully explaining the rules. If you add just 2 strokes to this ignition circle, it completely changes the flame's color. These 2 lines determine the color. He pulls out a blue book. This is today's topic. He flips to a specific page called Flowing Fire. Initially, Ephraim was right to think his lectures were just a way for him to show off using his Grand Professor title. But now, Kim Hujin's teaching is a stunningly beautiful display of pure, magical power. His creative explanations come from a deep understanding, leaving every single student in the room absolutely speechless. Even Sylvia, the bored genius, is caught off guard by this. Hujin stops his magic. As you all know, this specific circle is used to summon water. He begins to demonstrate the pattern for the students now. However, if you combine it with the fire circle, the color turns purple, and it becomes this. You see that too, right? Everyone is stunned. The fire is actually flowing like water right before their eyes. Ephraim is shocked. She never expected his lecture to be so heavily focused on pure theory. Most genius mages rely on raw intuition to cast spells, so for them, theory usually feels like nothing but a rigid, boring cage. If all mages put theory first, magic would become something trapped inside a very limited box. It makes sense. Focusing too much on theory doesn't leave enough time for actual magical practice. Trying to master all magic through theory alone is inefficient and actually gets in the way of training. This is the paradox of magic. To become a truly elite mage, you must possess incredibly sharp intuition. But those elites can't explain their intuition. She stares at Hujin in shock. Yet here's a man whose talent is being publicly questioned, teaching a theory-heavy lesson with such absolute, flawless perfection. This should be impossible. Walking out of the academy, Ephraim admits he is nothing like the rumors. She is genuinely surprised. She has never focused this hard on a lecture before. She returns to the tower. She sighs, feeling defeated. Looking at the mess on her door, she's at a loss. How much longer will they keep up these stupid pranks? The words on the door look like trash. Get out of here. You don't belong. Ephraim realizes things got worse after that incident with Sylvia. She sees a card on the floor, a sponsorship certificate, and picks it up slowly. Her mind is racing. She almost felt tricked, because there is no way this can be real. Who would ever sponsor her when both her family and Deculein hate her? She tries to stay positive. At least she can report this as a forgery and collect a nice reward for it. Cut to the magic management office. Ephraim is here to settle this once and for all. Trust me, you and I are just as shocked as she is. It's real. She remembers the words. What? Bridge 1? All right. You and I are about to witness a moment where a simple official seal changes everything for her. Ein is absolutely ecstatic, and her entire face is literally glowing with pure joy. Is this actually happening? She still feels like she is dreaming and needs something major to snap her back to reality. Wake up. After acting like a total fool, she finally gathers herself. She just hopes that nobody was around to see that embarrassing display. She carefully scoops up the documents. Having 100,000 eon is a massive deal. Better pack an emergency getaway bag just in case something goes wrong. Looking back, maybe visiting the magic management office was a mistake. That clerk was being way too serious with her questions. Annie is panicking. Why was she looking so strangely? Is she actually after the money? Suddenly, she loses her cool and screams. She really should have been more careful with her secret. Ein collapses on the floor, curling into a ball. It hurts, but she is so happy. This feels like a dream she never wants to end. She can't stop the tears. Sitting up, she wipes her eyes. These are happy tears finally. Someone has recognized her true talent. She tells herself there is still kindness in this world. Time to man up and keep her spirit high. Just a little more effort. Meanwhile, at the Douglas mansion of the Ha Yin family, the lady asks the butler in disbelief, "Are you serious?" The butler nods firmly. Yes, right now he is heading to the Stenin auction. He should be arriving there any moment. Hearing that Deculein is actually at an auction makes her face twist in pure annoyance. Thinking about all that money vanishing, she grabs her hair and screams. Last year he wasted 10 million aeon. What disaster is he planning now? If he causes more trouble, she is never going to forgive him. The Start Genuo auction in Dai 10 City begins. Bridge 2. Now pay attention, because our main character has no clue his sister is already planning to snap his neck. He strides down the hallway, heart racing with excitement. Finally, he can buy the item he has been hunting for all this time. Using Soul Sense as his primary magic made him realize something: he needs a specific metal to make up for his lack of talent. His current gear is just made of wood steel. It is a temporary fix, but he needs something better. He pushes open the VIP door. He is so deep in thought that he doesn't notice the room isn't empty yet. Finally, he realizes someone else is there. Just from the back of her head, Deculein knows exactly who it is. He freezes mid-step. The person sitting in the VIP lounge right now is Julie. When she turns around, he curses internally. Damn it, this is the last person he wanted to encounter here. On the other side, Julie's face instantly twists with pure disgust the moment she sees him. They lock eyes in a tense silence. Julie narrows her eyes and gives him a cold, sharp greeting. Long time no see. Deculein stays quiet, still stunned that Julie is actually here. Thinking about his recent reputation, Julie immediately starts questioning him. I heard you sent 2 young mages to the disciplinary committee. Her sharp tone really rubs him the wrong way. That is old news. Why is she trying to blame him for that? Julie just glares at him with icy eyes. After a few seconds of silence, she speaks. They were only new recruits. Are you really going to crush their dreams? Your sins will haunt you one day. Stop repeating the same old mistakes. She lowers her head, her voice dropping into a chilling warning. This is the final advice I will ever give you. Deculein just stares back, completely expressionless. The final advice. Julie is officially trying to cut all ties with him for good. Bridge 3. Now, you and I might expect him to be devastated, but the truth is, he's just incredibly relieved to finally be free. Fine by him. No matter how beautiful she is, he doesn't want to marry someone for such shallow, petty reasons. Plus, there are just way too many death flags surrounding this girl. If he isn't careful, he might end up dead on his own wedding day. After dropping her warning, Julie turns away. He's curious though, the Julie he knows doesn't usually do auctions. What's she doing here? He can't help asking if she came all this way just to talk to him. Julie spins around, shocked by his massive ego. What? Her voice gets louder as she starts rambling. You are unbelievably full of yourself. There is no way she came for him. She is just here to buy a specific item she's been looking for. Deculein backs away to protect his own life, holding his hands up in a peaceful gesture. I get it. Just calm down. He sighs. One explanation was plenty. Julie pouts, looking genuinely annoyed. Bridge 4, and that is where we leave them with Deculein realizing she is actually kind of cute. You and I saw that coming, right? Alright, let's dive back into the mind of a villain who is starting to feel things he definitely should not. But wait, what is this strange sensation? He just realized how dangerous being near her actually is. A deep sense of dread washes over him as he realizes he might be merging with the original soul's feelings. Is he being infected by Deculein's emotions despite trying so hard to resist his personality? Suddenly, a sound breaks his thoughts. The auctioneer's voice echoes through the magic orb, announcing the start of the event to all the gathered guests. As the auction begins, he tries to deny any attraction toward Julie, desperately comforting his own racing heart. No, that cannot be it. His heart should not beat this fast just by looking at her. He is clearly overthinking things. Inside the grand hall, a display table is set on the stage, ready to hold the precious items for sale. One particular object sits there now, hidden beneath a pristine white cloth. Deculein takes his seat among the guests. The host signals the staff to pull back the cloth, revealing the first item, a beautiful vase from the east. Everyone is told to admire the elegant curves of this masterpiece, crafted by a legendary artisan from the Far East. The moment the cloth is pulled away, a blinding golden light erupts from the ancient vase, filling the entire room. Now watch closely as that light grows even more intense. Even Deculein cannot hide his absolute shock. He has seen this light before in Furnace writings. It is the glow of massive wealth, and it is only getting stronger. The introduction is not even finished before the room erupts into a bidding war for the rare oriental treasure. The host calls out the numbers: bidder 993 for 700,000, then 1,038 for 750,000. It seems everyone recognizes its true value as they all start tapping their magic orbs to place their bids. The host's voice rings out continuously. Bidder 1,413 is now at 1,500,000. Finally, the announcer turns his gaze toward Deculein. Number 777 just bid 2,500,000. He spends over 2 million without even blinking. This guy is loaded. Do not even try to outbid him, seriously. Deculein notices the vase's light is not fading, it is glowing brighter, meaning even at this high price, it is still a steal. The true value of this artifact is clearly far beyond what anyone else in the room can imagine. Keeping such a rare treasure for himself might actually be a pretty good investment in the long run. With a balance over 200 million, he proceeds to win every single item by bidding the highest price. The host gets more hyped with every item. A ring is sold to bidder 777 for 3 million. An ancient necklace also goes to bidder 777 for 4,300,000. It is him again. The announcer's voice fills the room as number 777 wins another item for 5,500,000. The other guests are stunned, watching him successfully snatch up one luxury item after another. Everyone turns to see who this big spender is. It is Professor Deculein. He is literally buying everything in sight. You and I can see he is investing. But Julie? She thinks he is just a pathetic man showing off. She believes he is just desperate for attention, making her feel like there is a massive gap between their two worlds. To her, he is just wasting money to satisfy a moment of vanity. She cannot believe how different they are. She truly cannot understand why he does not value the beauty of humility and living a simple, quiet life. But whatever. She pushes him out of her mind, and focuses on the one item she came here to get. Her eyes are full of determination. After several more items, the host finally gestures toward the final display table. Now, we reach the final item of the day. A treasure that many people have been searching for tirelessly. It is a legendary mineral used to forge the most prestigious swords in the history of the entire empire. The staff immediately yanks the white cloth away, revealing the most anticipated item of the entire auction. The host's voice rises. Nature's magic, the winter flame. This stone is a crystal ore of incredibly high purity. Its outer shell sparkles exactly like a perfectly polished diamond under the bright magic lights of the hall. Inside the ore, a blue light flickers like a dancing flame. Now, I finally understand why they call it the blue fire. As soon as the winter flame hits the stage, both Julie and Deculein lock their eyes onto it instantly. The winter flame is one of the 10 rarest metals in the world, usually reserved for forging legendary weapons. Like its name suggests, it is a paradox containing both heat and cold energy, rivaled only by materials like dragon bone. And that is where we leave it. Just imagine the infinite power this stone truly holds. Alright, you and I are diving into a tense auction, where Deculein needs that snowfire stone at any cost. Julie's eyes flash with a sharp determination. She's decided that stone must be hers, no matter what. The starting bid is massive, but the crowd doesn't care. They keep slamming their bidding orbs. The auctioneer's voice rings out 10 million, 20, 25 million. Number 1,000, 89, 30 million. Any more? No more bidders? The man is about to hammer down. If no one speaks up, it goes to Julie thinks she's won and smiles. But Deculein ruins the dream. Guessed 777 bids, 31 million. The moment she hears that number, Julie freezes. She glares back at him. 777. She's heard that number all day. Seeing her prize slip away makes her blood boil. She can't ignore him. What is he playing at? Julie grits her teeth. Deculein. But the bidding war isn't over yet. Now watch this, neither side is backing down. 32 million from her. Then 33 million from him. A nearby guest whispers. He must be buying it for a sword to gift his fiancée, right? The man continues. If he really wanted to give it, he could have just let her buy it. He must love her deeply. Deculein hears this and freezes. Wait, is he actually fighting Julie? He glances down at her. Was I bidding against Julie? He knows she wants it, but he won't quit. It makes sense she'd want it. If he takes this, she'll hate him, but he needs it to survive. He looks at her cold, furious face and realizes something important. This stone hasn't appeared in 3 years. This might be his only chance. Julie's murderous gaze is terrifying, but for his own life, he can't stop. It's dangerous, but this item is far too precious. In this battle for the Snowfire Stone, he refuses to retreat. He must claim it. After a brutal bidding war, the final price is set, going once at 42 million ine. Who wins this magic metal? In this clash of wills, the man with the number takes it all. The winner is guest 777. As the announcement rings out, the room erupts in applause. The other guests are stunned. What a dramatic showdown we just witnessed. Professor Deculein actually pulled it off. That was easily the most intense auction of the night. A guest across from Julie sighs. Lord Fiancée really went overboard with his display this time. The professor fought so hard just to give a gift to his fiancée. He got what he wanted. Every whisper stings. Losing the one thing she needed makes her mood turn dark and bitter. Let's pause here. Deculein's arrogance is pushing Julie to the edge, her anger bubbling like a volcano. It's happening again. Just like last year. She never expected to face this humiliation twice. The event triggers a memory. She sees the old Deculein, the man from before the change. I can give you everything, even more, anything for you. That engagement day was the absolute worst. This will make you want to marry me. My greatness. That was all he cared about saying. Facing his flashy display of wealth, she felt nothing but pure, crushing humiliation. Back then, she wanted to kill him. You know exactly what I really want from you, she'd said. She walked out and broke the engagement herself, but the nightmare didn't end there. Slanderous rumors spread everywhere. Even a prideful knight like her eventually fell into his trap. They said she begged for her captain position, that she traded her pride for a title. It was obvious who started those disgusting lies. Does he think she'll crawl back because of this? He really is a pathetic fool. He's a man she could never love, no matter how hard she might try. Julie stands up to confront him, but stops in shock. He's already standing right behind her. Deculein? He calmly asks her, did you want this snowfire stone as well? She thinks he's setting a trap. Her expression darkens. How much longer will you humiliate me? But instead of a threat, he offers a simple apology. I am sorry. He then turns away. If you will excuse me. And that's where we leave it. You and I are just as stunned as Julie. All right, you and I are about to see Deculein do something totally unexpected that leaves Julie baffled. Why would he apologize? For winning the snow flame stone? The Deculein she knew would never say sorry. While she is deep in thought, Josephine's voice snaps her back. Julie looks up, completely startled. Josephine motions for her to get in the car. That is the eldest Deculein daughter and Julie's sister. Meanwhile, Deculein pulls up to his mansion. Remembering how furious Julie looked, she really wanted that snow flame stone for herself. She is likely raging because he bought it. But surprisingly, the fatal death flag never actually triggered. Back at the auction, he saw pure murder in her eyes. It makes him wonder about the original host. Just how terrible was this guy to make her want him dead this badly? The servants bow low as he enters, nervously welcoming their master back home. Sensing something is off, he notices the staff looks terrified. He asks if something happened while he was out. The butler hesitates before whispering that Lady Yariel is waiting inside. Deculein says nothing and heads upstairs. He stops at the corner. Yariel is standing in his room, but he just walks right past her. As he heads for the dressing room, she snaps. That money was for the mines and you just blew it? Hearing this, everything finally clicks. Now he understands why her personal account had so much money. He just hadn't been paying attention. He calmly tells Yariel he bought something profitable, but she screams, asking if he sees her as trash. He turns around to see the expression on her face and immediately regrets it. Oh man, things are looking bad. Yariel is in tears, her eyes filled with enough rage to tear him to pieces. Do you think I was born just to clean up the disasters you create? Thinking of all the money she struggled to save, vanishing in a second, her heart just breaks. The family is already struggling. Me and the servants are doing everything just to keep this place running. And then you just throw it all away. What kind of person are you? A massive wave of energy erupts. Yariel seriously wants to kill him for gambling with the family's future. You and I can see he's in deep trouble here. Suddenly, his villain's fate skill starts flashing. A golden glow appears around her, catching his eye immediately. That gold light pierces through his great wealthy man aura, signaling a do-or-die situation for Deculein. It is simple. If he can't fix this right now, he is a dead man. But if he wins her over, huge rewards. He thinks for a moment and finds the perfect solution. He tells her not to worry, but there is no way a simple sentence will calm her down now. Shut up, she screams. Do you think I'm worried? I'm working myself to death to fix your mess. Do you think I wanted this? I quit college and never even dated because of you. You didn't have to do that, he says helplessly. But trust me, it only makes her explode more. Ever since our parents died, you've wasted everything. And today, you blew 150 million in one day. You're a total just as she's about to lose it. He stops her. I'll hand the family head position to you. This bombshell leaves the exploding Yariel in total shock. What did you say? He repeats it clearly. I'm stepping down. You're in charge now, Yariel. She screams like a startled cat. What? She thinks he's just mocking her with some sick joke. He corrects her tone, saying that's no way for a noble, especially a family head, to speak. She still doesn't buy it, turning away. But he insists he is telling the truth. To prove it, he offers to make a vow. Yariel is stunned. An actual vow? You mean a mage's oath? The kind where you die if you break your word? Are you serious? Deculein is dead serious. Yariel still can't believe it because the whole situation just feels completely absurd. Why now? And why so sudden? She gets in his face, asking if he hit his head. Believe it or not, you and I can see her rage finally softening at the prospect of becoming head. If you break this, I'll kill you. As she leaves, he asks if she's really going so soon. All right, stick with me, as Yin fumes about someone wasting all their money at the auction. Jalen watches the door in silence. He has narrowly dodged the grim fate of a villain once again. Danger is cleared. and he finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. The storm has passed for now, but he needs to hand over his position to her if he ever wants to be truly free. Suddenly, Ganesha appears from the shadows, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. She looks at him with pure interest. "Are you really serious about changing?" she asks. His eyes widen in shock. "Ganesha, an unwanted guest has just crashed the party." Ganesha gives a half-hearted apology, claiming she just happened to see something shocking. Julin sighs, saying she would make a much better head of house. Ganesha's eyes flash with excitement. Now pay attention, because she just dropped a truth bomb. Not one drop of shared blood. Julin can't believe his ears as he turns to look at her. This detail was never in the game he played. What in the world is she talking about? The Jackal bloodline is a total lie. He never expected such a hidden secret here. Heijin was supposed to be a half-sibling. That was the story he knew. He knew they weren't full siblings, but no blood relation at all? He has never heard anyone mention this before. Ganesha gossips like a pro, asking if he is really okay with this revelation. She reminds him that he was the one who requested this test to see if there was a real blood connection between them. They had discussed this before, but now the truth is finally staring him in the face. This hidden secret is massive, but Julin is already starting to process the news. He stays emotionless. Yin is still Yin. Ganesha is absolutely stunned that he doesn't even seem to care about the news. "You really surprised me today," she says. "I never expected those words from you." He thinks to himself that things are becoming way more complicated than he thought. Ganesha promises to keep her mouth shut and protect the secret about her identity. Just as she is about to leave, she stops to give him one last warning. "Watch closely. The six-headed snakes, leaders of the continent's most notorious criminals, are acting. Each leader is a monster with a bounty of millions of gold on their head. Their target? The treasures bought at the auction. They are coming for the goods. Even if the items arrive safely, he must stay alert until they reach the mansion." She teases him about his weak magic defense, which made it easy for her to break in. "Professor, you really need to be more careful." She laughs at his stressed expression, telling him to lighten up a bit. She leaves a magic handkerchief behind as she vanishes. Julin is left exhausted by the mountain of information she just dropped on him. The news that Yin isn't his biological sister starts to weigh heavily on his mind. He tries to brush it off. This knowledge won't change anything for him. He is not the real Julin anyway, so his feelings for her will stay the same. Blood or no blood, Yin will always be a sister to him. That is final. He decides to keep it a secret. Meanwhile, Ganesha returns to her adventure team camp and starts telling everyone exactly what she saw. "I am telling the truth," she insists to her group of adventurers. "Professor Jain has changed completely. It is like another person is in his body." She claims even that Cold Bastard has started acting differently, actually saying sweet things to people like he is a total stranger. Her teammate mocks her, saying she only likes him because he is a handsome guy and she will fall for anything he says. She gets furious, threatening to tear him apart for calling her a manhunter. They bicker about looks until Ganesha snaps that he is just plain ugly. As they start fighting, Deculein ignores the chaos and asks about Deculin's new personality. Does he actually have humanity now? Deculein is a relative of Julie and knows him well. She is used to the madness. Ganesha finishes the fight and fixes her hat. She decides that monitoring him is no longer necessary. He is a different man now. And that is where we leave it. This journey is just beginning, trust me. All right, you and I are diving back into a world where every secret can get you killed. Ganesha warns the group. Keep everything you heard today a secret. Best if you just stay silent about it. After the warning, the five of them grip hands and channel the magic energy pulsing deep within their bodies. Glowing mana circles shield them before they transform into streaks of light, racing quickly back toward the base. The next day, inside the Magic Tower University, Deculein stares intently at the papers scattered across his desk. He is scrolling through the Level 1 system shop in his mind, looking for ways to improve his mana quality. Level 1 mana enhancement boosts efficiency and power slightly, but it carries a price of 10 gun to activate. Seeing the shop finally unlocked while having no money makes him feel frustrated. He can finally use the system shop, but he still lacks the funds for what he actually needs. This unique shop allows the user to spend system currency to upgrade and evolve various characters in this world. It is not just for the protagonist, he can actually improve any named character he encounters through this system. However, the opportunities to actually use this powerful system shop are extremely limited. By the end of the second act, users only get 6 chances to use it. This is because the shop only becomes available once you reach certain level milestones. Every time he levels up, the cost of spending doubles in size. The strict limitations of the system shop mean he has to be incredibly careful with every choice. He cannot afford to be reckless and waste such a rare and game-changing opportunity. He's been persistently training his memory, his body, and his control over flying blades. These intense drills have already been fully integrated into his daily routine as a mage. But compared to the world's most notorious villains, his current combat strength is still significantly lacking. He knows exactly where he is weak. To truly grow, he needs to refine his innate mana quality immediately. He mumbles to himself while sitting there, realizing he needs to collect 4 system units as fast as possible. A sudden knock at the door breaks his concentration. Deculein calls out for the visitor to enter. "Come in." Alan walks in with heavy dark circles under his eyes, carrying the latest morning newspaper toward the desk. "Now pay attention here because this news is about to change everything." Alan warns the professor to be careful while handing over the latest copy of the morning paper. The headline features a dangerous, long-haired man, a warning about a ruthless mage killer named Lockhat in the outskirts. Witnesses have spotted him in the region. Everyone is being warned to avoid going outside for their own safety. Deculein's eyes widen as he reads the warning. The mage killer Lockhat. The name hits him with sudden shock. Recalling his game knowledge, he calms down. This guy is the biggest threat in the first quarter of the game. A confident smirk plays on his lips. So, the dangerous killer has finally decided to show his face. To any normal mage, he would be a nightmare. But with his current abilities, Deculein is not worried at all. Instead, he sees a golden chance to earn system money. He actually hopes to cross paths with him soon. He stands up, heading for the library. He tells Alan not to worry and that he should just go home. Alan is shocked that he's going out during a lockdown, but he quickly bows and stammers out a yes. Just as he's about to walk past, Deculein stops. Alan looks up, confused by the professor's sudden pause. You and I both know Alan's reaction is going to be gold. Deculein asks if he is interested in an assistant professor position. Alan's pupils shake in pure disbelief. He lets out a shocked scream that echoes loudly through the room. The sound rings through the magic tower. He can't believe the man who once called him talentless is offering this. He stutters, asking if he is really being nominated after being told he lacked the necessary skills for it. Deculein claims it is because of his hard work, but secretly, a system notification is what really forced this choice. The main reason is a mandatory system notification requiring him to select an assistant, but Deculein has no intention of explaining that. He holds out a special bracelet engraved with a prestigious family crest toward the young man. Don't ask questions, just take it. He tells him to wear it and keep working hard from now on. Becoming an assistant professor makes Alan so happy he nearly jumps. He bows down, stuttering his sincere thanks. He is moved to tears by the gesture. Deculein watches him, knowing this move was actually purely strategic. Alan is perfect at organizing documents and handling chores. He is a useful tool Deculein cannot afford to lose. Alan stares at the crest on the bracelet with pure adoration, feeling a sudden surge of loyalty. Most people could not stand the original owner's temper and fled, but with a hard worker like Alan, Deculein knows he can't let him go. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I just saw the start of a very powerful alliance. Who knows when he might quit? That is the thought of a ruthless capitalist. Let us pray for Alan's peace. Deculein places money in Alan's hand. Go home early today and buy yourself dinner. Alan looks at the cash and chases him. Professor, this is way too much. Deculein does not stop. He exits the room and walks slowly down the hallway. The sound of heels on the carpet echoes. Alan holds the money, staring blankly as the professor leaves him behind. He heads to the staff-only section of the library. The reason? He needs to check Luna's research paper once again. That essay he found in the lab talked about the invention of pure elements. However, it was filled with errors and gaps that he felt he had to personally fix. As he scans the shelves for elemental magic books, he stops. You and I need to see who just appeared in front of him. The person who definitely should not be here is Sylvia. Deculein narrows his eyes, ready to interrogate her. Why are you in the restricted staff area? Deculein asks coldly, looking at her stunned and shocked face. Sylvia never imagined she would actually run into him here. She freezes. 10 minutes ago, she was speaking with the librarian about her request. The librarian had used a magic orb to contact Professor Zelen about this very unusual request. Yes, Professor, Lady Sylvia says she is looking for study materials, but this is the high-level reading room. Zalon's image flickers in the orb. He smiles and grants Sylvia full permission to use the restricted library. It is fine. There is no need to limit the heir of the family and this year's top rookie mage. Let her use it freely since it is for her studies. With that approval, the librarian allows her to start searching. He has agreed, Lady Sylvia. Please feel free to look for whatever documents you might need. Sylvia's true passions are literature and languages. She came to this special room for a rare document, and the book she found was written in the ancient Ethanel language. Since the elves vanished, the value of this language skyrocketed, making Ethanel novels incredibly hard to find. This is exactly why Sylvia visited the high-level room, a place she usually has zero right to enter. Of course, the moment she sees him, she is floored. Why are you in the high-level room? Deculein repeats. He knows a student being in this part of the library is strictly against the academy rules. Do you want the disciplinary committee to meet again? Sylvia is still in total disbelief that he is even here. She thinks, Deculein? Why is he here? I remember him never even setting foot inside a library. She clutches the book to her chest and explains, I am looking for research material. Professor Zalon gave me permission. Hearing that Zalon agreed only makes Deculein look even more displeased. It means the professor ignored university rules and the librarian went along with it. Both of them deserve punishment. Sylvia is startled and tries to explain, but then she stops as a glow of magic surrounds her book. Under Deculein's control, the book floats out of her hands and flies directly into his grasp. He opens it and realizes it is just a novel. Now, check this out, he asks her. A novel? In Ethanel? You broke the rules just to find a romance novel written in Ethanel? Sylvia is shocked that he can read it. How can you read that? Wait. That is not the point. I just enjoy studying literature and different languages. Deculein skims the pages and then tosses the book back to her. I will let it go this time. Before leaving, he gives her a final warning. If you come here without proper permission again, I will take action. Unless your goal is just to show off your family's power, have someone else borrow books for you. His heavy footsteps echo against the floor as he walks away. Sylvia clutches her book, staring at his back. His words felt like a slap to the face, accusing her of abusing her status. Anger boils inside her. She feels hurt. She only wanted to understand the elves better through their original Ethanel stories. But then her focus shifts back to his language skills. Doubt begins to fill her mind. How could Deculein read Ethanel? That language has no fixed system. It is nearly impossible to understand. Later at the combat practice, Deculein and the other professors watch over the students, shouts echo through the forest. Put it on the leaf. Do not let it escape. All right. Deculein stands across from Zelen, chatting. This is only the first practical training session, yet everyone seems remarkably calm. They do not seem to fear the Shadow Mountain at all. Trust me. You and I are going to see how this training unfolds. He wiped his hands with a cloth and replied, Training has to end before dark, but I'm honestly quite proud of how they performed today. All right, you and I are heading to Shadow Mountain, a massive, high-security landmark, located far from the university and protected by the magic tower's strongest spells. This forest serves a dual purpose as both a brutal combat training ground and a rich gold mine for rare magical resources. Because of that, the area is crawling with lethal wild beasts and toxic creatures that could kill you in a heartbeat. The tower set up massive magic barriers for safety, but they still required a professor to be on patrol duty, thinking about the risks of the mountain. Lan nervously scratched his head and approached Deculein to ask for his opinion. Professor Deculein, we haven't assigned anyone for duty this week, so we need to appoint a new person to take over the night watch. When asked who would be suitable, Deculein didn't hesitate to volunteer. I will do it, he said, stepping up for the position. The man froze in total shock. After confirming it wasn't a joke, he beamed with joy and praised Deculein for his incredible dedication and spirit. Truly a lead professor. Seeing you take the initiative like this really makes you the perfect role model for every educator at this academy. Deculein just listened to the praise with a cold expression, thinking to himself that his reasons weren't nearly as noble as they thought. The real reason he accepted the duty at Shadow Mountain was because the system had just issued a brand new mission. Pay attention here. A new subquest called Shadows of the Magic Tower just activated, offering rare currency and achievement rewards, while a strange, dark energy begins pulling Deculein toward the mountain peaks. There was no doubt about it. This mysterious force was the exact reason he had just received a sudden subquest notification. He grew more curious by the second. What exactly happens in those mountains at night to turn this game into a full-blown horror story? As the sky turned orange, the instructors gathered the students. All right, class, pack your things. Goodbye, Professor. We will see you all next time. 9 hours later, at a small cafe near the Magic Tower, Ina's friends were staring at the desserts decorated with fresh fruit, unable to stop themselves from cheering. Wow, these are stunning. They looked so delicious that the girls almost didn't want to eat them. Wait, did you really buy all this expensive food for us? Ina just smiled, her chin held high with pride. Of course. Don't hold back. Just eat as much as you want today. Thinking about her bank balance, Ina felt like a total millionaire. She had exactly 100,000 AUNL sitting in her account right now. It's my treat today, Ina shouted happily, and her friends couldn't help but cheer in excitement at the generous news. Julia then brought up her new club proposal, telling the group that she expected it to be officially approved very soon. Let's treat this as our first official meeting, she added. But their blue-haired friend looked a little worried as she listened to the plan. She feared that registration numbers would be low. I just hope people don't wait too long. We really need more members to sign up. Don't worry, Julia reassured her. If we maintain the club well and show its value, people will naturally want to join our ranks. Now, I know what you're thinking. Dessert time is over. Julia suddenly asks about the training session at Shadow Mountain, and things are about to get heavy. Yeah. 50 people volunteered to go, Ina replied. She mentioned that accidents happen there sometimes, but right then, a massive explosion rocked the city, sending all 4 of them into a state of total panic. Did you hear that? One cried. It came from over there. We have to go and check out what is happening right now. They sprinted toward the noise. Suddenly, a woman's blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. A desperate, terrifying cry for help that chilled their bones. Julia identified the direction and pointed straight toward the dark silhouette of Shadow Mountain. It is coming from over there. A sense of dread washed over her. She tried to grab Ina, shouting for her to wait, but the girl wouldn't listen to her. Something was wrong. Ina tried to stop, but it was too late. She had already walked into a terrifying illusion created by a monster. Sensing something was wrong, she stopped and turned around to find her friends. Wait, what did you just say to me? But looking at the scenery around her, Ina froze. Where was she? She was just standing in the cafe district a second ago. While she panicked, the woman's scream for help rang out again, piercing the silence. Someone, please help me. Ina stopped worrying about the location. Where are you? She screamed back. Don't worry. I'm coming to help you right now. Over here, the woman yelled. Following the sound of the voice, Ina didn't hesitate and sprinted directly toward the desperate crying. Are you okay? Ina called out. But before she could reach her, something sharp sliced right through the woman's throat, sending blood spraying in every direction. Blood sprayed everywhere. Through the red mist, Ina's face went pale with absolute horror as she realized what had just happened. She watched in shock as the blood gushed from the woman's neck. What? No. What is this? How did this even happen? Regaining her senses, she felt an enemy nearby and readied her magic. Then, the rhythmic sound of heavy footsteps began to approach her. Deculein's custom leather boots clicked sharply against the ground. Ina stared in shock at the handsome man standing before her, his face colder than ice. Realizing he was the one who attacked the woman, Ina stepped forward, her voice trembling with pure rage as she questioned him. Professor, did you kill her? How could you murder a civilian? Trust me, you and I won't believe what happens next. Stay tuned. Stick with me, you and I are about to see this woman turn into a total nightmare. Deculein tells her to open her eyes and see the truth. Igena follows his gaze and freezes in pure shock at the monster standing right in front of her. What? The frail woman has vanished. In her place stands a terrifying creature with deep red skin and eyes that glow like pools of fresh blood. Still reeling from the shock, Igena can barely speak. What is this? Deculein begins to explain the situation to her calmly. It seems she is caught in a demon illusion. To keep her out of the crossfire, Deculein magically grabs her by the collar and tosses her to safety. Stay out of this and get lost. Ejena is sent flying, screaming in absolute terror as she is thrown away. With the distraction finally gone, he locks eyes with the monster and whispers it is finally time for the hunt. From the heavy aura radiating off the creature, he can tell it is in a state of pure, blinding rage. Deculein does not hold back, preparing his magic for a strike. The demon is losing its mind after its prey escaped. The beast lunges forward with incredible speed. Deculein, the man who ruined its plan, narrowly avoids the deadly claws. The moment he creates some distance, the demon kicks off the ground, lunging again to tear him into pieces. Predicting the move, he instantly conjures a shimmering magic shield to block the monster's brutal strike. Deculein hovers in midair, his sharp, cold eyes scanning the beast for a single fatal weakness. Now watch this, he finds exactly what he needs. His gaze locks onto the glowing crystal embedded in the demon forehead. It is a specialist in illusions, but his iron will makes him immune to these mental attacks. They are completely useless against him. The demon presence triggers a deep, ancestral hatred buried in his body. His blood is boiling, and the Deculein lineage within him is turning that hatred into a burning fire. A system window pops up, revealing his bloodline trait, the legendary Deculein lineage. This specific bloodline possesses extraordinary power when it comes to suppressing and destroying demonic entities. When facing demons or high corruption, he can actually purify the surrounding mana and absorb it for his own use. The purified mana is far more powerful, but it makes him ruthlessly aggressive. It is the ancient hatred of the Deculein family. As a descendant of legendary demon hunters, Deculein has no intention of letting this foul creature leave here alive. That deep-seated hostility toward demons causes his power to surge, overflowing with cold, calculated fury. As the beast lunges for the kill, Deculein fires a precise magic strike directly into its forehead. Just like that, it is over. With the threat neutralized, the system confirms the completion of the side quest, Shadow of the Magic Tower. He earned shop currency and a special achievement for slaying his first demon. Plus, he gets the Deculein family bonus. With the trait fully unlocked, the Deculein blood compels him to spit out words of pure, freezing contempt. You filthy, disgusting creature. Even in your final moments, you managed to stain this world. This encounter is the final proof he needed. The game has officially begun, and this demon was just the start. You and I can see it in his eyes, the game is on. This marks the beginning of a world with no players. The next morning at the academy, sunlight streams through the window, finally waking Ejena from her deep, unconscious sleep. She sits up with a sudden scream, instantly catching the attention of the nurse standing nearby. You are finally awake? Realizing she is in the infirmary, she asks the nurse in total confusion, what happened? I was just in the forest. The nurse speaks softly, noting that she does not seem to remember a thing. She begins to recount last night's events. A demon appeared on the mountain. You were trapped in its illusion, which caused serious mental trauma and made you faint. Luckily, you were found and brought to the medical ward. Due to the incident, the mountain is temporarily sealed, while the magic tower conducts a full investigation of the area. To make sure she knows, the nurse quickly mentions the name of the man who saved her. Your savior was actually the senior professor, Deculein. Hearing his name makes Egena's face twist with pure annoyance. Damn it, out of all the people it could have been, it had to be him? She asks what day it is. The nurse thinks for a moment before answering you have been unconscious for 36 hours straight. It is currently Wednesday. When she hears that, she panics. Wait, if today is Wednesday, that means I'm late for class. After that, Ejena wastes no time and bolts out of the room, sprinting toward her classroom. Her classmates stare in surprise as she bursts through the door. Luckily, she made it just in time, gasping for air. I made it. Julia spots her immediately and waves her hand, calling her over to their usual spot. Julia looks at her pale face with genuine concern. Are you okay? I visited you, but you were still out. I was so worried. And that is where we leave it, she tells her friend. She is fine and actually feels great after a long sleep. Stick with me, you're about to see Ina's world flip as she stares at her desk, asking Julia what announcement she missed. The classroom has completely changed, but Julia is just as clueless. Neither of them have any idea what is going on. The room was already like this when they arrived. It looks like another strange, special lesson is planned for today. Suddenly, Professor Deculein and Alan enter the room. Ina rushes to her seat, her eyes locked on the stranger. Who is that? The professor stands at the podium, looking over every student in the room before making a very important introduction. Before we start, there is a major announcement. This is Alan, the newly appointed assistant professor for this course. The students are stunned. A wave of shocked whispers fills the classroom. What? Did he really just say that? Isn't it true that Professor Deculein has never used an assistant before? Yeah, the rumor said he always worked alone. It feels totally absurd to them. Becoming an assistant is a golden ticket to building a profile and becoming a professor. There is no way the academy would just allow that to happen, right? Exactly. It makes zero sense to anyone. Watching Alan get the position so easily makes Ina feel a burning sense of injustice deep inside her heart. Her own father was stuck as a researcher until he was 30 because he was denied an assistant role. She can't understand this choice. Why would he suddenly hire some random mage that none of us have ever even seen or heard of before? After the introduction, Alan is ordered to hand out the tools, while the professor explains the details of today's exam. Now, here's the challenge: a synthesis test with a strict 3-hour limit. Alan starts passing out the equipment boxes to everyone. Take one of these. There are more boxes over on the other side. Ina looks down at the jade bracelet glowing softly on her wrist, a gift from her father. What did he mean to Deculein? Why didn't he give her father a single chance, choosing instead to push him into a life of misery? And why is he acting so strangely toward her right now, of all times? She knows she shouldn't let her mind wander, but she can't control it. No, focus on the task. Find the formula quickly. Her mind is in total chaos. While she desperately tries to complete the test, Deculein's cold and low voice suddenly rings out across the room. 25 minutes, 15 seconds. Task complete. Everyone is speechless when they realize Sylvia finished the exam in such a short time. What? Did she really finish everything in under 30 minutes? Typical Sylvia. The professor stares down at her work with a chilling gaze that makes her feel incredibly uncomfortable. After inspecting the result, he gives his verdict. Perfect. You may leave. Sylvia stands up and prepares to exit. Before walking out, she shoots a quick, mocking glance at the girl still struggling to finish her work. Seeing Ina flailing, Sylvia smirks. That mocking laugh makes Ina want to scream as she glares back in pure rage. Falling behind Sylvia makes her magic even harder to control. Damn it, she really needs to hurry up before time runs out. A long time passes. Deculein starts calling out names of the successful students. Julia, you can go. Jaehin, you are dismissed. One by one, the students leave. Ken, you're done. Everyone is gone, but Ina is still sitting there alone. Alan checks his watch and sees the time is up. Professor, it's been 3 hours. We should officially end the test now. Ina freezes. I'm doomed. You and I both know that look. She can't believe she failed to finish on time. She slams her head onto the table, screaming internally for her brain to just think of something, anything at all. Thinking of Sylvia makes her feel even more miserable. She couldn't even outperform that girl, and now she's the only failure left. The defeat crushes her spirit. She panics, wondering to herself, what am I even doing here at this academy? Am I really so stupid that I can't even handle this? The weight of failure consumes her entire heart. Ina stands up, feeling completely drained. Maybe she just doesn't know her place in this world after all. She hasn't even started at the academy, yet she dreamed of revenge and competing with geniuses. How foolish of her. Just as she turns to leave, Deculein's voice rings out. 5:47. She looks up in absolute shock. It turns out he never left at all. He was sitting at the teacher's desk the whole time, waiting for Ina to finish. He coldly asks how much longer she plans to keep him waiting. Ina stares at his emotionless face. Is Professor Deculein really still sitting there after all this time? Deculein bluntly points out her mistakes. You lost your composure over such a simple task, and that is why you failed to complete it on time. She bows her head in deep shame, whispering a quiet apology. He stands up from his desk and walks directly toward her. Even if others mock you and leave you behind, his lips move softly as he speaks. Even if your enemy is standing right in front of your eyes. And that's the lesson you and I leave with. Even when facing your enemy, you must always keep your cool and stay composed. All right, you and I are about to watch a cold professor drop a brutal parting shot. If you stay this weak, you will never catch me. He glances back with pure disappointment. I am honestly let down. I really thought you were a hidden gem. The door slams shut, leaving the classroom in total silence. Ephraim sits there alone, her mind racing over his harsh words. Finally, she marches back to her seat. She slams her hands down, unable to accept being looked down upon like that. Deculen's voice keeps echoing in her head. I really thought you were a gem. Her fists clench tight as a fire starts burning in her soul. So what? Her fighting spirit is finally back. Whether you are disappointed or not, I can still do this. Ephraim quickly starts casting magic to finish the test. But she is pushing too hard. Her body starts to overload, and blood begins dripping from her nose. Stick with me, because this girl is about to push past her limits. She pours every ounce of magic into the spell. I will do it, Ephraim screams. But the man she thinks is long gone is actually still right there. Deculein leans against the wall, sensing her magic. This is good. Spurring her fighting spirit made his time worthwhile. He spent over 6 hours on her, but he views it as a necessary investment for the future. For what is coming, he needs a fully grown Ephraim. He remembers the demon he defeated earlier. Finding a demon at Shadow Mountain means the main quest is starting. A time of absolute evil is approaching. Special individuals who can impact the quest are vital now, and a perfected Ephraim is one of them. She does not have the mindset of a true mage yet, but if she survives this, her growth will be terrifying. Of course, that growth could actually turn into a threat against me, but I am not going to let that happen. Destiny is just a belief for people who do not work hard. The only thing he trusts is himself. Deculein's pride will not let him be tied down by some rookie. He senses the magic in the room finally fading. It looks like Ephraim has finally finished her exam. She flings the door open and storms past Deculein without even a glance. He steps out from the shadows. He walks inside and looks at her test. Seeing the perfect result, a faint, tiny smirk crosses his lips. He checks his watch. 6 hours and 25 minutes. Mission accomplished. Once her spirit was ignited, and excluding their conversation, it took her less than 20 minutes to complete the entire thing. Deculein pulls out her evaluation paper. This task highlighted the common weakness of those not from the academy. Suddenly, he pauses his pen, but as he writes the final line, his voice sounds satisfied. The quality is high enough to compete for the top spot. As soon as he finishes, the system pings. Side quest complete. Your path. Shop currency +1. With the job done, he decides it is time to head home. Ephraim is gone, so I should return to the mansion. Now, here is where things get tense. An uninvited guest suddenly appears. Professor Deculein. The man's presence makes Deculein freeze. Ignoring the cold vibe, the guest laughs loudly like they are best friends. It has been a long time. Deculein looks at him, every alarm bell in his head going off. What is he doing here? Zavon von Boltesian, the current head of the family and Julie's older brother. He is the one who pushed the engagement with Julie so hard. More importantly, Deculein's mind races to figure out his intent. This man ranks third in combat power during the early stages. He is even stronger than Ganessa, a special rank character known for overwhelming, crushing force. If a monster like this came in person, Deculein cannot help but think about the Snowflame Stone. Is it because of Julie? He swallows hard, tension rising. Is this a death flag? Right now, he has zero way to fight this beast. Zavon keeps up his friendly act. It really is a pleasure to run into you like this. I heard rumors you and Julie are not getting along, so I was a bit worried. Deculein pauses, then asks, Oh? After some small talk, he reveals his hand. So, I was thinking of hosting a dinner party this week. You do not mind? Luckily, Zavon does not seem to be looking for a fight yet. Deculein feels a wave of relief. At least he is acting friendly. Deculein starts to decline a dinner party. Zavon grabs his shoulder and shuts down his refusal before it starts. So, what do you and I make of this? A forced invitation he cannot refuse. I would love to. All right, you and I are jumping into a high-stakes family drama where power and marriage are a dangerous game. He takes all responsibility. Based on his massive frame, he towers over the man, looking down with a sharp warning, see you on that day, Professor Deculein. Watching him walk away, Deculein feels totally helpless. He wasn't even given a single chance to say no to the man. That arrogant attitude and obsession with the big picture? Yeah. Deculein realizes he never really had a choice here from the start. This man puts the family name above everything else. If anyone ruins his plans, things are going to get very ugly, very fast. Against that kind of overwhelming power, taking a risk is suicide. Looks like this meeting is definitely happening, whether he likes it or not. The next day, at the Freyden mansion, Julie absolutely loses it when she hears the news. She flat out refuses to meet him. Her brother can't wrap his head around her reaction. Why does she hate the guy this much? Julie is absolutely fuming at him. She screams that they just had a fight, and she is way too busy training her knights for this kind of nonsense. He looks at her like a pouting child and asks if she is really this upset over a single stolen stone. Seeing him treat her like a kid, she hates it. It is not like that. Meanwhile, her loyal knight Beon stands back in the distance, watching the two siblings go at it. He keeps pushing her. Why else would the guy buy rare weapon-grade metal if it wasn't meant as a special gift for her? Mentioning that fire snowstone just makes her explode. If he really thinks a sword is going to win her over as a gift, her face is pure disgust and hatred as she speaks. In that moment, she declares she will call off the entire engagement. That declaration sends her brother over the edge. He grits his teeth so hard that the veins start popping out on his neck. Now pay attention, this is the pressure of a true clan leader. He tells her to think very carefully about this. Julie is pushing her luck now. She is directly threatening the interests of the entire family name and his bottom line. She used to say canceling was stupid, and that feelings had no place in a political marriage. He reminds her of her own words. Wondering if there is someone else, his voice turns deadly. He claims no one in the world loves her more than that man does. Is there someone else? His rage shuts her down immediately. Julie just grits her teeth and denies having feelings for anyone. There is nobody. Her brother just can't understand why she hates the guy so much, so he keeps digging for an answer. Is it his pathetic lack of achievements that is bothering you? She looks down and says it has nothing to do with that. When he asks for the real reason, pure, cold silence. He gives up on the talk but doesn't care. He orders her to show up at the meeting to settle things once and for all. Just go and settle it there. Once he leaves the training ground, it is just Julie and her loyal knight, Beon, left behind. Her fists clench tight. The pure rage inside her forces her to draw her blade right then and there to vent. Julie vents everything into her training. Each strike is fueled by pure fury, increasing her power and ending in a massive, earth-shaking explosion. As the smoke clears with the wind, the only thing left is the raw energy from her devastating and powerful sword strikes. Beon watches from behind and notes the difference in her form. Today, his master's blade feels heavy with a lot of emotion. Julie finally notices him standing there. Beon is her loyal knight and the man who knows her better than anyone else. She shuts her eyes to regain control of herself. She apologizes for letting him see her in such a messy and unsightly state. Beon's cold red eyes meet hers. He tells her simply that he understands exactly how she feels and what she is going through. You and I can tell he's being totally honest here. He thinks that man is completely unworthy of her. This marriage is unacceptable. Julie stops him before he says too much. She snaps at him to shut it, fearing that someone else might be listening in. She reminds him that talking behind someone's back is beneath the honor of a true knight. It isn't his style at all. She looks at him, knowing he is just being protective of her. She gives him a soft, appreciative smile for his concern. Don't ruin your own honor for me. I will be fine. Her sad smile completely changes the mood on the training field. His eyes are filled with hesitation and deep regret as he looks at her. After letting it all out, she prepares for tonight's meeting. She gives Beon one last order before leaving to go and rest. I am going to rest. Get everything ready. He bows low and acknowledges the command with a respectful tone. But when he looks up, his eyes turn dark. There is a terrifying and dark obsession growing in his pupils right now. He watches her walk away, and a truly insane idea takes root in his mind while looking at her beautiful face. He has finally found the answer to his doubts, a way to prove his ultimate loyalty to his master today. He reaches for the sword at his side. This is something only he can pull off for his beloved master. He vows to be her source of happiness. Trust me. You and I are about to see a murder plot unfold. You and I are jumping in right as Deculein is about to face serious danger. Will Beon actually go through with the assassination? Demons have already appeared at Dark Mountain near the Association Hall. From the very beginning of time, magic was born as a secret art specifically meant to wipe out demonic creatures. Now that they have returned, we cannot just stand by and watch. Send letters to the 12 great mage families and order them to answer our summons immediately. Finally, the tedious task of sorting through every single item bought at the last auction is complete. This recovery ring and the ancient rune necklace can store a massive amount of mana, so I should definitely keep them for my own use. As for the rest of the items, I will lock them away in the chest. Ganesa promised that I would not have to worry about thieves here. Even so, Deculein is still feeling very uneasy. The biggest problem right now is this specific item. It simply refuses to cooperate with him. I did not plan on using this stone immediately, but no matter what spells I try, nothing seems to make it budge. The flow of mana inside this stone is actively fighting back against my own magic. Now, watch closely because back in the game, this thing was so expensive I could barely look at it. Even trying to force a reforging using mental arts does absolutely nothing to it. But then, out of nowhere, Deculein suddenly realizes something important. He remembers a text from the library about a legendary sword that must be tamed through resonance. Does that mean I actually have to understand the blade? Thinking that might be the key, he places his hand on the sword to feel it. Instantly, a surge of power makes him grimace in discomfort. The light becomes blindingly bright, and after a short moment, he is forced to pull his hand back. The system shows 0.1% comprehension with 1,357 mana out of 3,357. Deculein is stunned. He just burned through 2,000 units of mana only to reach a measly 0.1% progress. At this rate, it will take at least a year to finish. For now, though, this is the only viable method he has left. He stares out the window, muttering that he needs to get ready for his appointment. His gaze drifts toward the calendar on the wall. Tonight is the dinner that Jay arranged, and just thinking about the meeting makes him frown in pure annoyance. Plus, there is another event already set in stone from before I entered this body. 3 days from now is the Memorial Day at the Von Misio restaurant. Two men walk side by side when one speaks up, mentioning that it must have been a lot of trouble for him to make it here. July arrived before us, so she should be waiting inside. When they enter, the man exclaims that she looks absolutely radiant in that outfit. Even Deculein freezes for a few seconds when he catches sight of her. As he pulls out a chair to sit down, he cannot help but overthink. I never noticed it before because she is always in armor, but dressed like this, she is stunning. No wonder Deculein was so obsessed with her. July replies that she obviously put a lot of effort into her appearance today. Deculein watches the two of them chat happily together. You and I both know he only came to see July in her new dress, but he seems stuck in deep thought. He was so distracted by July that he did not realize the danger at first. He never expected to run into her in a place like this. Right now, Josephine is just acting like a regular sister attending a dinner to support her younger sibling. But in reality, Josephine is much more than just a sister. To Deculein, she is by far the most dangerous person in existence. A natural-born psychopath willing to do anything to reach her goals. She leads the Shadow Intelligence Organization and controls the continent from the dark. In terms of raw, pure strength, she is on a level equal to the strongest fighters alive. The only person Josephine truly cares about is July, so crossing her sister is like a direct invitation to your own funeral. There is no doubt about it. The moment I entered this room, I felt her bloodlust. She is the embodiment of a villainous fate. Being able to sense killing intent from someone as terrifying as Josephine proves just how dangerous this death flag really is. If Deculein cannot prove his sincerity to July right now, there is no way he survives this encounter with her sister. The man sitting across from him asks, "So, before the food arrives, when is Professor Deculein finally getting married? It has been 3 years since the engagement, after all." July reacts instantly, but the man quickly waves her off to keep talking. This is a matter for the family elders, forcing her to stay quiet in frustration. Deculein hesitates for a moment. After being encouraged to speak his mind, Deculein looks directly at the spot where Josephine is sitting. Finally, he makes his choice. I will let July decide. If she is not sure about this marriage, I am willing to call off the engagement. Hearing this makes July even angrier, while the man just shrugs. You sure talk about ending an engagement quite lightly, do you not? Is it because you two have grown distant lately? If so, I suggest you find a way to fix this relationship soon. Breaking an engagement is not that simple. The elders in the family will never allow such a thing to happen. Once he finishes, July shouts in a rage, begging him to leave so they can finally have a moment of privacy. After glancing at Deculein, the man agrees to leave. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Go ahead and enjoy your chat. Silence finally fills the room once again. July speaks first. What are you planning this time? What do you actually want? Outside, Josephine sits with her wine, listening to every word. Watch closely now, our main character knows exactly who is listening outside that door. Right behind the door, Josephine is eavesdropping. She pretended to leave with a smile, but she definitely set a trap to record this entire conversation. There was no way she would just walk away that easily. But this is actually a perfect chance, since she has no idea he spotted her. If he can make her believe that Deculein truly loves July, he might just survive this deadly encounter. Taking a deep breath, Deculein pours his emotions into his voice. July, I am only telling you how I truly feel. This makes July even more uncomfortable and confused. Your true feelings? What are you even talking about? Deculein begins his performance. It seems breaking this engagement is not as simple as you thought. At this point, neither of us can just act on our own anymore. We have already gone way too far for that. July clenches her fists. Then, what do you mean? What new game are you playing to torture me? Before we were even engaged, you used your connections to force me. You promised benefits to my family elders just so they would pressure me into this. Seeing her get more heated, Deculein frowns and calls out her name softly. But she just explodes, yelling about how he used the danger of combat as an excuse to kick her out of the Imperial Knights. Then you had the nerve to invite me to be the commander under your own family. And when I refused, you spread those disgusting rumors about me. You are not planning on doing all that again, are you? Everyone knows what you did. You and I can see the truth here. He was literally destroying her life just to keep her close. That is why he understands her burning hatred better than anyone else right now. Deculein firmly states that he will never do those things again. But our female lead is in full logic mode and refuses to be tricked. I know that I have kept you tied down for far too long. These words make her freeze. What? I am saying that I was wrong. She stares at him in total silence. He continues. But it is not just me. Even your brother and sister are being too extreme. July immediately tries to defend them, but Deculein uses cold logic. If they weren't extreme, why would they stop you from breaking the engagement? Is it not all just for the sake of the family honor? July falls silent, unable to find an answer. Outside the door, Josephine is catching every single word of this reveal. While calmly cutting his steak, Deculein speaks casually. Besides, if you really want to be a guardian knight, do you not need to escape your family? Her eyes widen in shock. How did he know? A guardian knight is someone who belongs to no family and exists only to protect the empire. July, I am not an honest man, nor am I someone you can easily trust. She wonders what he will say next. I am nothing like the man you desire. I do not deserve you. Just get to the point already. For someone like me, there is only one thing I can do for you. We will keep the engagement, but we will not get married. I truly want to set you free, but because of political ties, I cannot. So, use my name as your shield. Use it as long as you need until you are ready to chase your dreams. I will hold this position and wait. July is beyond confused. What kind of scheme is this? Why are you only saying this now? Deculein continues his mission to save his own life. I do not expect anything in return. But if there is one thing I could beg of you, July waits with bated breath. But the request is surprisingly simple. Just smile for me once a month. That is all I want. I know what you were thinking. That is a pretty smooth line. And it is working on both of them. He only said those fancy words to avoid his death flag. But seeing July so flustered by his request is actually kind of adorable. She panics, asking why he would suddenly make such a promise. He cannot help but admit one thing to himself. Even the original Deculein's deep love for July has now become his own. While he is lost in thought, July snaps at him for being embarrassing, then coughs to regain her composure. No matter what you say, I will not be fooled. I will never believe you. Why are you laughing? I said, I do not believe it. Josephine smiles to herself outside. It is a bit cheesy. But could these feelings actually be the real deal? Maybe she should keep watching a bit longer. Suddenly, a system notification appears. The embodiment of a villainous destiny. The death flag has been successfully cleared. Shop currency +2. 3 days later, Deculein looks out the window. Time flies. Today is the scheduled Memorial Day. He steps out of the car and heads inside. A cemetery. Just being here brings a heavy, deep sense of nostalgia to his soul. And that is where we leave him as the sunset fades over a heart that finally feels at home. All right, you and I are diving into a story where my memories aren't of Deculein but of Kim Hyun-jin. As I think of her, images of the beautiful Dua appear along with her voice, adding a secret that confuses Huin. Late at night, Dua suggests adding a small backstory for Deculein, since he is just a mid-boss in the game. The author already gave it the green light. After all, Huin tells her not to be greedy, as wasting resources is pointless when they have pulled so many all-nighters already. If it doesn't drive sales, don't create more work, but Dua is not ready to give up on her idea yet. She asks why, insisting it is meaningful, while Huin seems completely used to her stubborn streaks of creativity. She smiles brightly, saying it is all about putting a creator's heart and soul into the game they are building. Huin walks off, muttering that she is talking nonsense again and will just do whatever she wants, regardless of him. Dua stays confident, believing her smart little idea won't be a waste of time once the players finally see it. See, Deculein had a fiancée who passed away, and Dua was incredibly excited about this specific plot twist. I wonder what she found so fascinating about it. Was it meant for the whole development team to enjoy? Now, pay attention. Is this the easiest way to show care, or did she hide something deeper in this Easter egg? What made her smile so brightly? To revive the memories of Kim Hyun-jin, I have to follow these lingering traces. I mumbled to myself, wondering if I should call this a brilliant move or something that went a bit too far. On the tombstone, the name Dua von S. Main-cha is engraved, someone who was always grateful to him. But why? Why is her name on this grave? Deculein was modeled after Kim Hyun-jin, and this was his late fiancé. Why did Dua put herself in that role? And more importantly, why did she leave this specific message behind? Just one extra line of text, but it is enough to make my entire world of emotions come crashing down. I can almost hear Dua's voice whispering in my ear as old memories begin to pour in without end. I see her shy smile while she praised my drawings, and remember her draping her coat over me in winter. Her warm hug, her voice saying she loved me, she stayed by my side, supporting me for 7 long years. As I am drowning in memories, someone suddenly appears in the distance, breaking the heavy silence of the graveyard. He gnashes his teeth in anger, finally finding his target, a filthy mage, as the sun begins to set. I quickly regain my composure, acting as if I had not shed a single tear. Deculein's coldness is quite useful here. A shadow looms before me. I recognize that face immediately. This is a person I have definitely seen before. It is Dorka, right? He snarls in rage, asking how I know him. Clearly surprised by this unexpected encounter, I stay silent, frowning as I realize who he is, the mage killer known as Assassin Dorka. He is a special S-rank mid-boss specifically designed to be the ultimate nightmare for any magic user. Dorka's special ability is magic nullification, making him a deadly foe. Suddenly, he leaps forward, launching a ferocious attack. Now, you and I both know that nullification skills are completely broken in any game, and Dorka is no exception. His power requires no special conditions if you are within his range. Every single spell you cast becomes utterly useless. Dorka lunges wildly, shouting that magic has no effect on him, and calling all mages pathetic fools. He is incredibly fast, but he cannot touch me. We move like a deadly game of cat and mouse. Watching him jump high, I realize why mages fear him, but he just screams for me to die. Usually, talking too much gets you in trouble, and Dorka just took a heavy steel punch straight to the jaw. He tumbles back as I look down at him, calmly stating that his nullification means absolutely nothing to me. A few days ago, I finally saved up 10 currency units to buy the mana quality reinforcement from the shop. This specific skill boosts mana efficiency, allowing me to do way more with much less energy. But more importantly, I had to completely relearn how to control my spells through some serious practice sessions. Now, with the same amount of mana, I can unleash power that is many times stronger than before. Level 1 mana quality reinforcement is active, letting me refine my energy with even better results than I expected. Moving to the next step, I grab a staff and suddenly realize something that is honestly quite shocking. Looking at the twisted iron in my hand, I can't help but shout, "What on earth is happening to me?" You and I just saw a total upgrade not just in magic, but in my physical self, leaving Dorka completely crushed. Alright, you and I are about to see how our villain turns a death sentence into a massive payday. Deculein realizes that his mana quality upgrade is actually boosting his personal character traits as well. He could have crushed Dorka with just his physical strength, but these buffed attributes made it effortless. Dorka is down for the count, but he is still spitting venom about how he almost won. He rants about rotten mages and heretics, calling everyone in the floating island and the tower useless fools. A game-breaking unique ability, fueled by an intense hatred for magicians and everything involving heresy. Deculein narrows his eyes and makes a chilling confirmation about his opponent. "You are a member of the fallen race." Hearing this, he looks up in shock. "How do you know?" This name comes from being born with a red membrane and ancient dark magic blood in their veins. They hide their identities across the continent, acting as the natural enemies of all mages. Since the very beginning of time, magic was created for the sole purpose of killing demons. You and I are looking at the core legend of this world and one of the main stories in this game. Because of that, anyone with fallen blood is constantly hunted, and a brutal purge might be happening right now. Deculein looks at him with pity. "Dorka, I understand the persecution your people have suffered, but if you murder innocent mages, you are no different from the monsters you hate." Dorka screams out in a stubborn rage, "Shut up. What could someone like you possibly know? Stop talking and just kill me." Then Deculein says he knows the fallen are innocent, which shocks him. What? A lowly mage dares to say something like that? Deculein remains perfectly calm. "I am Deculein of the Deculein family, a noble bloodline that never loses its dignity." Dorka is annoyed. "You are showing off your pride before death? How absolutely ridiculous. Only demons make me lose my pride. The Deculein blood that hunts them boils with rage. It is an irresistible instinct." "Dorka, did I lose my dignity while fighting you?" Dorka freezes at the question. Deculein continues, "Or was I shaken by your pathetic taunts? Did I let a blind rage take control of my actions during our battle? You are still a human, and that is the true dignity of a noble. You can believe me. Now, pay attention, because the professor is about to end this conversation in the most brutal way possible." Deculein tells him to surrender quietly. The soldiers salute and announce that Inspector Lofa has arrived. "That kick was incredible, Professor Deculein. Should we beat this killer some more for you?" "No, leave him alone." Deculein then waves his hand to create a wave of blue mana. Lofa watches in awe, wondering if magic can really be this elegant. Deculein hands over a scroll. He warns them to use steel chains, because anti-magic cuffs are useless against this man. Lofa finally understands why the criminal was able to hide from the magic radar so easily. Deculein asks why they arrived so early. "Were you already out on a patrol?" Lofa says they received a report. "Didn't you call?" "No, it must have been someone else." "Then I will take my leave." "Good job here." Lofa beams with joy at the praise. Deculein walks away, glad to end this without spilling blood in a place she once visited. The next day, for the first time in 15 years, a meeting is called at the Deculein mansion. Holding the scroll, Deculein asks his sister if she really came all this way just for a letter. Uriel snaps back that since he doesn't care, she had to deliver it herself. "Ensuring family stability is the responsibility of the leader, right? Why are you staying shirtless?" He ignores her and reads, "A demonic event has occurred at the Dark Mountain recently. The council wants a meeting. A system quest appears, summoned by the floating island tower. It starts in 1 week, and he can only bring 2 companions, including his guard." Uriel asks if he needs a guard. "Maybe Cypher? He used to be a mercenary, right? Cypher is more used to driving than weapons now. Trust me, you and I need to see who he picks." "All right, you and I are about to see Yin glare at her brother, claiming that going without guards is not an option. I know that. This journey is not a place where I can easily stay alive." Deculein asks calmly, "Are you worried about me?" "Hit right where it hurts." Yin screams, "What? Don't say such creepy things. It would be a total nightmare if you died before officially naming me the head of house." She blushes in embarrassment. Deculein speaks up. Either way, I will handle the guards. I will reach out to a reliable source. The Freihem night camp appears. Everyone is training with passion. Julie stands there observing and gives them praise. Good, keep that rhythm up. Stay focused. From a distance, a man watches them with a troubled look. He seems exhausted. What should I even do about this situation? Just then, a voice calls out. What do you mean? Beyond suddenly appears from right behind him. Beyond glares coldly as the man jumps in shock. At least give me a warning first, Beyond. Then he sighs in frustration. We just received a mission request for the Knights. It is a massive task, but something feels a bit off about it. That is why I am hesitant to accept it. Beyond suggests. Instead of worrying alone, why not discuss it with the commander? The man replies, the hard part is figuring out how to even tell her. Pay attention here, the mission is to escort Deculein. Or rather, the whole train. But we both know the true objective behind it. They are trying to hide the main goal because they fear we would refuse if it was just about protecting him. Beyond says, accept it. A train escort is a rare chance. If we succeed, our reputation will soar as an independent night squad. It is a golden opportunity. This will also fix our financial situation. The man hesitates because of Julie, but Beyond cuts him off firmly. Our commander would never let personal feelings interfere with a mission. Hearing that, the man finally changes his mind. Is that so? Then we should quickly report this to her. Behind him, Beyond shows a murderous expression. High in the northern continent lies a mountain range reaching 3,500 meters. This place is the home of powerful mages known as the Elders. It is the center where all magic schools send their theories. Naturally, the magic tower is also under the authority of this place. Even the legendary floating island of mages must obey the decisions made right here. This location holds so much influence it can be considered the pillar of the entire magic world. Since the conference only happens once every few decades, being summoned is seen as a massive honor for any mage. In his room, a young man receives a summons, while at the same time, a blue-haired girl also gets her own letter. It serves as official recognition of their status. The letter is delivered directly into her hands as well. However, this place has another name, the Mage's Grave. At the station, the train to the north is ready to depart. Julie stands at the station with two others. She looks at the man in front of her and asks, "Are you fully prepared?" The man replies, "Of course, do not worry." Suddenly, Deculein arrives, and her expression shifts into one of pure shock. Deculein slowly approaches and says, "Let's go." Beside him is Alan, carrying the luggage while speaking up. It is already April, yet there is so much snow. "Professor, the north really is a different world." Seeing him approach, the man welcomes him warmly. "Thank you for traveling all this way." Deculein looks toward him and speaks. From this trance, his words leave the man wondering with a very curious thought. As soon as Julie sees him, she freezes up completely. Her face turns bright red as she snaps into a stiff, formal stance to introduce herself. "We will do our absolute best to protect you and ensure your journey is smooth." Seeing her strange behavior and stiff posture, Deculein gives her a very confused look. He thinks to himself that seeing her smile once a month would be plenty. After the formal greetings, check this out. Julie is panicking as she bows shyly, her body trembling while she struggles to figure out how to smile. Should I? Really? How do I smile? A bright one or just a small grin? Why am I even suffering like this? Her actions leave the man feeling completely helpless, crying on the inside as he watches her. Even though she hates him, she is doing her best for the mission. He truly respects her as a captain. He turns to her and offers, "Captain, I will handle things." Right then, a voice calls out from behind, "I am Beyond." Beyond steps forward, looking at the two of them as he introduces himself to the group. "And trust me, we are in for a wild ride," as Beyond explains he is the lead escort for this dangerous journey. "All right, you and I are about to see if our main character can survive the deadliest train ride in history. This kid is an elite warrior recognized by the whole Knight Order. So there is no need to worry, Professor." Deculein stays silent, narrowing his eyes in suspicion as he stares at the man. "An elite warrior? Really? I need to check him with my vision, just to be sure." He focuses his gaze and activates his special sight. No special aura at all. Deculein is genuinely confused. wondering why he can't feel a single drop of power from him. Am I just overthinking this? Since he doesn't answer, Veon keeps talking. Most mages have guards, and every train car gets its own protector. I will be in charge of your cabin, Professor. Deculein looks at him and simply says, I will leave it to you then. The meeting ends, and Julie looks at them before heading out. All right, my work here is done. Safe travels to you. She walks away, but suddenly stops and turns back, leaving Deculein feeling completely puzzled by her behavior. She looks directly at him and flashes a bright, radiant smile, which only confuses him even more. Seeing her strange reaction, the man turns his head and calls out to her. Deculein smiles back at her, sighing with a look of helplessness. He thinks to himself, so you actually kept your promise. Now pay attention here, because the train is about to depart and things are about to get very dangerous. Deculein glances back at Veon and gives him some advice. You should go get some rest. We still have a few hours before we arrive. He bows respectfully. Understood. I will sleep for a bit then. Minutes later, the train finally begins to roll. Alan leans back into his seat and lets out a tired sigh. Deculein watches him with a serious expression. This summons to the council is often called the wizard's grave. The council is considered the main pillar of the magic world, but it also hides a terrifying dark side. This is due to a disaster that happens at every single summit, meeting the unpredictable train attack. Surviving this event is a matter of life and death, and it is how the original Deculein died. The trick is picking the right train. If you want a better chance, you could buy info from the Black Connection, an underground network that knows exactly which trains will be hit. You and I both know the old Deculein would have done that, but our main character has cut all ties with criminals. Because of that, I have prepared everything myself to ensure my own survival. For example, I've already mastered the legendary martial arts techniques of the great fighter ESCH. Deculein holds his book and glances at Alan. He is sleeping so soundly, despite being so excited earlier. Flashback to a few days ago, Deculein asks, Alan, do you want to come to the council as my assistant? It is dangerous, so you can refuse. The offer moves Alan to tears. Thank you so much, Professor. For someone like me, this is a massive honor. Seeing him cry just makes Deculein annoyed. If your nose starts running, I am leaving you behind. Back in the present, Deculein looks at his companion and wonders. I did not expect him to agree, knowing the danger. Maybe his ambition is bigger than I thought. Alan stays asleep. After a long time, the train finally pulls into the station. Everyone begins to step off. Only the three of them are left in the car. Deculein waits for Alan to wake while Veon approaches from behind. Deculein leans against the window and looks outside, lost in thought. The final stop is the council, and nothing has happened yet. Did I actually choose the safe train? I prepared so much, but it looks like all that effort might have been for nothing. He is currently wearing his enchanted vest and trousers, along with his leather shoes. This entire outfit was upgraded by the Midas hand to massively boost his defense. Deculein narrows his eyes at the wood steel floating before him. Before leaving, I used my skill on this master-crafted outfit to maximize its protective power. The wood steel daggers are hidden throughout the train, all enhanced and ready for combat. I even applied the enhancement to Alan's cloak. His cloak is now a high-level armor, but looking at Alan, you and I can see Deculein is still pretty annoyed. Trust me, you and I are diving into a world where every drop of mana counts. Deculein stares at his hands, questioning his choices. He has used Midas touch way too much lately, and with his mana running dangerously low, he wonders if he should save it for something else. It really is a waste. No, preparation is key, but he still hopes for the best. He just wants things to stay peaceful like this for a little longer. He looks up and sighs in relief as the train speeds across a massive bridge. But suddenly, something falls from the sky, and a violent explosion rips through part of the carriage. We jump back to a few days before departure, where a voice echoes through the train. You really aren't going to put that book down. Even while we are traveling? A blond man crosses his arms, watching Sfia sit across from him. He asks if the magic tower is drowning her in homework. She keeps her eyes on the pages, replying that while there is a lot, she has missed quite a few classes lately. He chuckles and teases her, saying that even though she will be a great mage, she is still more hardworking than anyone. She looks at him seriously, asking how she could ever deserve that title without this much effort. Her father is stunned into silence as she bows her head. She feels a wave of anxiety, thinking to herself that she isn't worried about the exams or the journey itself. She just wants to hear more of the professor's lectures. Looking at her father, she asks why they are leaving for the council conference so early. They could have easily waited a few more days before setting out. He just lowers his head and smiles without answering her. Now, pay attention here. The father looks at his daughter with a serious face and asks if she has heard that this journey is known as the Graveyard of Mages. She is shocked by the dark question and asks if that isn't just some scary ghost story people tell each other. He immediately shoots down her assumption, telling her it is very much real. He explains that during every summons to the council, mages die. 15 years ago, 11 people perished. Being called to the council is a symbol of a prestigious family status. If a family is chosen among the top 20 and attends the conference, their name is etched into history forever. But those who are summoned and fail to show up are permanently erased from the list of noble families. A new family takes that spot. He asks her what she thinks is the easiest way to drag a powerful family down. The realization hits her hard, and Sofia gasps in sheer horror at the dark thought. He confirms it. This journey is like walking on thin ice, where those hungry for status will hunt the lives of the mages going before them. Sofia is so terrified by the dark reality that she can't even find her voice to reply. He looks at his daughter and teaches her the lesson. He left early because he heard a group is planning to attack the next train that departs. He brought her along as a precaution. Once he finishes speaking, she finally manages to find her voice. But if this plan of ours is discovered, it will definitely cause major trouble for us. He frowns in silence, thinking that he must explain things because she will eventually have to face the cruel reality of this world. He asks her if she thinks all 12 traditional families have actually kept their honor intact since the very beginning of time. If someone deserves punishment for these actions, then every single mage is just as guilty as the next person. Deaths on this journey are basically treated as natural deaths in the world of high-level magic. Back in the present, Deculein is calmly reading his book. Outside, the train is still speeding along the tracks at a rapid pace. Now watch this. A massive object falls from the sky, slamming into the train and triggering a terrifying explosion. The blast creates a violent tremor. Ephraim frowns, her expression filled with suspicion and confusion at what happened. Deculein narrows his eyes as he senses something is wrong. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts from the windows of the train carriage. The massive shockwave is so strong that it jolts Alan awake in a panic. He looks outside and screams, "Professor, look, the train! What on earth is happening out there?" The entire train is floating high in the air. A cage of blue energy surrounds the carriages, suspending them above the deep canyon. Seeing that everyone is safe for now, Deculein breathes a sigh of relief. That was extremely lucky for them. His basic psychokinesis and boots helped. But mastering that spell before leaving is what actually saved their lives just now. On top of the carriage roof, several mysterious figures begin to gather together. One of them looks at his teammates in disbelief. Holding up a whole train? Are the head professors really on a completely different level? Another one turns around and tells them that while it is surprising, the real show is only beginning. Everyone stay focused. If we finish this job, our reward will be absolutely massive. You and I just saw things heat up. The men in black tie ropes to the roof and quickly descend into the wreckage of the broken train. All right, you and I are about to jump right into a high-stakes train ambush. Deculein glares at the intruders who just forced their way inside. His face is twisted with pure annoyance as he looks them over and calls them absolute fools. Shards of wood and steel materialize suddenly. He launches them at the assassins, claiming he had already predicted this entire attack would happen. Seeing their teammates wiped out so easily, the remaining men in black are paralyzed with pure horror. Alan sees the carnage and panics, shouting for the professor and wondering what on earth is happening. Noticing the boy is losing his cool, Deculein steps in and delivers a sharp strike to his neck. He tells Alan to rest for a bit as the boy immediately collapses right beside him. Deculein slowly stands up and looks back, calling out to a man named Vezon. He tells him to take the boy to safety and evacuate any passengers left in the other carriages. Vezon quickly moves everyone outside, while Deculein watches him through the damaged section of the train. He remembers the moment he knocked Alan out and thinks to himself that the boy felt strangely soft. With his heightened senses, he knows there is a clear difference he should have noticed before now. He turns back toward the enemies in the carriage and tells them it is time to end this. Since you started this, you must know what happens next. He warns that their lives end here, causing the terrified group to stumble backward in fear. Deculein declares their death is inevitable, as a surge of blue energy begins to wrap around his body. Outside the train, Vezon places the unconscious Alan safely against a nearby cliffside. He looks back at the carriage with a worried expression while Deculein's power continues to flood the area. Every single intruder is wiped out and left on the floor. Deculein finally slumps into a seat, completely exhausted. He is totally drained after trying to stop the explosion and fight at the same time. His mana is down to only 10 out of 3,657. Just then, Vezon returns. He reports to the professor that every single passenger has been moved to safety. Deculein starts to respond, but he suddenly stops mid-sentence as his eyes lock onto something. He looks at Vezon, sensing a shift in the air that you and I can't ignore. This man's gaze is completely different from before. He should have been panicked by the ambush too, but instead, he is acting incredibly strange and calm. A dark red energy begins radiating from Vezon's body, and Deculein realizes this is the villain's fate. He goes on high alert, wondering if his own subordinate had been hiding his true nature from the start. Deculein admits he was too careless as Vezon draws his sword, claiming he is glad to kill him personally. Vezon points his blade directly at him, stating that now that everyone is safe, it is Deculein's turn to die. Confused by this sudden betrayal, the professor has to ask one simple question. He wants to know if Vezon is acting under someone else's direct orders. Was it Julie? Vezon snaps instantly, screaming at him to stop and threatening to never forgive him for speaking his master's name. He claims she is an honorable knight who would never do this, and vows Deculein will die for the insult. From that explosive reaction, Deculein is finally able to piece together the truth. It is clear that Julie has absolutely nothing to do with this assassination attempt. He remembers the guild's deep trust in Vezon, and his expression turns grim as he realizes the situation. Now, you and I have to wonder, can he really beat a top talent like Vezon with only 10 mana left? Vezon does not give him time to recover, lunging forward with a sudden and lethal strike. He declares that his guard duty ends here, while Deculein desperately raises his wood steel shield. Watching the attack come in, he realizes that his next move is the only way to survive. Suddenly, the whole train begins to shake violently. Deculein decides to cut his telekinesis, letting the carriage lose control and plummet straight off the tracks. Meanwhile, over in Sylvia's room, her guard opens the door to check on her. He is holding a cup of ice cream and asks if the lady wants to try the local specialty, eternal snow. She just sighs in annoyance, telling him to eat it himself because she is already sick of it. She asks if everyone is finally here. Stick with me, this story is just getting started. Alright, stick with me to see a secret that changes everything. Let's start with Sylvia and her knight, Sio. As her question leaves him totally stunned. Seeing she hasn't answered, Sio looks at her and asks, "Everyone is here except Deculein and Jaewin. Are you still waiting for someone, my lady?" She gazes out the window, sighs, and simply says, "No." Watching her longing expression, Sio can't help but offer a small, knowing smile. He prepares to leave the room but stops to remind her. "I am heading out now. If you need anything, just call for me." Sylvia quietly agrees. But the second he walks out, her mind drifts back to a memory she can't shake off. She looks down, remembering a time she stumbled upon something she never intended to see: Deculein holding a bouquet of flowers. He placed forget-me-nots at her mother's grave. The stone-red Cyan Lemon, the proud wife of the great mage Gunthian, and the mother Sylvia loved so dearly. She had visited her mother on a normal day, just to sit and talk. Sylvia sat by the grave and asked how she was doing, treating it like a typical afternoon chat they used to have together back when she was still alive and well. Then, she began to pour her heart out. She complained that Professor Deculein was terrifying. He assigned so much homework, acting as if his class was the only thing that mattered in the world. But while she was talking to her mother, now pay attention, because this is where she hears a strange sound that stops her dead in her tracks. What could it be? Sylvia creeps toward the noise, hiding behind a tree. What she sees on the other side leaves her completely stunned. Her heart racing as she stares at the unbelievable sight. She recognizes him instantly. That stiff, perfectly straight back, it was definitely Deculein. There was absolutely no mistaking his arrogant silhouette. Even from a distance like this, He was kneeling all alone in front of a grave. She couldn't believe her eyes. Why was he here of all places? He didn't seem like the type of cold-hearted man who would ever mourn for the dead. After a while, he finally stood up. But then, she saw it, 2 streaks of tears were rolling down his face. Sylvia was horrified. Her mind raced, unable to process the shocking sight unfolding right in front of her. I know what you're thinking, the arrogant professor. Crying? That memory haunts her as we snap back to the present. On her way back, she keeps replaying that scene in her head. She always saw him as a nuisance, a stuck-up professor who acted superior to absolutely everyone. But even a man like him carries the heavy, painful weight of losing someone he truly loved. Those tears, falling like shooting stars, continue to haunt her thoughts. She clutches her chest, looking pensive as she recalls her father's grave warning about a dangerous threat from earlier. He had received intelligence that a mysterious group was plotting to attack the next train departing the station. Her eyes drop in sadness. This keeps weighing on her mind, making her restless. After hearing Deculein's last lecture, she decides she wants to try something brand new. Sylvia pulls out a mana stone and gazes at it intensely. If she uses this stone as a powerful medium, she might actually succeed this time. She begins to channel her energy through the stone. Massive amounts of energy swirl around her. Her magic, based on primary colors, starts to take shape as she uses the mana stone as a catalyst. The spell begins to manifest into reality, drawing power from the stone to finally solidify her magical vision. The stone's light explodes outward, bathing the entire surrounding space in a sea of vibrant, primary colors. The light fades, leaving a small bird in her hand. She gasps in shock. I actually did it! She gently cradles the bird, forming a deep connection. From now on, your name shall be Stir. Stir and Sylvia lock eyes, sealing their new contract with a silent promise. She releases it into the air and shouts, Fly, go up high and show me everything your eyes see. Back to Deculein. The train has finally stopped shaking after the chaos. Deculein braces himself against a seat, struggling to stand up. Sensing the train's current state, he's relieved it managed to stay on the tracks instead of plummeting. A few bones might be broken, but thanks to his Iron Man trait, he'll recover in no time. He reaches out, beginning the process of healing his internal injuries. Suddenly, a blinding crimson light flashes beside him. It is Vion, charging forward with a lethal attack, aimed right at Deculein's head, without warning. Deculein tilts his head, narrowly dodging the blow while wondering how his opponent survived. He wastes no time and launches a counterattack immediately. Vion dodges effortlessly. Deculein is shocked. Is that body protection chi? The guy's defense is insane. Vion raises his hand again, frustrated. You're really persistent, aren't you? He growls fiercely before lunging forward to deliver another crushing strike. The more Deculein dodges, the more relentless Vion becomes. Deculein is internally reeling. This man is terrifyingly strong, far beyond anyone he has ever faced. Vion is on another level, and even at full health, Deculein might not win this. But trust me, you and I are about to see a spirit that refuses to break. All right, stick with me because we're diving into a battle where mental strength is the only thing keeping our lead alive. Deculein refuses to back down even now. He watches closely as Vezon charges forward, sword in hand. Vezon swings his blade down, smashing into the defense. He is gritting his teeth, his face twisted with pure rage. Deculein stares him down with grim determination, but he is stunned to see his wood-steel defense being completely shattered. Damn it, Deculein shouts. Vezon does not stop, lunging straight for his throat with that lethal blade. In this moment, a dark thought crosses his mind. If this sword strikes true, will everything just end without a trace? Will he wake up back in his old office? Or is this really the final curtain for him? Suddenly, fresh blood splatters across the room. Outside, we see Stir taking flight, soaring toward the speeding train. Vezon lunges one last time. Deculein just gives a faint smile and whispers to himself it is over. Now, pay attention here, because a mysterious energy is about to explode out of nowhere, catching everyone off guard. The space itself begins to warp and twist. Deculein is frozen in shock, wondering what could possibly cause this distortion. He is not the only one. Even Vezon looks completely bewildered by the phenomenon. Because of the crazy spatial distortion, Vezon makes a massive mistake and accidentally cuts off his own hand. He is sent flying across the room, clutching his arm and screaming in pure agony. Sensing his moment, Deculein grits his teeth. He does not know what is happening, but he knows this is his only chance. He pours every last drop of his mana into one final strike. Vaison loses his footing and collapses instantly. He stumbles back, losing ground. Desperate, Vaison grabs a knife and jumps out, trying to make a run for it. But as he realizes he is falling, he slams the knife deep into the side of the train to catch himself. Vaison is now hanging by a thread, literally suspended in the air by a single knife. Deculein slowly approaches him, looking down at his enemy. Deculein tilts his head, staring at Vaison as he swings helplessly below. Vaison glares up, asking what the hell he just did. You and I know Deculein is just as confused as he looks down and asks why Vaison is trying so hard to kill him. I do not remember doing anything to earn this kind of hatred. Vaison just laughs at the question. I remember every single crime you committed against my master, he spits out. Deculein counters, asking if he really thinks Julie wants this. She never asked you to become a murderer. What is she to you anyway? Vaison just smiles sadly and says that Deculein will never understand their bond. Deculein thinks back to the past. A crowd is gathered around Julie, thanking her for saving them. Without her, things would have been much worse. Julie just bows politely, saying she was only doing her duty as a knight. Meanwhile, a young Vaison is being held by soldiers, screaming that he did nothing wrong and they started it. A blonde woman points at him, screaming about how kind her son is and that Vaison must be guilty. The man beside her nods, agreeing with every lie she tells. Vaison yells back in a rage, asking if they want to die. The woman just sneers at him. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? She mocks him. Vaison can only shout in frustration. She threatens to hand him over to the police, telling him to get on his knees and beg for mercy. You hit my son. So that is assault and trespassing. Julie hears this and steps in to ask a question. Wait a moment, my lady. Did you just say that this boy trespassed into your home? Yes. His filthy behavior perfectly reflects his low-born status, she replies. Julie looks at Vaison, then at the massive wall. She is amazed a kid that skinny could climb something so high. She tells the lady she will take the boy to the station herself and that the noble should go rest. The woman hesitates but agrees, thinking that sounds like a perfect plan. As Julie leads him away, Vaison just won't stop yelling. He claims it was clearly self-defense, and he did absolutely nothing to deserve being taken to the police. Suddenly, she stops walking. Vaison is caught off guard, staring at her in surprise. Julie mentions that the noble family is famous for their cruelty. She admits she believes his side of the story. Vaison snaps back, saying she should believe all of it, not just a part. And that's where we leave it. Julie turns back and tells him that even so, he should not hit people. Hearing those words, Vaison is left completely stunned as the memory fades. All right. You and I are diving into a fateful encounter, where Julie offers to teach Vaison self-control if he follows her. The sudden offer catches him completely off guard. Vaison stares at Julie, asking only if she will provide him with food. He remembers that first meeting vividly. It was the day he finally became a member of the elite knight order. Struggling with his dark past and rough nature, Julie was the only one who truly cared. She smiles, asking if something is troubling him. Vaison looks at her and simply replies that everything is okay, insisting that nothing is wrong at all. Secretly, he knows that as long as he stays by his captain's side, his world is perfectly fine. His master was always leading the way, helping people, and never backing down in the face of injustice. Every ounce of respect he had for her grew into a deep, burning love. But back in reality, he admits those feelings are just a heavy burden. He knows his love is a weight on her soul, yet he continues to carry it in silence. Even so, he declares that he must kill you before you bring absolute ruin and death to his master. Deculein stays silent, realizing that every tragedy here is just a butterfly effect from his own past mistakes. Pay attention here, Deculein tells him he is wrong, vowing to change the destiny that leads Julie to her ultimate destruction. He vows that the story of Deculein will not end in total destruction, reaching out his hand to gently and unexpectedly stroke Vaison's hair. Vaison is absolutely stunned by the gesture, as Deculein sits down and begins to offer him some sincere advice. He tells him to stop, promising that he will never harm Julie, no matter what happens. Just trust him. Vaison remains silent, lost in thought, but suddenly a red mana aura explodes into existence, catching Deculein completely by surprise. He whispers in disbelief, asking if he really has no intention of changing his mind after everything. Vaison coldly declares he will kill him no matter what, focusing his mana for a final, lethal strike. Deculein grabs his wooden spear tightly and shouts at the sheer stubbornness of the knight standing before him. He calls Vaison a fool, claiming this choice will haunt Julie forever before launching a powerful and desperate strike forward. Even with death staring him down, Vaison looks back, with eyes full of unwavering resolve and zero fear. Elsewhere, Julie's eyes fly open in shock. Her subordinate notices her sudden panic and asks if she feels unwell. She quickly shakes it off, telling him that everything is fine and there is nothing at all to worry about. He asks if she is worried about Vaison again, insisting the man can handle himself. Julie just forced a tired smile. As Vaison falls through the air, his eyes go blank, while his mind drifts back to his beloved master. Let's pause for a second as he falls. He whispers a final wish for her happiness while his mechanical spider flies toward the tracks. Sylvia activates her powers through the spider, thinking the knight has been killed and sent falling off the cliff. In reality, the knight attacked first, and Deculein was only acting in self-defense when he finally struck him down. Sierre approaches from a distance, calling for Lady Sylvia and telling her it is time for them to head back. The conference is about to begin, so she simply agrees and begins to follow him back to the carriage. Still, she glances back one last time with a worried expression, wondering silently if Deculein will actually manage to make it there in time. At the crash site, an official greets the Deputy Director of Security, Lelia von Giermin, with great respect. Lelia looks over at the two repair workers and asks if there really was a sudden explosion and attack. One worker hands over a report book, explaining that such incidents aren't exactly unusual during these chaotic times. With the big conference at the headquarters starting soon, he claims there is nothing too serious to report yet. Lelia scans the documents and asks if there were any casualties, but the staff confirms everyone is safe. However, two people are officially missing: a knight named Vaison and the famous Professor Deculein. Hearing those two specific names together causes her eyes to widen in complete and utter surprise. The worker points toward a witness named Alan, while surrounding journalists gossip about his deeply shocked state. They wonder who he is, thinking the man still hasn't recovered from the trauma of the entire incident. A journalist approaches Lelia and explains that a knight saved them, claiming the entire train was hovering in midair before it finally crashed. He believes the assassins came back for a second attack while everyone was still in a panic state. She looks skeptical about a floating train until he shoves a photograph directly in front of her shocked face. He insists he caught it on camera because the sight was just too unbelievable for him to miss. You and I just witnessed a miracle. Did he really lift an entire train using nothing but magic? All right. You and I are diving into a mystery where nothing is as it seems. Impossible, she gasps. A reporter drops a bombshell. Knight Vaison is dead. He tried to take down Professor Deculein, but failed miserably. Against all odds, the professor survived. Hearing this, Lilia is frozen in shock. She spins around, her mind racing. What? Is she suddenly receiving a telepathic message from out of nowhere? Lilia scans the crowd, eyes darting from person to person, trying to find the source of that strange voice. From the distance, a lone figure approaches. Someone points him out, shouting, "Is someone coming from over there?" It is Professor Deculein. Silent, expressionless, and cold. He recalls the battle, thinking that if it weren't for that bizarre phenomenon, he would have surely died at the hands of that unknown knight. Without that mysterious help, he would be a corpse at the bottom of the cliff. How could he have been so weak? Who actually saved him? Lilia turns to him and says, "Professor Deculein, I see you are safe. I am Lilia from the Security Bureau. I have a few questions regarding the incident." The second he sees her, he interrupts. "What time is it?" Looking confused, she answers, "Sorry, it is 3:30 p.m. Now pay attention, because he is on a clock." He looks at the tracks and thinks 6 hours left. Lilia checks her documents. These questions are just a formality, like the person who is traveling with you. Before she can finish, he cuts her off. He asks if this train is the only way to reach the meeting. Irritated that he is ignoring her authority, Lilia feels her blood boil. Still, she maintains her composure and gives him an answer. No, there are land and sea routes on the other side. She tries to get back to the point. "Let me ask again, and please listen. Professor, about the knight who was with you." But when she looks up, he has vanished into thin air. Lilia whips around to her guards, demanding to know where he went. He was just here, wasn't he? Maybe he used haste magic? The other professor just shrugs, having no clue what happened. She huffs and marches forward, completely baffled. He stopped a train wreck with telekinesis, fought off assassins and beyond, and still used high-tier acceleration magic? Just how much mana does he have? So, that is the man you mentioned, Deculein. At the High Council, every powerful figure present is whispering and debating the recent chaos. Genthian checks his watch. It is almost 9:53 the moment the stars align. Sylvia scans the room anxiously. Deculein's seat is still empty. He is not here yet. Suddenly, the host's voice booms across the hall. Before we begin, I thank those who answered the summons. As the host finishes speaking, an overwhelming surge of mana erupts in the center of the room. The sheer pressure leaves Sylvia paralyzed with fear. She grits her teeth, trying to stay calm. This massive energy belongs to Grand Elder Dasan. He is the top candidate for Archmage, a living legend who left the world behind. Sylvia realizes she needs to reach his level, just to dream of becoming an Archmage herself. The host starts the roll call. Once finished, the conference will officially begin. Genthion of the Ulit family? Present. And Seal of the Burgeon family? Present. Beirun of the Veorat family? He answers, I am here. Yo of the Joan family? He smiles calmly and confirms his presence. Next up, and here's where we see the tension spike. Deculein of the Ucline family? But his seat remains empty. Sylvia looks at the chair, her expression clouded with worry. Still no sign of him? The host speaks up. If he doesn't show before the third call, he is disqualified from the summons. He will be stripped of his rank among the 12. The mages gasp, Deculein, kicked out, just like that? This is a massive deal. The first summons in 200 years? And he might miss it. A few people scoff, saying this was predictable. The current head of Ucline is nothing compared to his ancestors. Exactly. Rumors have always said his talent is practically non-existent. Sylvia's annoyance grows as she listens to the petty gossip around her. How has he lived his life? Not a single person here actually cares about him. It is pathetic, and it's making her angry. The host calls again. Head of the Ucline family, Deculein. Head of the Ucline family, Deculein. Head of the Ucline. Suddenly, the massive doors at the back slowly begin to creak open, and that is where we leave it as Deculein steps inside, leaving everyone in the room absolutely speechless. All right, you and I are about to watch one of the coldest main characters ever make a legendary entrance. Deculein brushes the dust off his shoulder and adjusts his hair perfectly. Julien von Gratzu Ucline is here. Every single person in the hall turns their heads to stare at him. Deculein is here. The head of the Ucline family has arrived. The meeting begins in silence and moves fast. First on the agenda is the demon that recently appeared on the Dark Mountain. A dark demon appearing on the map is serious. We must issue orders to all magic factions or work with the church. Also, send mages to all suspect areas. The first item on the list passes without any issues. The head of the Essenen family speaks up, and with no one objecting, the motion is passed instantly. We will take a short break. Hearing this, our main character sighs in relief. He is absolutely exhausted. He ran like a madman to make it on time. Now his mana and stamina are empty, yet he stays perfectly calm. The pride and character of a Deculein are truly incredibly resilient. As soon as he steps outside, a voice calls out. The professor turns to see his disciple crying while asking if he is okay. Professor, you are not dead? I apologize for being late, as I was not allowed to join the meeting. I am fine. Do not worry. Our main character remembers the past. He cannot look at this kid with the same innocent eyes anymore. Now, here's where you and I need to pay attention. He knows this kid is hiding a secret identity. Suddenly, a famous line from his past world's movies pops into his head. Alan, from now on, stay by my side. Is the disciple confused? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Keeping the kid nearby to watch is the safest move. One day I will uncover who you really are. A moment later, the meeting continues in the hall. The next agenda item is about how the Magic Council will handle the fallen race. This is a sensitive topic. It will not go as smoothly as before. Suddenly, someone slams their hand on the table. The fallen race are no better than a swarm of cockroaches. They secretly spread through society. breeding and poisoning us from within. That was Beton, head of the Braz family. Then, the head of the Braun family, Lady Senin, speaks up. Your evidence? Besides, there is no way to tell the difference between the Fallen and any other race. Then we will invent a way. Their blood magic will surely leave a trace we can find. The Imperial Magic Tower must unite to wipe them out immediately. Watch your words, Betan. Exterminate? You really said that? Opinions are split immediately. We do not know why, but the Fallen race are silently gathering their forces. There must be a leader behind them, who knows what they are plotting. Those are just baseless guesses, Betan. Guesses? Their leader is hiding, recruiting followers, and planning something. Does that not make you feel disgusted? 60 years ago, countless mages died because we were too merciful. Does that not haunt you? The room falls into silence. Then, a blond man grunts. So, what does the Deculein family think about this? You and I know Deculein is supposed to be a legendary demon hunter. But he understands this world better than anyone. Hatred born from a lack of thought always leads to unnecessary tragedies. Even setting that aside, oppressing the Fallen race has never been the right path to take. Even if I cannot stop it, I must stall for time until the main quest begins. The real enemy is not them. After thinking, he finally speaks. In the past, the Fallen race were indeed enemies. However, if you would actually read history carefully, you would see it all started with a misunderstanding. The red-haired man asks back. A misunderstanding? Our main character replies, that is exactly right. During the Rodra incident 237 years ago, Rodran was falsely accused. Mass purges caused the Fallen race to suffer greatly. They fought back, and since then, blood has only called for more blood. Things might be calmer now, but that event 60 years ago you mentioned? Was it not purely political? All because a monostone mine was found on their land. Politics? Is that what you call it? The Deculein family killed more of them than anyone else and stole that mine. How dare you say that? They cannot deny that their bloodline is stained by dark magic. As a family of demon hunters, you should know that best. The tradition of the Deculeins is to hunt demons, not to slaughter the Fallen race. The old man screams in rage, they are demons. In an instant, the entire room goes silent. Our hero asks calmly, can you truly take responsibility for those words? Do not declare humans as demons so easily. Those who do often become demons themselves. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a masterclass. All right, you and I are diving into a world where one wrong step at night means total disaster. Outside, the gold-bearded father warns his daughter, telling her it is a shame they must be apart until tomorrow. Just one more day, little one. Strict rules here mean everyone stays in their own room. Are you okay alone? She just sighs. What is he even talking about? At her age, who still sleeps in the same room as their dad? Goldbeard is heartbroken, tears and snot flowing everywhere in a dramatic mess. See you tomorrow then. This place has a massive concentration of mana, so weird things tend to happen once the sun goes down. They warned us to read the hotel guide carefully. I know. I will stay put and be good, Dad. Do not worry. Cut to the blonde girl in her room. Right now, she is busy reading through those specific hotel instructions. These rules sound like scary stories for kids. As long as I just sleep quietly, nothing will happen. Right? Time for bed. That night, she is fast asleep. Suddenly, she wakes up and climbs out of bed to go find some water. While drinking, she suddenly senses something off. The space right behind her starts cracking and shattering into pieces like glass. Panicking, she grabs the rulebook. The room has transformed into a long hallway. No way did I actually do something wrong? Now watch this. She spots something ahead, and her jaw drops in absolute shock. The paper clearly states, once you lie in bed, avoid waking up before dawn. If you do, you might find yourself in a completely different place. She frantically rereads the guide. I cannot leave the bed until morning? Is that why I am stuck in this terrifying situation? An image of the castle, glowing with an eerie purple light, flashes through her mind. She thinks back the second hall, where she stayed before, had no weirdness. But here, so close to the Council of Elders, the mana density must be incredibly thick. She gasps, realizing she was way too careless. She thought staying inside the room was enough. Stay calm. Stay calm. Suddenly, from a dark corner of the hallway, right behind Sphia, A mysterious black mist rises. Sylvia spins around in a panic. Something is definitely back there. She bolts forward, heart racing as she wonders where to go. Suddenly, a set of mysterious stairs appears right in front of her. She is shocked, remembering the rule: do not go up or down any stairs that appear. She immediately turns another way. She runs through the rules: if a door in the hallway opens, absolutely do not look inside or step through it. Eyes squeezed shut, she keeps running, telling herself not to panic. There has to be a door to help me get back. At the end of the hall, a mysterious door appears. Sylvia bangs on it with all her might, screaming for someone to help her. Help me! If someone knocks on your door, do not answer or make a single sound. Every door in the corridor suddenly starts glowing with a bizarre light. Is anyone there? Please, someone, help me. Terrified and crying, she won't stop hitting the door, desperate for a chance to survive. Please open up. You and I both know who that is. The door opens, and a familiar voice stops her. It is Deculein. He calmly speaks her name. Sylvia. Seeing her savior standing there, she is hit with a massive wave of pure relief. He tells her simply to come inside. She quickly agrees, thanking her teacher. The fireplace fills the room with warmth. She speaks up shyly, apologizing for leaving her bed and suddenly ending up in that hall. Deculein answers, while calmly reading his book. In the Magic Council, these bizarre magic phenomena happen all the time. Many spirits have lost their minds to this magic. You really should have read the rules more carefully, he says. Looking at him, Sylvia wonders his face never changes and his gaze never wavers. Was he able to open the door because he is Deculein? Suddenly, a strange sound cuts off her thoughts. A weird, slimy substance starts oozing into the room through the cracks in the door. A terrifying skull with razor-sharp teeth emerges, lunging straight for her with lethal intent. While Sylvia panics, he steps in just in time. Stay still. Magic circles immediately erupt from the floor right beneath her feet. Beams of light blast into the skull ghost. The phantom cannot fight back and starts dissolving into nothingness right before her eyes. Suddenly, strange black stones appear on the ceiling, instantly catching Sylvia's attention as they hum with energy. She gasps in amazement. Were those wandering spirits actually destroyed just like that? Deculein remains perfectly calm. No need for surprises. This is just a specialized magic designed for elimination, not something to be proud of. He continues, explaining that true magic was never actually born for the sake of killing. Hearing that, Sylvia blushes, looking at him with deep admiration. That was liquid fire magic, she realizes. Trust me, you and I are about to see some real power. A sea of red magic suddenly floods the entire room. He responds perfectly as lightning crackles, followed by golden flowers. And that is where the magic truly begins. All right. You and I are diving into a story where a cold professor's approval means everything. This is spirit fire, Deculein says indifferently. Good job. Sylvia keeps performing her magic, pouting because he barely looked. Staring at the magic flickering in her palm, she wonders if she should intentionally make a mistake just to get his attention. Suddenly, a faint spark appears. What about this? He continues calmly, saying, You did quite well, Sylvia. Deculein pauses before speaking again. However, looking at the light created in her hand, he notes the air circle within the fire spell is still a bit unstable. Her face flushes as she blurs out, Then what is my specific weakness, Professor? Deculein stays focused on the cold pages of his book and replies, That is for you to find out on your own. Sylvia tries to argue, saying he told the other girl her weakness. He immediately counters, stating that Huin discovered that truth for herself. Hearing this, Sylvia just clenches her fist in frustration. Then he softly says, Do not be so hasty, Sylvia. She freezes, stunned by his words. Even while focused on his reading, Deculein offers kind advice. Time is on your side, so stay persistent and you will eventually improve. He speaks slowly, telling her she can take things one step at a time to move forward. You are one of only 3 people in this entire world to possess such talent. Sylvia's eyes go wide with shock hearing his praise. Soft, familiar whispers begin to echo inside her mind. Extraordinary, a brilliant talent. She will surely be a great mage, so strong at this age, with a bright future. These were the words she heard constantly while growing up. An image of her standing stiffly beside her father flashes back, remembering those hollow and repetitive compliments that meant nothing to her. Sylvia shuts her eyes tight, wondering why Deculein words feel so much more meaningful than all those others. By now, the sky has turned pitch black, and a bright moon hangs high, casting an alluring glow over everything. In the dark room, Deculein works diligently while Sylvia has already fallen fast asleep on the bed. Suddenly, a mesmerizing light catches his eye. Now, watch closely, because this mysterious light is about to lead him somewhere wild. He looks out at the strange glow. Deculein asks, "What is this energy?" He decides to head outside, stepping alone into the mysterious forest. As he walks, his mind begins to race with theories. The great tycoon suddenly warned me that aside from the council meetings, this area was off limits. This mountain path is nearly inaccessible, so I might find an item even rarer than I imagined. Suddenly, a strange dark shadow looms behind him. A noise rings out as a skeleton ghost in a black shawl blocks his path, booming with a threat. However, Deculein does not show even a hint of fear. Instead, the ghost is the one who ends up feeling confused. It follows him persistently, making terrifying sounds to scare him off. But Deculein acts like the skeleton ghost does not even exist. Ignoring its presence, he continues deeper into the woods. He stops abruptly, causing the skeleton to stare at him in total surprise. Deculein turns around with an indifferent look and asks, "Have you seen any items around here that are overflowing with mana?" The ghost is stunned and speechless. It lets out a series of strange, panicked noises before reacting. It turns and runs away at full speed. Deculein watches it leave, feeling puzzled as he wonders, what is wrong with that guy? Finally, he reaches a tree radiating that mysterious energy. "Found it," he exclaims. He touches the trunk in awe. This is pure mana wood. Unbelievable. A piece of a mana tree struck by lightning. This wood was already rich with mana, but being purified by a lightning strike makes it a truly legendary crafting material. Classified as a special material, this is a reward that exceeds all my expectations. He stares at the glowing wood and thinks, let's pause here. Realizing the man's struggle makes this journey hit different. Ever since arriving, he's studied hard but felt limited by Deculein's average talent. If I craft a staff from this, I might be able to increase my power much faster than before. This is a much bigger bargain than I thought. The sky begins to change as the sun rises to light up the world. The meeting resumes in an atmosphere that is far more tense than the previous day. Beethan stands firm on his harsh views. Is it not true that demon blood flows through their veins? So what is wrong with calling them demons? Deculein does not back down, sharply firing back. That is ridiculous. If you put salt in a cup of water, do you call it salt? The fierce debate between Deculein and Beethan leaves every mage in the room feeling completely bewildered and uneasy. People begin whispering, wondering why Deculein is defending those of the Red Sin. They expected him to lead the purge, not stop it. Sylvia's father sits there with a serious expression, resting his chin on his hand while deep in thought. What exactly is Deculein planning here? What kind of scheme are you actually trying to pull off? Sylvia sits nearby, thinking that just like her father, everyone believes he has selfish motives. She sighs, knowing they are all wrong. Deculein is simply stating the obvious truth. Enough! Beethan shouts, his hands trembling with pure rage as he glares at the professor. This conversation will not lead to any conclusion. And trust me, you and I will definitely want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving back into a world where every political move is a death trap. The Red Sin issue is officially postponed, and after days of grueling debate, the meeting finally wraps up. One by one, the officials filter out of the room that has practically haunted them for the past week. Beethan storms over to Deculein, shoving his shoulder with a sharp grunt of pure frustration as he passes. Deculein suppresses his rage, knowing his preparations for the upcoming mission are solid, even if he did just make a few new enemies. The next day at the capital market, Deculein and Alan are browsing through the curiosities inside a cramped magic shop. Examining 2 gems, Deculein realizes he needs to forge a new staff here before leaving the city for good. If he uses magic wood for the core, what should the secondary material be? Suddenly, Alan lets out a shocked gasp. The boy panics, shouting for the professor, but Deculein just stays focused on his stones and asks what the problem is. Alan points ahead with excitement, exclaiming that the woman over there is the savior who helped him get home safely. Now pay attention, because this chance encounter changes everything. Deculein approaches Lily, the security chief, who recognizes him immediately. Deculein invites her to a meal as a formal thank you for bringing Alan back to the capital in one piece. She laughs and accepts the sudden offer, though she notes they still need to officially wrap up the investigation soon. As the food arrives, she gets straight to the point, asking about the third escort knight who was traveling with him. Deculein calmly explains the man was killed during the ambush. Just then, the waiter finishes bringing out the rest of their feast. Looking at the professor as he quietly enjoys his meal, Lily starts to wonder about his true nature. She questions what makes him so different. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Security Bureau, a heavy sound echoes through the halls. The prisoner Laka is told he will be sent to the Watch Prison, the most brutal dungeon in the entire empire. After hurting so many innocent mages, this is the price he has to pay. Laka remains silent, staring back with his hands cuffed. Lily enters the interrogation room and taunts him for being as quiet as a mouse now that he is caught. She tells him to drop the act and show her his true power right now. Laka lets out a mysterious smile, and suddenly, the entire room is flooded with terrifying streaks of dark mana. The globe sitting on the desk shakes violently until a strange, piercing light erupts from its center. Lily stares at the object in shock before slamming her hand down on the table in a fit of rage. Stick with me here, the dynamic between these two is about to get intense. She calls him a fool, teeth gritted in anger. She screams at him for acting so recklessly and putting their entire tribe at risk. He just smiles back without a word. Lily admits she wanted to kill him herself, fearing that exposing their tribe would only lead to more brutal oppression. But Laka finally speaks up, asking if she really thinks they can survive in the Empire just by staying hidden forever. Lily insists they can, as long as they hide their identity and live like everyone else from birth. He argues that they were born with the power of devils, and that power is exactly why the world fears them. She snaps at him to shut up, declaring that talent isn't something exclusive to the Red Sins. She demands to know why he targeted Deculein when they were already secretly monitoring the man. Laka asks in a panic if she is planning to kill the professor. She explains they are only observing him for now, but killing him is definitely on the table if he acts like a madman. Laka stops her instantly. He insists that Deculein is a true noble and shouldn't be killed. Lily points to her head, calling his logic total nonsense. She claims she has a mountain of evidence regarding the crimes the professor has committed in the past. Laka goes silent, remembering when the professor declared that being a red sin didn't make him a devil. That man's gaze was fixed only on the truth. He thinks that if all nobles were like that man, their tribe might actually find a way to live in peace. Then, Laka drops a bombshell. Deculein knew he was a red sin and still chose not to kill him. Lily's eyes go wide with absolute disbelief at that revelation. She turns to him in disbelief, asking if he somehow forgot that the professor's ancestors were the ones leading the massacres against the Red Sins. He says they didn't know. He explains that if he judged a child based on their bloodline, he would be no better than the people who call them monsters. Lily calls him a stubborn bastard who refuses to back down an inch. Laka asks how much longer she thinks she can keep her high-ranking position before someone finds her out. She confidently replies forever, since there is no physical way to distinguish a red sin from a normal human. So, what do you and I think? Is hiding forever really that simple? She just says avoiding forbidden foods is all it takes. All right, you and I are diving into a world where the Emperor's health is failing fast. A new king will rise soon, so we must wait and see his stance on the Red Sins before the clan acts. Behind the door, she keeps reminding him to just stay quiet and rot away in Hokid for now. Back in the present, Lilia eats while wondering what on earth a true noble is even supposed to be. To her, he is just another annoying pest. Suddenly, a drunk man stumbles toward their table, reeking of wine. Deculein keeps his cool with an icy tone. I have absolutely nothing to say to you. Iham approaches with a grin, staring at the professor for a long time in total silence. Pay attention, this drunk is about to ask for Deculein's deepest, darkest secret. Nearby, the knights start trembling. What did you just say? Say that again, right now. He drops the bomb. Her father was killed on a mission. The news hits Julie like a physical strike. She stands up abruptly, demanding a full explanation the very second Deculein makes it back to them. Meanwhile, Iham is still standing there, smiling and waiting for the answer he is looking for. The atmosphere turns suffocatingly tense. For a long moment, Not a single person dares to speak. Lilia watches in confusion, wondering if this drunk is really the current head of the legendary Yi family. He mumbles through his wine. You really caught me off guard during that meeting, Professor. I still do not get it. Why do this while staying so guarded against every other magic family? His eyes turn sharp and probing. Why? Why would you ever take the side of the Red Sins? You saw that coming, right? But Lilia is absolutely floored by what she is hearing. Yiham laughs, reminding him how he once said these lower species did not deserve to live at all. Your research papers trashing them are still sitting at the university for everyone to see, right? Even with all the insults flying, Deculein does not even try to defend himself or his past. Did you find a new slave for your experiments? Alan slams the table, shouting at him to stop being so rude. Deculein calmly wipes his mouth with a napkin. Relax, Alan. I am perfectly fine. His brain is like rotten cheese anyway. This sharp insult immediately bruises the man's fragile ego. Yiham smirks. I heard your big research presentation is in 6 months, or was it only 3? We will see if all your arrogant nonsense actually turns out to be true in the end. He stumbles away into the night. Lilia stays silent, replaying their entire conversation in her head. Her hands begin to shake. He is guarding everyone while secretly siding with the Red Sins. She gazes at him in total shock. It is hard to believe. She lowers her head, whispering to herself, Is what you said actually the truth? We cut to a small shop on a quiet street. The next day, before leaving, I commissioned a legendary artisan to craft a custom staff. Side quest, complete Jacklock's magic staff. Condition 1, high reputation. Condition 2, possess a kind heart or have truly reformed. Condition 3, rare and high-quality materials that would actually interest a master artisan like Jacklock. Condition 4, meet him at least twice to receive the shop's special currency. Then, he steps out of the store with his new staff. That man really was a master of his craft, just as the legend said. Maybe the original Deculein visited him before. Now, the train rolls through the massive, snowy mountains. On the journey back to the Empire, I am stuck in the same carriage as Vito. He does not hide his murderous intent. But luckily, no fights break out during the long trip. He is fuming with rage, but all he can do is glare at us without doing anything. Deculein stares out the window. This long, exhausting journey has finally come to an end. The train pulls into the station, and the platform is already buzzing with people everywhere. Alan stretches his tired arms. Professor, soon we will finally see something other than just endless snow. But waiting right in front of them is Julie and her knights. Deculein is stunned. Julie? She keeps her head down in silence. I heard you were ambushed. I am glad you are safe. Trust me, the drama is just beginning. She must have heard the news from Vion. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see how far the professor goes to hide the truth. Looking at the soldiers' cold stares, Deculein senses their growing resentment. They hate that he is the only survivor. Julie grips his trembling arm and mentions the news reports saying he worked with the traitor to save the victims. He stays silent. She grit her teeth, struggling to find the words, and finally asks what that man was like at the very end. Her eyes are filled with desperate hope for an answer. But Deculein just stares ahead, refusing to say a single word. A heavy silence falls between them. He thinks about telling her everything, how that knight actually tried to murder him. He considers revealing the brutal reality of their battle, intending to lay it all out for Julie to see. At least she deserves the truth. His mind is racing with 1,000 thoughts. Yet standing before her, the words won't come. Watching her wait for an answer, he wonders if the truth is simply too cruel for a soul like hers to bear. Images of shattering ice flash through his mind, symbolizing the fragile peace they currently hold. Her faith might be unshakable, but her heart isn't forged from steel. That's the Julie he knows so well. If she learns the truth, she'll drown in self-blame. He can already see her collapsing in total despair and agony. He knows she'll take the sins of her subordinate as her own and let the guilt tear her apart inside. Now pay attention, because he's about to make a choice that will protect her, even if it stains his own soul. He accepts the knight's judgmental glares, even if it means being hated. Suddenly, a station worker announces train number 4 is departing. Passengers with tickets are told to board immediately. Everyone begins rushing toward the station, leaving the tense atmosphere behind. They stand face to face, still silent until he finally speaks. It's hard to describe, but he says the man was emotional. Julie looks down in sad silence before bowing deeply. She thanks him and says they're going to find his body now. She tells him to rest well and immediately turns to leave with her knights, disappearing into the crowd. Recalling that moment, he blames himself. It's ridiculous. He still hasn't changed and can't seem to grasp Julie's true feelings. Alan stands nearby, fuming with anger. They're so rude. We're victims too, yet they look at us with such pure contempt. He tells Alan not to worry about those fools. Suddenly, a shadow approaches and asks why the professor held back his power. Sylvia asks with confusion. He calls her name, surprised. Julie wonders what he means by holding back while reaching into her bag. She steps forward and holds out a book as a gift. Deculein looks at it, confused by this sudden gesture. Before he can even respond, Sylvia quickly runs away. Alan asks what just happened, but the professor has no idea. Yariel rubs her shoulders, exhausted. Even though it's almost over, everything is still so tiring. She just wants to go home. As the train begins to roll again, he tells Alan it's time to head back. The assistant quickly follows his lead. During the first ambush, Professor Deculein reportedly handled the crisis and saved survivors alongside the fallen knight, Huin. Then, during the second attack, the train derailed. It seemed like Sir Huin met his end during that chaotic moment. However, the VIP carriage where the professor stayed was lucky enough to get stuck right on the cliff's edge. You saw that, right? A traitor becomes a hero as the train staff uses magic to broadcast this fake story to everyone. Julie thanks them, surrounded by her knights, who are all too heartbroken to even find the right words to say. They ask the staff if there are any personal items left to keep as a memento of their fallen comrade. On the road to Burst, there is an unwritten rule. You don't ask about the crimes that just took place there. While everyone stays behind, Julie walks toward a high cliff alone. She looks out at the horizon with deep sadness. She laments losing her most trusted right hand. She can't believe he left this world in such a meaningless way. Her eyes are full of regret as she looks down into the abyss and whispers, "You fool." Back at the mansion, a scream echoes. Yariel is furious, her killing intent filling the room as she asks if he wrote another massive check for the family. Roy tries his best to calm her down, begging the young lady to keep her cool before she breaks something. She yells that he forgot her warning. Their financial situation is a disaster, and they won't last more than 2 months. Back at Berkt, Deculein realized the cost of creating his magic staff was far higher than he ever expected. This is the heavy price he has to pay for writing those checks without thinking about the family's empty vault. With only 2 months of funds left, he needs a plan. He tells her to calm down because he has a way. Yariel is instantly curious and asks how. Soft light shines into the large room where Deculein leads them. So, how will the professor save his house from ruin? You and I are about to see his true genius in action. All right, you and I are about to watch the ultimate villain start his master plan to save his family's fortune. Deculein just sighs and tells her to wait a moment and watch her manners as the family successor. Hearing that makes her even angrier, thinking, he is the one who bankrupted us, yet he is lecturing me? If Roy hadn't stepped in to stop her, Yariel might have tried to teach Deculein a lesson right there. He places his hands on the items, wondering why they were emitting the aura of a wealthy tycoon. Looking at an old vase, he realizes he once thought these were just art investments in the real world. Deculein tells himself that since he is returning to the university, he has finally found a way to turn these into cash. Then, he touches the vase and activates his Midas touch magic while Yariel just watches, feeling completely hopeless. She asks what he is doing and calls him an idiot, but Deculein just turns around with total composure. He calmly says he is putting these back up for auction and tells her to call the appraiser immediately. She screams in rage, asking why he is selling things he just bought and why he keeps wasting money. Selling them now won't even bring in half the price. But Deculein just coldly tells her to be quiet. She is furious because he is throwing money away, but he just ignores her and orders the butler to get moving. The butler bows and obeys right away, leaving Deculein to look back at the antique vase behind him. Now pay attention, because we are about to see how Deculein transforms trash into a literal treasure. Created with the heart of an Eastern master, the Midas touch effect has finally awakened its true potential. Its special effect is insane. Any flower placed inside this vase will never wither or die. Even better, Those flowers will gradually transform into entirely new species, with petals that provide mid to high-level recovery effects. Deculein smiles, thinking that this vase originally worth 2.5 million LNN is now something he actually wants to keep. Ignoring Uriel's frustration, he remains calm and tells the movers to be extremely careful with the items. Uriel tries to stay calm and asks him if he is really serious about selling everything they own. She is terrified he is dragging the family to ruin, but he just tells her not to worry about the money. When she keeps shouting, he just brushes her off and says it is time for him to go to work. Over at the University Magic Tower, 5 students are gathered in the Commoner Magic Club room playing cards. Ephirine puts her cards down with a very serious face and announces a full house of kings. The other kids are shocked that she has won 3 times in a row, exempting her from cleaning duty for a week. They start arguing that they almost had her, but she just laughs, calling their complaints excuses of losers. Ephirine smiles brightly to herself, feeling as if she is living in some kind of wonderful dream. She remembers her dark past, coming from a barren family and never even hoping to enter this academy. Since arriving at the tower, people have hated her, and she feared the professors even more than the students. Forgotten scenes of her crying out of frustration and sadness start to flash through her mind again. Ephirine looks at her new friends with a warm gaze, feeling lucky to finally have people by her side. You can see how happy she is. It is finally a place where she feels like she belongs, surrounded by friends who care. Seeing her get sentimental, the girl next to her warns her to stay focused on the game. Ephirine quickly apologizes, reminding herself that on the outside, they have to act like a normal club. Just then, footsteps approach as someone calls them fools and screams about what is going on in the room. It turns out Beck had snitched to Professor Zlon about the commoners and their secret club activities. He arrogantly tells the professor that these low-class commoners are just wasting space inside the sacred magic tower. Ephirine frowns, knowing Zlon and Beck always look for any excuse to cause trouble for commoner students. The professor glares at their sign and screams the name of the Commoner Magic Exploration Club. He demands to know what they think they are doing in a place of higher learning. Ephirine shuts her eyes and prepares herself, knowing she has to handle this situation with some dignity. She stands up and says they submitted a proper plan and are now an officially approved club. Zlan just scoffs in disgust and asks who would ever allow such a stupid club to exist here. And that is the cliffhanger. Can our girl Ephirine survive this professor's wrath? You and I will have to find out. Stick with me. We're about to watch a legendary professor put a bully in his place. Look at this girl's arrogance, daring to glare at a professor like that. You'd better lower your eyes right now. Her friend tried to calm her down immediately. Look at this. B stood by the door and laughed out loud in pure delight while Professor Redlin continued his mockery. Fine, if you're both so confident, then tell me no professor would ever actually allow this club to be formed. Suddenly, a tall and imposing shadow began walking slowly toward the group. Professor Redlin seemed to sense something coming as he continued his arrogant rant. Which professor would ever allow this? But he couldn't finish before Deculein's tall figure appeared and simply said, "I did." He glared down at them with a cold intensity, his voice sounding heavy and sharp as he spoke. "I am the one who authorized it. Do you have a problem with that?" Professor Redlin stood frozen, his mouth wide open in pure terror. Deculein glared down with visible anger, calmly repeating that he was the one who gave the permission. "Professor Jin, do you have any objections? I heard you calling for me from the end of the hall. Is there something wrong? Do I really need to ask for your permission for my actions now?" He thought to himself that he'd just been annoyed by Ilya and barely had time to breathe before this old man started complaining. The deadly aura that Deculein released made everyone nearby tremble with pure fear, even though he didn't say a word. Professor Redlin stuttered in a state of total panic, saying that he finally understood. He immediately tried to change the subject, nervously laughing and asking if the room felt a bit too empty. "I only meant that the magic tower of the Imperial University deserves much better equipment and high-end furniture than this. I only got heated because things look so poor. I'll take full responsibility and replace everything with better items, Professor." Hearing that promise, Deculein stayed silent and finally stopped his cold questioning. But then, Deculein spoke up again. "Professor Jin, you really are generous, because this place does look quite shabby." The old man could only scratch his head and laugh while promising to take care of it immediately. Then, Deculein turned around and caught the student named Betch looking absolutely terrified. Deculein looked at him with total contempt. Lowly people always act like the pathetic cowards they really are. He then left without another word, simply stating he was taking his leave. Betch watched him go, teeth clenched in useless fury. It was a beautiful morning with warm sunlight streaming through the large windows and into the classroom. As Deculein walked in, the students began whispering it had been quite a long time since his last official lecture. They wondered what had really happened while he was away on that business trip. But that train accident was in the Wizard Diary, right? Yeah, I saw it too. That train flying through the air was absolutely insane. Will he tell us the story? Sylvia listened to the gossip quietly, her face remaining perfectly calm and indifferent. Now, pay attention, this isn't an average lesson. It's a real high-stakes challenge. Deculein held a floating piece of chalk and spoke slowly. I'm starting the lecture now, as he looked over the class. Today's first topic is pure elements and magic interference. Suddenly, a massive, glowing magic circle appeared before them. Interference is when one mage disrupts another mage's spell. Then Alan entered the room, carrying a large container filled with mana stones. Before moving on to the theory, Deculein announced that they would all practice the concept first. With a simple snap of his fingers, the stones in the container began to glow and float toward every student. Everyone was amazed by the professor's skill, though Sylvia remained calm, showing no emotion at all. You feel that? A poor student just saw a massive payday. Deculein explained that these glowing mana stones are worth 3,000 Ellen each. I'll only use basic telekinesis. So try your absolute best to interfere and snatch one away for yourselves. Whoever takes it, keeps it. Aferna's eyes lit up with excitement as she slammed the table, but her friend quickly silenced her. Deculein looked annoyed and spoke to them very sternly. Attacking a spell is vital, but defense is just as essential. Protecting yourself is always more profitable, but go ahead and try. The students immediately reached out toward the glowing stones, pouring all of their effort into controlling their mana. The atmosphere in the classroom became incredibly tense as everyone focused entirely on their difficult task. He thought about how he'd stopped an entire train before, but since he only knew basic telekinesis, he needed much more practice. His sharp eyes never stopped radiating intensity as he wondered how his magic would hold up against the combined power of 150 young mages. Sylvia was clearly determined to win, pushing her magic to the absolute limit to break his hold. Trust me, you're going to want to see if they can beat him. All right. You and I are about to witness just how terrifyingly powerful this professor really is. Students are literally coughing up blood, leaving Ain completely speechless at the sight. Professor, you're unbelievable. Even with 150 students attacking you all at once, you haven't even flinched. They just can't break your spell. Deculein secretly thinks to himself that, honestly, he's pretty shocked by his own power too. He never expected that they wouldn't even be able to interfere, even with their noses bleeding from the sheer effort. Suddenly, a mana stone starts vibrating violently. Deculein's eyes scan the room and spot the anomaly. Svea has actually succeeded in seizing control of the magic. She glances over at Ini, who is still struggling to maintain her grip. Seeing this, Svea lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Deculein approaches, offering her some rare praise. Well done, Svea. You really are the best student in this class. She's a bit stunned, but bows her head in thanks. He knew she could do it, but he wonders if there is anyone else left. The remaining students are still desperately trying to gain control, some even collapsing onto their desks from pure magical exhaustion. Now, watch closely, because this next reveal is about to shake the whole room. Deculein coldly notes that it seems one more student actually succeeded, making Svea turn pale. The winner is none other than Ini. She gasps, whispering that she finally did it. She earned her 3,000. Svea's eyes flicker with doubt, but she stays silent. As more time ticks away, not a single other student manages to succeed in controlling the magic. Finally, Deculein gives the order to stop. Instantly, the students collapse, and some are even seen vomiting from the intense mental strain. He rubs his forehead in total disappointment. This is pathetic, he sighs. Take a break, everyone. Just make sure you clean up the mess you've made. Class is over, and the students practically scramble to get out of there. A girl nearby slumps over her desk, asking Ini how on earth she did it. She tried her hardest, and still failed miserably. Ini pants heavily, admitting she almost died too, and her tongue feels completely numb. But then she adds that she realized something. Her friend looks up in total shock. Wait, you actually realized something? Like what? Ini explains that she doesn't know much about telekinesis, but while trying to break Deculein's magic, it felt like she snapped something deep inside. Her friend is pure jealous. While they talk, Svea sits at a distance, unable to take her eyes off their table. She frowns, thinking this is impossible. How did the lowest-ranked student from last term suddenly jump to second place? There's no way it's a fluke. Thinking back to the two of them together, she starts piecing together a suspicious theory. I know what you're thinking, is the professor really playing favorites? The rumors about him giving private lessons to Ini late at night must be true. Did he lie to me? Looking at Ini happily hugging her mana stone, Svea wonders what could possibly be so special about that idiot. She glares at her with intense irritation, hating that smug attitude. But soon enough, the next lesson begins. Deculein holds a piece of chalk floating in the air. During that warm-up practice, he notes, "You all tried your best to interfere with my spell. However, there is a much easier way to block my telekinesis. Those who succeeded today have probably already guessed what it is." Svea and Ini both snap their heads up in surprise. He seriously explains that the method is called mana interference. Unlike standard methods that block a spell as it's cast, this requires you to understand the opponent's magic and disrupt it from within. But there's a reason this technique isn't widely used. It comes with a massive limitation. The students look confused, thinking that mana interference probably requires drawing a massive amount of complex magic circles. He continues the lecture, explaining that you can only use it against spells that you personally understand inside and out. In a real fight, people usually just use barriers or counterattacks. Mana interference isn't exactly something you'd want to rely on constantly, as it's rarely encouraged for frequent use. His voice turns serious as he tells them that without pain, there is no gain. Today, you'll use this chance to learn the core of mana interference. The chalk begins floating towards a complex matrix on the board. He adds that the secret to the technique is identifying the central circuit of any magic circle. This core will change based on elements and intent. Essentially, you must spot the opponent's central flow and jam it up. If you can master this interference technique, even using standard spells will become much easier for you. Suddenly, a magic circle erupts from the matrix on the board. He sternly tells them that he'll now teach them how to find the central circuit in almost any spell. He raises his hand, releasing a massive wave of mana. Take a look at this whirlwind blade spell. Destructive magic like this always has a circuit that burns from the inside out. Below him, the students are scribbling notes as fast as they can. Next, he moves on to support-type magic. 2 hours later, Deculein glances at the clock. He starts to say, "Next." But then he pauses for a few seconds. He snaps the book shut and says that, although there's more content, time is up. Since they wasted his precious time earlier, he's sure nobody will complain. And that's where we leave it. Get ready, because midterms are coming, and there's a practical exam right before the big day. Study the rest on your own. He warns them coldly. Remember what I taught today, it is vital. Trust me, you and I will need this later. Then he quietly walks out, leaving the students in total shock. As the door slams shut, everyone begins gossiping. If you send to the Tording stay 5. What is going on? He just left mid-lecture. Is this professor actually losing his mind? It feels like someone stopped a movie right at the climax. Red-haired Dai sighs, stretching her tired arms. My whole body is stiff. Efier gives a strained smile in agreement. I know the feeling. Inside, she is excited, feeling like she finally understood something deep. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. Efier, the commoner representative. She turns to see Betch, looking down with a smug, arrogant grin. Dee snaps at him. Is Betch causing trouble again? He has been harassing our group lately. He sighs and mocks them. You lot are just trying too hard for a bunch of commoners. Efier, how did a bottom-tier student like you suddenly jump to second place in the rankings? She shrugs, trying to ignore him. He snaps back. You have no money or status. Did you bribe him? Hearing those words, her face darkens. Her eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. She turns back coldly. What did you just say? He smirks. Everyone knows the professor gives you private lessons. I have never done that, she snaps back. Meanwhile, Sylvia watches the argument quietly from a distance. Betch screams in frustration. Explain yourself. You were a total failure from the very start. How did you get so good? Maybe the professor is just going easy on you. Perhaps he wants to give you that magic stone out of pity. I mean, I get it. He sneers because she has no parents. Now, pay attention, look at that blue light starting to glow. Furious, Effer releases a burst of magic. Say one more word. He does not back down. You think I am afraid of you? He shouts back. I will say whatever I want. Sylvia watches in shock. Suddenly, Julie pulls her back. Stop it, Effir. You will get punished again. Reality hits her, cooling her rage. She remembers Deculein's words, a mage must always keep a cool head. Effir looks down and gently moves Julie's hand. She forces herself to sound cheerful. Thanks, Julie. You are right. I almost lost it. I think I just went crazy arguing with an idiot. Julie laughs along. It is okay. At least you have calmed down now. Betch is fuming with rage, but he can't do anything. Let's go get something delicious to eat, Julie. Hey, where are you going? He shouts as they walk away. Now, only Sylvia remains in the room. She watches them leave in silence. Outside on the campus grounds, Effir walks with heavy, angry steps. I held back because of Julie, she mutters, clenching her fists. But I cannot stand that guy anymore. What am I going to do with that arrogant noble? Trust me, look who is waiting in the alley. Effir is stunned to see her. Sylvia steps forward. Can we talk for a moment? I need a word with you. Effir is confused. Why is she suddenly acting like this? What is it? If you want to fight, this is the wrong time. Just go away. Sylvia asks. Are you really getting private lessons from Deculein? Effir is livid. Is everyone trying to pick a fight today? Does that even sound logical? I have the worst relationship with him in this entire school. You know nothing at all. Did you call me out just to talk nonsense? Sylvia crosses her arms, thinking she is telling the truth. Fine. Whatever you say. What do you mean by that? Effir asks, panicked. Sylvia continues. But do you know this? Deculein has not set foot in the laboratory for 3 whole years. Not since your father passed away. Effir laughs. Of course he has not. Without my father, Deculein is absolutely nothing. My father was the only genius there. Sylvia counters. Well, he has been there every day for months. Effir freezes for a few seconds. He has cleaned it up, hired assistants, and brought in magic tools. What do you think that means? Effir cannot believe her ears. This cannot be happening. A dark thought crosses her mind. Is he trying to steal my father's research all over again? He cannot continue that research alone. You and I just witnessed the start of a war. All right, you and I are about to see if Professor Deculein is actually as cold as he looks, or if he is just keeping secrets. Sylvia smiles with relief and turns to leave, telling Effirine she is glad she finally knows. Effirine stands alone, deep in thought. A few days later, at the next practical class, the students line up. Everyone is waiting for their turn to be tested on their magic. Julie is shaking with nerves, questioning why they are in such a strange location. Effirine looks just as puzzled by the choice of scenery. As the group begins to move, a bully named Beck shoves his way forward, nearly knocking Julie to the ground in his path. She snaps at the jerk, but Effirine holds her back. Forget him. Deculein steps up to the podium, his voice booming with authority. Silence. Class is now in session. As promised, today marks your final practical exam before the midterms officially begin. Deculein snaps his fingers and instantly, the curtains drop to reveal a massive, cheering crowd of thousands surrounding the entire arena. Professor Deculein stands before the massive audience and announces that today will be a completely public practical demonstration of their magic skills. The scale of the test leaves everyone speechless. Effirine looks around in shock, wondering how many people are actually watching them right now. He gestures to the crowd, explaining that they must perform magic combat right here in front of every single one of these spectators. Use any spell in your arsenal, but you must duel and showcase at least 3 different elemental forms during the entire fight. Winning or losing does not matter. I will be judging your combat process, your individual strengths, and your hidden weaknesses. Consider this the foundation for your future growth. He turns around to introduce the man who will be watching over the arena today. Professor Jin will monitor the fight to prevent injuries, so do not hold back. He just smiles and says, "Leave it to me." Deculein calls out for the class to begin. The very first student to step up to the plate is a boy named Dodo Jian. The boy is startled but steps forward as instructed to choose his opponent. With that, the very first battle of the day finally erupts. Now, pay attention, because this is where the real drama starts. Thousands of eyes are watching as the battle begins. The magic duels proceed without a hitch. One by one, the candidates show off their incredible powers to the watchful judges and crowd. Powerful spells clash, ending matches in the blink of an eye. From the sidelines, both Jin and Deculein analyze every single move made. At first, the students are clumsy and clearly unaccustomed to real combat. They struggle to find their rhythm under the pressure of the crowd. But slowly, they lock in and unleash their true potential. The force of their magic shatters the very ground beneath their feet. Sylvia finishes her opponent with effortless grace. Deculein looks on with a satisfied nod and declares her the winner of the match. Beck and his cronies start mocking the losers, calling commoners useless and suggesting they go back to gardening for the nobles instead. Ephraim watches from a distance, disgusted by their cruelty. Not many people have the guts to stand up to Sylvia, though. As her friend leaves the stage in defeat, she shouts out words of encouragement, telling him he did a great job out there. Deculein calls for the next match. Beck steps out with a smirk and points his finger directly at Ephraim to challenge her. Ephraim scowls, but she is more than ready for this. The two of them take their positions on the field, facing off. Beck mocks her, asking if she can even fight without someone secretly teaching her the ropes behind the scenes in the dark. She glares at him, snapping back that his trashy attitude is showing again. She refuses to be intimidated by a guy like him. Is insulting others your only personality trait? She fires back, adding that his desperate attempt to copy Deculein is just pathetic. Hit where it hurts most, Beck loses his cool and screams in rage. Ephraim does not give him a second to breathe. She raises her hand and unleashes a surge of raw mana, promising to show him that his magic is as ugly as he is. The two clash instantly. Beck sneers, calling her a lowly insect as he prepares his own devastating counterattack against her. He is not backing down, screaming that he will send her to join her parents as he launches a massive, lethal spell. The blast catches Ephraim off guard, slamming her into the wall with enough force to cause a massive, smoke-filled explosion. Wait, you saw that too, right? Just when Beck thinks he has won, his magic circle suddenly shifts to a brilliant blue. On the other side of the smoke, Ephraim has already activated her spell to completely bind and restrain his entire body. Her eyes narrow as she remembers a saying from the magic tower, pouring all her strength into a giant magic shadow looming over Beck. She screams that a brutal beating is exactly what arrogant nobles like him deserve more than anything else in this world. A massive fist made of pure energy connects with his face, sending Beck flying across the arena like a broken ragdoll. Julie cheers wildly for her friend, even though that saying was totally fake. Beck lies on the ground, crying in absolute shock. Ephraim walks over with a triumphant smirk, asking him how it feels to be crushed by a commoner like her. Deculein announces Ephraim as the winner. Beck grinds his teeth, convincing himself she just got lucky this one time today. And that is where we leave it. Makes you wonder how much stronger she is going to get, right? Let's jump into a moment where a student does the unthinkable and challenges her own legendary professor. N steps forward, asking for one more chance, because the previous fight was way too easy. She places a hand on her chest, dead serious. Professor, I am supposed to show mastery over 3 pure elements during this practice, right? But my opponent was so weak that the match ended after using just one. I did not even break a sweat. Deculein is actually left speechless for a second. He stares her down with a cold gaze before nodding. Fine, you have a point. Now, watch closely, because you and I are about to see her make the boldest move. Pick anyone. Suddenly, she points her finger right at him. Ian speaks with total confidence. Professor, I want to fight you. The entire room erupts into pure chaos and disbelief at her audacity. Jin practically loses his mind. What? Look at this crazy girl. Kid, do you even realize what kind of nonsense is coming out of your mouth? Man, she has really lost it this time. Even Sylvia looks confused, wondering what she's thinking. But Ian expected this reaction from everyone. Everyone is freaking out, but she had already planned for this. After all, she is no fool and knows exactly what she is doing. Her heart is racing as she calculates her odds. This is it, her one real shot to face Deculein head-on. She does not care if the whole world thinks she is insane. If she can grab this chance, it is worth it. Deculein actually gives a slight smile. Jin sneers, calling her a lunatic who does not know her place. But before he can continue, Deculein cuts him off with a sharp word. That is enough. Professor Leo Lin, calm down. Then he looks at Ine and agrees. Very well, I will allow this. He speaks calmly to the shocked crowd. I said anyone could be chosen, and I never set any specific limits on who that could be. Since there are no rules against it, I will be your opponent for this match. Let us see what you can really do. Deculein adds coldly. To be fair, a professor fighting a freshman without a handicap would be wrong. I will not strike first. And if you can make me move even a single inch, you win. Ian feels the pressure instantly. She nods nervously, and the two take their positions. The atmosphere in the room becomes heavy and electric. Energy surges from her bracelet as her heart hammers against her ribs. She can feel the raw power radiating off the man standing before her. This is what she has wanted for so long. A true duel with Deculein. He stands tall, his voice booming as he commands the start. Immediately, she unleashes her magic, aiming a direct strike straight at her professor. She is not holding anything back right now. She knows the massive gap in their power better than anyone, but she is determined to see how far she can push herself today. You and I both knew this was coming. Every single one of her attacks is effortlessly blocked. He does not even have to move a finger. But she does not stop there. N quickly shifts gears and prepares to launch her next elemental magic spell. She wants to test her limits while she has the chance. Facing an opponent she must one day surpass, she feels no fear, only intense focus. Fire! She screams out, pouring every ounce of her mana into a massive wave of flames aimed directly at her professor. For a split second, Deculein looks genuinely surprised. He lets out a small laugh, seemingly impressed by the sheer intensity of her spirit. Even against her burning mana, he stands like an unshakable mountain. N bites her lip, trying to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Not done yet. Next is the earth element. Dust and debris fill the air as she creates a massive, swirling vortex of fire around him. Even Professor Jin is left with his mouth hanging open. He cannot believe a freshman is capable of such a complex elemental combination. Sylvia is dead silent, watching the battlefield with narrow eyes. Suddenly, the mana flow inside Ian's matrix begins to shift in a strange way. Cracks start appearing all over the giant sphere of fire she created. The structure of her magic is literally being torn apart from the inside. The fire shatters into pieces. Deculein stands there, perfectly fine, and looking down at her with that same arrogant, untouchable expression. Ian grits her teeth in frustration. She refuses to give up and starts firing off different magic spells, one after another in a desperate barrage. But it is no use. Her attacks do not even leave a scratch or force him to take a single step back. Deculein finally speaks, critiquing her form. Your magic has a bad habit. The bigger your movements, the easier it is for me to read. Mana interference hits her hard. She tries to cast her next spell, but her voice catches. Something is wrong, her magic won't activate. Her face pales as she realizes her spells are being completely neutralized. Is it possible that he has already deciphered her entire magic structure? He tells her coldly that she won't be casting anything else in front of him. He has effectively sealed her ability to use magic. She fumes with rage, realizing he has blocked her completely. But Ian is not the type to just stand there and admit defeat. She calculates her next move. Without waiting, she charges straight at him with everything she has left, letting out a loud battle cry. This fight is not over yet. She swings a fist toward him, knowing she is actually much more confident when it comes to physical combat. But he simply raises a hand and stops her cold. With a single, effortless motion, he sends her flying back across the arena. She crashes hard into the ground, creating a small explosion of dust and debris. The gap between them is still massive. Deculein sighs, analyzing her strategy. A combination of wind and fire, followed by earth, to create a smokescreen. It was actually quite clever, and that's where we leave it. But trust me, you and I just witnessed a girl with some seriously impressive magic potential. All right. You and I are about to witness a world where instincts mean nothing without perfect elemental control. Looking at her bracelet radiating intense mana, he realizes that such power is only possible because of that unique container. Deculein's gaze sharpens as he watches that bracelet. It grants her the ability to control every single element as long as she wears it. Truly, that is one of the most precious abilities in the entire world, he thinks with a subtle, tired smile. If the Deculein of the past saw her like this, he would probably feel a shiver of pure, cold envy. There is nothing better than seeing a kind-hearted girl like her grow and develop in the right direction. He steps toward her and says, "It is a shame the result is already decided. However, your performance was not bad at all." His voice makes the room stop. Her eyes light up in total disbelief as he turns to leave, announcing the end of today's public lesson. All freshmen should now focus their attention on preparing for the upcoming midterm examinations. After the match, the room explodes with gossip. Has anyone ever heard Deculein give that much praise before? Truly. But Eni was incredible. During her fight with Beck, it ended so fast that nobody realized she was this capable. Yeah, that fight was a total bore. Beck overhears this and stays silent, while Eni wonders if she's finally been recognized. Her friends rush over to cheer her on, telling her she was absolutely amazing out there. "Seriously, you are the best. We are so proud of you." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a bright blue sky over the ocean. Ganesa and her crew watch as a ship slowly docks, and she exclaims that they have finally arrived. "Leo, Kalos, long time no see. Are you all doing well?" The last person to step off the boat is Daria. Ganesa yells happily, "Daria, I am so glad to see you. It has been a while. Did you miss me?" She just smiles. Daria Mia steps onto the dock with a bright smile. She is actually Kim Huin's ex-girlfriend from the Gohi clan, making Ganesa shout with excitement. "Our adorable little Ria is back. I missed you so much." The girl playfully complains that her captain is being too rough. "This is basically child abuse, you know?" Ganesa immediately lets go and apologizes with a laugh. "Stick with me, because everything changes here." Look at Daria's expressionless face just before a blinding light hits her and she is unable to react. Headlights from a speeding car rush toward her, the brilliant light swallowing her whole as if erasing her from existence. Every sound in the world vanishes into silence, until suddenly, a noisy commotion begins to ring in her ears. Waking up in a daze, she realizes she has suddenly possessed the body of little Duia. The world she once knew is now completely gone. Ganesa shakes the other's shoulders, asking if Deculein really intends to involve children in this dangerous business. "I cannot take this job anymore," she says, but the other man scolds her for being blinded by beauty. "Do you even know how high the penalty fee is?" she thinks in a panic, recognizing the familiar faces around her. Characters and stories her team spent countless nights creating are now standing right in front of her very eyes. A woman walks past a badly injured man lying on the ground, stepping toward the girl. "Hello there, I am an adventurer named Ganesa. You are Ria, right?" The girl thinks to herself. "Ria?" You and I are watching her realize these people are the Red Jade adventure team. This warmth and the sea breeze, it is all real. Fumbling for words, she replies, "Yes, I am Duia." Just like that, she has become a character in the game she helped develop. Back in the present, Ganesa shouts at the kids, telling them to stop running around like crazy. Duia watches her, thinking that this woman is Ganesa, the greatest adventurer in the entire world. Terrified, she calculates that staying close to Ganesa is her only chance to survive and find a way back home. Back at the university, Deculein opens a strange crate and exclaims that it has finally arrived. Inside is the custom-made scepter he ordered, the Declare staff of LK Lag, crafted by the legendary Master Lon specifically for him. It is a signature item for Deculein von Gon Declare, a magic staff that can store up to 500 mana points. The staff acts as a regenerative circuit to increase casting efficiency, and he admires its sheer beauty. Made from ironwood, it has the highest physical potential of any natural wood. It actually understands the user's magic and helps optimize it. This aesthetic item does not just look incredible, it can even change its design to match the user's outfit. He admires the scepter, noting its special Declare bloodline attribute that is perfect for exorcism and purification. Deculein says, "Only 9 million elm. I thought it was expensive at first, but now it seems like a bargain. Between its high performance and its stunning appearance, this thing is truly a legendary treasure." Suddenly, a servant calls out that dinner is ready. He replies he is coming, Trust me, we are just getting started. All right, you and I are diving into a world of luxury here. Deculein just watches the feast. Yin speaks up, asking why the meal is so lavish when their finances are supposed to be tight. It is way more fancy than usual. Well, you need strength to survive hard times. This is just a little morale-boosting meal, that is all. Roy explains that those old artifacts he sold, they were a massive hit. As soon as they went up for sale, buyers swarmed the place and the auction actually got interrupted. Both young lady Huin and I felt like we were dreaming. We didn't just cover the deficit, we earned enough to keep the entire family running for the next few years. This is the young lady's way of saying thank you. So please accept it. Hearing that, Deculein finally lets out a relieved smile. It is delicious, which makes him feel better. She smugly notes that he actually knows how to manage things. The two siblings enjoy a happy meal, though Deculein still can't help critiquing her incorrect knife technique. Typical brother behavior. Yin is absolutely fuming. A bit later, back at the office, Deculein is buried under mountains of paperwork waiting for him. Deculein holds up a single sheet of paper and groans at the total mess. He sighs and tosses it aside. Pathetic. He is working tirelessly to prepare for the upcoming midterm exams. Hours pass as he hunts for inspiration, gathering every single old exam paper that the previous Deculein ever wrote. He grits his teeth. Every single question was aimed at one thing, trampling over the freshman. Thinking back to his past self, he was just an arrogant noble mage. Taste my exam and feel despair. Those tests showed nothing but the pure, unadulterated arrogance that Deculein possessed back then. He rubs his forehead, exhausted. Even the exams reflect what a trash personality he had. The old Deculein really was like that. He probably believed that impossible difficulty was proof of his own greatness. That is why the questions were so absurd. But I won't be like that, he thinks. I want to create truly great questions. The process might be grueling, but the answer should leave you in total awe. It should lead to a mage's enlightenment. Every small thing I do as a teacher should help build up talented magicians. Looking at the pile of documents, he mutters to himself. Maybe the very last box will have some kind of clue. He carefully looks through the exam sets. Pay attention now, this is where it gets wild. His eyes light up because one specific paper feels completely different from the others. He starts to wonder if this was actually written by someone else entirely. It is still hard, but it sparks an intense curiosity. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magic begins to radiate around him. If I truly understand this, he thinks, while channeling his mana directly into the magical exam paper. Elemental light explodes everywhere. The room is flooded with mana, and then a pair of mysterious hands appears from nowhere. It is a girl nobody knows. Seeing her silhouette manifest right in front of him leaves him totally shocked. If you provide the exact amount of mana, the answer reveals a hidden picture. This is incredible stuff. Each color represents a different element, and their harmony in the answer is just deeply, deeply impressive. He smiles at the mystery figure. This is the perfect question for a course on pure elemental magic. He clutches his chest as a sudden, intense wave of instinctive jealousy washes over him. Deculein must have seen the elegance here. There is a beauty in this question that he never could have achieved with his own limited talent. His eyes narrow as he looks toward the girl's fading silhouette. You and I saw that too, right? Who is this mystery woman? Meanwhile, the red line issue is being delayed again. The High Elder of the Ditch Sand Council. The mysterious girl exclaims in surprise. How interesting that the meeting ended this way, all thanks to Professor Deculein strongly opposing the suppression. Adrian happily drops the paper on the table. What a strange turn of events. Her gaze suddenly turns sharp as she looks at every single person in the room. She stares at the professors and tells them they are all the same. Adrian is the top candidate for the title of Archmage. She possesses a massive amount of magic power, but her personality is surprisingly gentle and playful. She often spends her time eavesdropping on all the freshman gossip. She laughs, asking if Deculein and the Knight Julie really argued in court, and if Professor Huin failed her diet. Her curiosity about the world and love for gossip is actually connected to the secret of her own birth. She is actually a half-elf, which is why she acts this way. That is where her massive power comes from. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me as we watch her sip tea and call Deculein's mission absolutely interesting. Professors meet the president monthly, and as usual, Deculein is the only one missing from the group. He sighs. A Deculein like me doesn't need to impress anyone. quoting the absent professor's arrogant words. But this time is different, as a voice reports a rumor to the president while he's away. Jane cautiously mentions that Luina will attend the conference, which shocks her because Luina was Julin's former rival who resigned due to his schemes and was once a top candidate for the chief professor position. She was under the impression that they had already returned to their own kingdom for good. Curious, she asks why they would return now or if they are planning to stay in the empire. Jeffin says they would return for a job, adding the magic tower would gain a major new strength. After all, Luina has already accomplished so many incredible things back during her time in the kingdom. He adds that compared to Jolin, she only knows how to protect Hong Toi in her own way. Ianmi smiles mysteriously and agrees to consider things if Luina actually decides to return to them. The other professors are overjoyed as she ends the meeting to go handle her own important work. She tells the professors to submit their exam questions quickly before swinging the door open and running out. Holding her cup, Ianmi notices Jean has been acting very strange and feels quite tense about it all. Also, the exam questions he submitted are so brilliant, it's hard to believe he actually wrote them alone. Someone else must have helped, so she decides to tease him about his enemy Luina potentially coming back. Ianmi exclaims with pure excitement that the whole situation is going to be absolutely hilarious to watch. Now watch closely, because the midterms are starting and the rumors are flying everywhere around the school. Students are panicking over the strange questions, with some even wanting to give up and quit immediately. Alan tells everyone to stay calm since this is exactly what was announced to them before now. He explains the midterm for the pure elemental magic course will last for 10 full days. The final deadline is midnight on Sunday, when the Magic Tower schedule officially concludes for the week. Alan explains that every single student will be taking the test in their own assigned private room. They can eat, sleep, or take other tests, but the exam papers must absolutely stay in the room. He confirms it's an open book exam, making Julie wonder how hard a 10-day test could be. Irni is frustrated, noting that even a final exam isn't usually this intense or stressful for her. Typical Julin, letting the assistant do all the talking, while he doesn't even show his face here. Alan adds that a perfect score earns a recommendation letter signed by the chief professor himself. They're all excited. A recommendation from the chief? You and I know that's huge. Mages are ranked from first class all the way down to the 11th class for beginners, but climbing those ranks is a brutal process that takes an incredible amount of real effort. You don't just get promoted by attending classes and waiting for the time to pass you by. Every single rank requires passing a promotion test that is anything but simple for a mage to finish. But a letter from a rank 4 magic king like Julin is a golden ticket and a special pass. Irn rests her chin on her hand, wondering why her enemy would ever give her a letter. She has zero motivation to work with someone she wants nothing to do with in this life. Then she realizes that getting a perfect score could actually give her a huge advantage over him later. She imagines herself standing over him, mocking him for ever writing that recommendation letter for her to use. Smiling mischievously, she vows to get that recommendation letter just to spite her lifelong rival, Julin. Everyone else can only watch helplessly as she lets out a very sinister and suspicious-sounding laugh. By day 4, reality sets in, and she is clutching her head in total and complete frustration. Looking at the thick stack of papers, she panics as the difficulty skyrockets every hour. Just look at all these overlapping calculations piling up on every single page. But she won't quit yet, admitting that these questions are actually quite brilliant and incredibly deep. Solving them is pure torture, but the answers bring a level of enlightenment she's never felt before. She frowns at the math, wondering if Jolin really wrote these incredible and complex questions himself. Trust me, we leave her here, absolutely determined to finish this impossible task. All right, you and I are watching Sylvia's struggle to get that letter from Deculein, even if she is already sighing in frustration. She decides to leave her room for a moment. She really needs to go out and catch her breath. Keeping all these thoughts locked inside is only making things worse. Outside, Sylvia sits on a bench and watches the scenery. She rubs her shoulders and exhales a long, tired breath. 30 hours to finish one question, she definitely needs to rest. She recalls the professor's promise. He told her he would write a recommendation letter if she managed to get a perfect score. A small smile plays on her lips. Hearing him say that felt like he was granting her some kind of divine favor. The truth is, anyone capable of a perfect score on this test would never fail the promotion exam anyway. She places a hand over her heart, full of resolve. She wants that perfect score for herself, not for any letter. Every question is hauntingly beautiful, a key opening a new door of perception. She just has to reach the final one. Closing her eyes, she feels herself growing as a mage. Suddenly, a voice interrupts her thoughts. She looks up in shock. It is Ephraim. Sylvia wonders how far the other girl has gotten. They both start to speak at the exact same time. Which question are you on? They both stare, stunned that the other person asked the exact same thing. They awkwardly turn away. Sylvia stammers that she is on question 8. Hearing this, Ephraim gasps in disbelief. What? You are already on 8? Sylvia admits she is still working on it, but Ephraim is clearly feeling the pressure. I am stuck on 7. Sylvia is surprised. Is Ephraim only one question behind? Could she be lying? This is no time for distractions. She needs to get back to work. Sylvia stands up, ready to head back in. Ephraim asks if she is leaving because of her. Sylvia coldly replies that she was just finishing her break. Now, pay attention as the exams heat up. Deculein senses a massive change approaching the tower. Holding a newspaper, he mutters that things are finally starting. Emperor Crippen is currently in critical condition. Deculein leans on his hand, deep in thought. The Emperor is at death's door. He remembers the man as a calm ruler. He always tried to keep the peace between church and state power. He never showed any hostility toward the Red Sins either. The real issue is the new king who will take over. That person is now the most important figure in the world. An image of a woman with flaming red hair and immense power fills his mind. And the most troublesome, he thinks. Sophien von Gippen is her name. The world is about to enter a great war. At the tower, night falls. It is the final day. During this time, many students have already surrendered to Deculein's brutal exam. The gap between the elite and the struggling students has become incredibly obvious. Regardless of their scores, the students brag about surviving the exam like they have won a Medal of Honor. Once it ends, they do not just party. They actually spend time reflecting on the lessons they have learned. This unusual behavior catches everyone's eye. Even the tower professors want to see the exam that everyone is talking about. Everyone is stunned by the difficulty. Let's see if you and I can even comprehend the level of genius here. Question 8. Only Sylvia and Ephraim are left. And after all this time, frustration is starting to set in. Sylvia groans. This cursed question 8. Is this the final wall? I will solve it no matter what. She has lost count of how many coffees she has finished. She cannot quit after all that caffeine. Ephraim, looking pale and exhausted, refuses to back down. She tells herself to focus just a little bit more. She stares at the prompt and suddenly sees it. Out in the hall, Deculein and Alan see a blinding light. Alan panics, but Deculein is calm. One of the two has finally cracked the final code. He knew it would be her. The door slowly begins to open. Deculein walks into the room, which is now overflowing with mana. He closes the door and says, I knew you could. Congratulations. It is Sylvia. Tears are streaming down her face from the sheer emotion of the moment. A breathtaking magical painting covers the entire room. It is vibrant and filled with pure elemental essence. Cool blues feel warm, and a starlit sky of hope shines through the dark, sharp, and brilliant. Deculein reaches out to touch the light, a rare smile appearing on his face. A true masterpiece. He realizes that even though he wrote the question, he could never create something this beautiful. Kim Hyunjin's soul is reflected here, an artist without talent. Trust me, you and I won't forget this ending. All right, you and I are about to dive into a story where art and magic collide beautifully. This is Kim Huin. Professor Deculein poured his entire aesthetic soul into this very question. The one who loves beauty and the one who dreamed of art school both find peace here. He turns to leave, saying, well done, and thank you. His words leave her absolutely speechless. Even after he's gone, she stands frozen, unable to process what just happened. Her hand trembles as she whispers a thank you to her teacher, reaching out to touch the beautiful, glowing magic she created with her very own strength. I'll definitely become a great mage. She really does have an incredible, undeniable talent. Who knew she'd pull it off? Then again, she is the descendant of a legendary archmage family. Gently touching the magic, she looks up, moved. Magic itself is just so beautiful. Outside, Alan enters to announce the end of the debutante period. Time is finally up. I get it, but it's a shame. Alan steps forward to comfort her. You did great. Now, watch this. Even at the final second, two students are still fighting to solve the impossible. Alan nods. Hearing that Sia finished everything, Eni sighs. That girl is a monster. She stares at the ceiling, lost in her own thoughts. Suddenly, the recommendation letters don't matter anymore. Her mind is clear for the first time. All that's left is a mage's curiosity and a hunger to learn. She regrets not finishing every question. She jumps up, declaring that even if the exam is over, the problem still remains. She tells him she's going to solve it. Her smile is still so bright and full of will. He smiles back gently, encouraging her. Keep going. I'll be rooting for you. The sun sets over the magic tower. Later, she drags herself down a quiet, empty road. She groans about the exhausting exam. If only she'd finished, she might feel some achievement. But instead of satisfaction, only sad memories of her lonely home are waiting for her. A door covered in graffiti and a cold, empty bed. Suddenly, strange figures approach her. You saw that too, right? Her friends are waiting. She's so shocked she can barely speak. Julie opens her arms wide. After every exam, a celebration is mandatory. Let's go eat something delicious. Moved to tears, she calls out to Julie. Julie just laughs. You looked so pitiful back there. Was the test that hard? Julie looks at her warmly. Eni finally starts to get excited again. Since Eni made everyone wait, she's buying. Eni panics, shouting that she never agreed to that. Days later, a miracle happens in her room. She watches the shimmering light in total awe. It's gorgeous. Suddenly, a voice calls from the hallway. Ezen, are you ready to go yet? She calls back to Julie, saying she'll be right out. Later, she chats with a redhead in the garden. It's a relief to be done, though we'll be busy again soon. These days are truly precious. I'm looking forward to our squad training. The redhead shares her excitement. Me too. Eni feels lucky she didn't give up. Her persistence really paid off in the end. That exam was the best magical experience ever. Suddenly, the redhead asks if she heard the news. There's a huge scandal involving Professor Deculein's exam. Eni turns around, completely shocked by the rumor. What did you say? The redhead sips her juice, her expression turning incredibly serious. Word is, Professor Deculein was summoned to the floating island. It's almost impossible to believe. Eni just stares blankly. The floating island? She can't believe her ears. It's an island suspended 1,500 meters in the air forever. The absolute peak of magical engineering where every elite mage gathers. Every bit of world knowledge and magic converges there, creating an autonomous zone that exists completely outside the laws and reach of the surface world below. Naturally, it's packed with weirdos who are completely obsessed with forbidden knowledge and power. One professor asks what the fuss is all about. The other replies it is the tower's exam, a legendary, completely new form of experiential magic. Mages are praising Deculein's work. It's become the hottest topic on the entire floating island. Now he's been invited to give a special lecture explaining his brilliant exam design. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. The impact of this exam went way beyond what he expected. Who knew it would become this famous? All right, stick with me. Our lead just landed a sweet event mission at Mana Floating Island. Plus, the pay is huge. About 1 billion gun in local currency. He is actually thinking about making this his full-time career path. Not bad at all. Deculein gently places the exam paper on the table. He starts by showing some goodwill, greeting the students with total class. Today's speaker is the chief professor of the Imperial Royal University, a level 4 monarch tier elemental mage named Deculein. The main topic for today is opening session. The university tower is big midterm exam. This lecture will last 2 hours. But before diving into the questions, he gives a brief rundown on pure elements. Ahenmei giggles and asks Duina if she has seen the paper yet. Duina warns her that it looks like plagiarism. Deculein could never write this. And this difficult, stone-faced professor is none other than Duina von Slaughter Queen. The lecture flows smoothly. To help everyone keep up, he uses bits of previous tower lessons to simplify the complex stuff. Deculein solves the first problem easily. Now, we are moving on to question number 6. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Professor, I have a question. Ah-Henmei cannot hide her curiosity as she stands up and waves. She points a finger forward and lays it out. Based on what you just said, sir, Professor, when it comes to the difference between pure elements and their specific types, now pay attention. A massive magic circle erupts in blinding light as she finishes her question. On question 6, how should one combine elements to create the most optimal destructive spells? Before he even begins to answer that curveball, he lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Wait, is the principal here too? Well, it makes sense. She is famously mischievous, and with Deculein old reputation, suspecting a ghostwriter is not exactly crazy. Maybe he should just lean into this little game for a bit. Deculein does not hesitate for a second. He just points his finger straight ahead. Regarding that, to a shocked Ah-Henmei, he conjures a glowing blue magic circle with ancient runes. He performs the technique and then answers her questions. You just have to add the core circuits in a linear fashion like this. Even though she is stunned, she manages to reply. Wait, really? Oh, you are right. Thank you, Professor. But Ah-Henmei does not stop there. She keeps questioning him. Thanks to his vast knowledge, every single question gets answered instantly. Seeing the other mages' annoyed glares, she finally goes quiet. Only 10 minutes left. Since Deculein spent almost all his time on her, he decides the Q&A session took too long. We will skip the final question. Suddenly, a hand shoots up from the back. Just one last thing. Did you actually write question number 8 yourself? You and I can see where this is going. Duina is calling him a fraud, and Deculein's gaze turns ice cold. Duina, please be very clear about what you are implying. She does not back down, asking him straight to his face. Like I asked, did you really think up and write question 8 all on your own? That is what she wants to know. Everyone starts gossiping immediately. What? Wait, what is happening? Is she saying he hired a ghostwriter? Is it true? Even under Duina's intense pressure, Deculein remains perfectly calm while he explains the situation. Getting inspired by others is totally normal in this field. But then, he suddenly stops mid-sentence. In the next second, the entire hall is flooded with magical light and beautiful, flowing streaks. He is about to put on a show. This entire piece is my own work. Everyone is left completely speechless. It is beautiful, absolutely stunning. He emphasizes that he just improvised this on the spot, so it is completely different from what is in the actual test. Then, he turns his sharp gaze back toward Duina. After that massive flex, his face hardens as he asks for her opinion. Is that answer sufficient for you, Professor Duina? She is absolutely furious, but has to grit her teeth. There is nothing left to say. With that, he ends the lecture. Class dismissed. His system window pops up, confirming the event mission is complete. Plus 30 mana. As Deculein walks down the hallway, he feels a lingering sense of dread. In the original story, his relationship with Duina is terrible. Today went okay, but he knows trouble is coming soon. Seriously, the guy is a magnet for chaos. Suddenly, he spots a figure up ahead and freezes. Looking at the girl, a strange feeling of familiarity washes over him. This person. Even I feel like I have seen her face somewhere before. She suddenly turns around with a look so serious you would think the world was ending. Seeing her like that, he is totally confused. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next when these two face off. Looking at that contemptuous face, Deculein finally remembers. You and I are about to see how a simple reunion with an old college classmate turns into something much bigger. As she stands there stunned, he politely reaches out his hand. It has been a long time, Charlotte. Charlotte cannot wrap her head around his friendly attitude. What is going on, Deculein? She snaps back that they aren't close enough for first names. But his next question is about to make her heart skip a beat. Is Princess Maho doing okay? He does not care about their past. He only cares about the princess that Charlotte is currently shielding. The Emperor of Maho, Crepeum, is about to take his very last breath. This is the real deal. Now pay attention, because this moment is the ultimate turning point in the game. Major characters are about to face life or death. And the one person who absolutely must survive, that is Maho. She is a character he actually helped create and build, and from the mid-game point onward, she becomes the core force representing justice in the main quest line. She is second in line for the throne of Huin and third, for the kingdom of Jok, which makes her royal bloodline extremely complicated when it comes to politics. She is a tragic princess who seems to attract bloodshed and violence wherever she goes. Right now, she is staying in the empire under the guise of studying abroad. But when the emperor dies, she'll leave the empire and fall into grave danger. Despite his good intentions, Charlotte still chooses to scold him. You are still just as good at provoking people as ever. Deculein. Suddenly, he holds out a glowing white sphere toward her. He tells her not to overreact. He is simply throwing a lifeline to an old friend who has chosen to walk straight into a deadly trap. Charlotte freezes for 5 whole seconds. She eventually takes the sphere and sinks into a corner to think things over. This is a communication crystal. Call me if you change your mind and need help. His words keep echoing in her head. Back then, Charlotte had reacted with pure fury when she heard his offer. You want me to beg for help from someone like you? Dream on. Deculein does not argue, he just stays blunt and to the point. Time is running out, and you know it. But if you still want to refuse, fine, suit yourself. Charlotte is a mess of emotions and sighs in frustration. Suddenly, a sweet voice calls out from the distance. Princess Manhwa appears, looking as gentle and caring as ever. Charlotte, you do not look so good. Charlotte tries to play it cool, but Manhwa is not buying it for a second. I understand the situation. Please, Charlotte, do not try to carry this whole burden by yourself. Soon, my brother's men will come to either use me or kill me for the throne. It is exhausting. I used studying as an excuse to flee to the empire, thinking I could finally just live. I feel safe here, but the next emperor won't allow this chaos. I have to leave as soon as possible. Charlotte realizes that Manhwa is actually right. Exactly. Manhwa looks at her and lets out a soft, relieved smile. Then she brings up the suitcase in her hand. Charlotte, this is every bit of money I have saved up. Wait, you and I both know that's a lot of money. Why would she just hand it over like that? I know you do not have enough to hire mercenaries for our trip back, Charlotte. The princess is stunned and tries to refuse. No, Your Highness, I will find a way. Manhwa insists on sharing the load. She tells her one more time not to handle everything alone. This is for everyone's sake, so it's not a waste at all. Charlotte cannot turn down such a kind heart. She finally accepts the princess's generous offer. I understand. It is embarrassing, but I will hire protection with this money. No matter what danger comes, I will protect you with my life. Who is there? Charlotte suddenly senses an intruder and slams the door open. Before she can act, the stranger is already running for their life. She didn't see a face, but she knows. They're already here? This is much more dangerous than I thought. Without help, things look grim. Night falls over the quiet city, but the lights are still burning bright in Deculein's office as he continues his late work. Yin walks by and starts teasing him. You are reading a lot lately. I thought you hated books. Hey, at least answer me. I heard you gave a lecture at Floating Island and got paid a fortune, right? Deculein knows exactly what she is after. Do not expect to see a single cent of that. Yin. She screams that she never wanted the money anyway. But trust me, things are getting real. An official letter just arrived. Let's dive into a story where the coldest professor in history finally makes his move. The freshmen want a picnic at Huin, but I am not having it. She tells me to at least think about it. But Deculein's memories of picnics are far from pleasant, so he just says no again. Picnics are unhygienic and messy. I will absolutely not allow it. Yin still tries to persuade him. What are you even saying? At least look at the letter once. It is not like it is free. It is a good chance to show off our magic tower to the freshmen too. But once Deculein decides, there is no changing his mind. That is enough. Leave, Yin. She still looks reluctant, begging him just to take one look. The joke is over, and Deculein is getting serious. He speaks firmly one last time. Faced with that terrifying expression, Yin does not dare linger in the room any longer. Fine, I get it. She walks out in a terrible mood. Now, the atmosphere becomes quieter and more heavy than ever before. Suddenly, Deculein senses something and pulls out a glowing white orb. He knows Charlotte needs help, so he gets straight to the point. Speak, my old friend. Her heart is racing as she tells Deculein, I think it is time to leave. There is no time left. Help me. Deculein does not hesitate to accept her plea. Fine. Will you follow my plan then? Charlotte asks back, "What plan?" Deculein pulls out a map and explains further to Charlotte, there is only one path left for the demon princess to escape safely. It looks dangerous, but that is exactly why it is the safest route. Hearing this, Charlotte immediately asks for the specific location. Now, pay attention here, because Deculein reveals the location. Jidavath Canyon. Charlotte's heart stops at the mere mention of it. She immediately expresses her concern about that place. What? That land is filled with nothing but toxic gas. Typical of you to say that. Deculein frowns and emphasizes his point. Do you really think you can survive by taking a normal path? Trust me, Charlotte. We will make it through the Jidavath Canyon. The place they are talking about is the Jidavath Canyon, a rugged land where demonic energy is so thick it feels like a devil's lair. Rumor says demons appear there occasionally. Because of this, that territory does not belong to any kingdom at all. This very place is the demon princess's only chance. If they cross Jidavath Canyon, reaching the Yen kingdom will be a simple matter. Charlotte adds, I cannot say, I have not considered that geographical advantage, but surely you didn't think I would go alone. Do not worry, I will personally lead the way. You personally? Hearing this, he confirms with a simple, that is right. Charlotte still feels uneasy and suspicious. She cannot understand his motives and asks, why would you go this far for me? Deculein, this trip offers you no benefits at all. Deculein then tries to find the right words to explain it to her. I live for my reputation. Charlotte, both my intellect and my vision are far superior to yours. What did you say? This guy is just praising himself again. He continues with a pensive look. I know what you are thinking. He is a jerk, but he calls it a transaction, not kindness. My intellect and vision are simply far superior to yours. Charlotte finally drops her suspicion and asks about the plan. Who will be our contact person? Everything has been calculated carefully, so he finally reveals the secret to her. 3 days later, at the Jidavath Canyon entrance. If you cannot even make it there, I will assume you have no right to survive. Charlotte agrees. Understood. I hope your skills are as good as your mouth. Mission complete. Currency +4. Additional rewards achieved. 3 days later, everyone present at Deculein's mansion is absolutely stunned by what they see. Is this Huin? It is so beautiful. It feels like we have stepped into a completely different country, doesn't it? The capital of the estate, Huin, is a wealthy tourist city with countless places to eat and have fun. It was inspired by the most livable cities in the real world. That is why, despite many requests for a picnic, Deculein always refused until now. Yin is confused after getting his approval. Why the sudden change of heart? What are you planning now? Before, you said a picnic was absolutely out of the question. But this was part of his plan. Huin is near Jidavath Canyon, just a 4-hour ride away. He will wait for the perfect chance to sneak out while everyone is busy. Suddenly, Deculein turns and asks her, where are the freshmen? Yin then gives him a detailed report. I booked a floor at the 2K Inzam Hotel. 4 people per room, and those who want privacy will have to pay for it out of their own pockets. He offers her some praise. Well done, Yin. As a professor and the owner of Huin, I have fulfilled my duty. I have provided the minimum guidance for our visitors. Picnics are supposed to be about freedom. You and I just witnessed a classic Deculein warning. Enjoy your freedom, but if you soil my estate, your career at the Magic Tower is officially over. Everyone is puzzled by Deculein's words, but he's busy turning Huin into an outpost. Stick with me, because we're about to see a mastermind in action. Yariel is beaming with confidence. Well, what do you think of the mages from our Huin Magic Tower? They are unmatched among any provincial mages. Wouldn't you agree? Deculein uses his unique vision to spot potential, seeing a golden glow over those with real talent. This lady gets a raise, while that guy, he's fired on the spot. The news hits him like a bolt of lightning. What? Just like that, Deculein works in secret until the sun finally sets. Sylvia stands alone in the silence, her eyes fixed on her own firework display. Vibrant colors burst across the high sky. The crowd is absolutely captivated by the stunning scene. Sylvia is truly flawless. 10 out of 10. The fireworks are beautiful, but she stands there with her hands on her hips, looking puzzled. Why would the professor give out homework even here? And a magic firework experiment? Of all things, Ephraim totally agrees with her. Fair point. Once Sylvia finishes her show, the professors make the next announcement. Next is Group E. We use destruction and harmony magic to wait. She gets cut off. Now pay attention. Things are about to get really tense. Ephraim is stunned, not understanding what's happening. Yes? Zetlan doesn't want to wait and demands they start immediately. No more long explanations, just fire it. Ephraim and her teammates set the fireworks on the ground. A second later, impressive bursts of light shoot into the air. The other students can only stare with their mouths wide open. So beautiful. Group E did a great job, right? But the judge isn't impressed and gives a mediocre grade. 9 points, the sound was decent. Unexpectedly, the professor next to him sighs and gives an even lower score. 4 points. Seeing Ephraim's disappointment, Julie tries to reassure her. What? It's fine, Julie. In contrast to those low scores, Julie gives them a shocking result. 10 points. The balance between destruction and harmony was perfect. Ephraim is overjoyed but can't believe her ears. What? 10 points for real? The quiet night now covers everything, with only Deculein keeping the bright moon company. He's fully prepared to start the plan. Good. It's time to move. Will Charlotte arrive safely? Suddenly, it's not Charlotte but Ephraim who appears. Is it because you feel like you owe me something? Deculein calmly questions her. Ephraim? What are you doing here alone at this hour? Go back now. Her heart is in a knot, and she's desperate for an explanation. Please tell me about the club discipline and today too. Why do you treat me this way? Is it because of my father? Deculein gives her a sharp, cold look. You and I both know this is where the mystery deepens. He immediately mounts his horse. Figure it out yourself. You're not a child who should be whining like this. Ephraim grinds her teeth in frustration when she gets no answer. Deculein doesn't linger and spurs his horse to leave. Ephraim refuses to give up and shouts after him. I will join your research group. I'll uncover everything why my father took his own life and why he had to do it. I'll surpass you and become even greater than you. The world goes silent again. Deculein is gone, leaving her standing there alone and feeling miserable. Meanwhile, he's riding hard. Ephraim wants to join his group, but I don't sense a villain's fate in her. I don't even know what I did to her father. What if it really was an unforgivable sin? I can't go further. The magic energy here is too strong. Back to the horse station. We'll continue tomorrow noon. Have the others arrived? I'll check via the crystal ball. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Deculein. He turns around and realizes who it is. You've worked hard. Charlotte did his best to protect Manhwa and made it here as promised. Now that they're all together, they'll leave soon. Suddenly, Deculein bows deeply and respectfully before Princess Manhwa. He slowly introduces himself. I am Deculein, head professor of the Magic Tower at the Imperial University. From now on, I will secure your escape route. Manhwa is deeply grateful to him. Thank you. Before leaving, Deculein has a few things to note. The journey here couldn't have been easy. What's with your look? Charlotte tosses him a paper and tells him to keep it a note from some adventurers. Deculein flips the paper open and reads it, his expression turning wary. He quickly folds it back with pure rage. Disgusting. They don't know their place. Seeing this, Charlotte asks, Are you okay? Deculein confirms he's fine. Just follow me closely. Let's head out. Trust me. You're going to want to see where this journey leads. Suddenly, Manhwa can't hide her curiosity and asks, Charlotte, you and I are about to find out. Professor Deculein looks unhappy, and while Charlotte hesitates to answer, she realizes she can't hide her magic anymore and finally decides to tell him the honest truth. The note reveals that 37 assassins are currently hunting them, along with a terrifying creature known as a Deculein. Charlotte confirms the threat and explains it is a hybrid demon ghost, making it nearly impossible to defeat with physical force or magic. Because of its strange dual nature, this monster is far more dangerous than the group of assassins. Manhwa finds the news hard to believe. But it gets even worse. The Deculein is actually a product of a dark contract. A contract? Seeing the girl's confusion, Charlotte steps in to enlighten her on the dark truth. A Deculein can only be summoned with underworld magic, requiring human bodies and demon horns as a sacrifice. This means their enemies are using forbidden black magic just to track them, and these are men who want to be kings. However, there is still hope thanks to the Deculein bloodline, a family famous for their ancient exorcism abilities. This lineage grants the owner immense power against spirits, allowing them to purify demonic energy and absorb it as mana. Once that energy is purified, it is refined into high-quality Tier 1 mana. Deculein leads the group forward, scanning the area while sensing the thick killing intent nearby. This crevasse rift is rightfully called a demon's nest. The miasma here is so thick you can feel it on your skin. Watch this while others would struggle just to breathe here. This environment is a massive advantage that boosts him to Tier 4. Thanks to the abundant energy in the air, he can temporarily reach Tier 4 mana quality. Mana quality is the deciding factor, as even a 1-tier difference can determine a mage's standing. Mana is split into 10 tiers, with commoners at 9 or 10, and only those at Tier 7 can become mages. Tier 5 is rare, and most famous figures across the continent only sit at Tier 3 or 4. Tier 1 is just a symbolic concept reserved for gods, while Tier 2 only has 4 people like Knight GFC, the Grand Mage Demon, and the High Chancellor. With his mana quality currently sitting at Tier 4, handling a Dion Owen is easy, but Charlotte starts complaining from behind, asking if he cannot go any faster. Slow and steady is better, so he calms her down, asking if her impatience is finally clouding her judgment. He warns that rushing could lead to miasma addiction, and realizing he is right, Charlotte stays silent. Suddenly, she turns back to see Maho trying to comfort her, promising that everything will be fine. It is a touching moment that warms her heart. Her Highness truly has a kind soul. Even though she is likely terrified, she is still putting on a brave face to comfort her subordinates. I won't let her get hurt, even if I have to sacrifice myself. But suddenly, Maho points ahead in a panic. A massive swarm of bats is approaching, and Charlotte immediately locks into her cold, serious mode. Now watch this. Deculein is so confident in his skills that he decides to handle them alone, summoning massive, razor-sharp stone shards behind him. His eyes glow with an intense, deadly light as he prepares to strike. A second later, he unleashes a brutal opening volley, trapping the bats in a magical matrix they cannot escape. In the blink of an eye, Deculein wipes them all out with absolute ease. With the threat neutralized, he calmly turns back to the group. Everything is fine now. Everyone is stunned by his power. Taking out an entire swarm in one hit is truly legendary. However, danger is still lurking in every shadow of this rift, and Deculein remains focused and ready for anything, especially as another savage monster charges toward them. The group wonders why these annoying creatures keep appearing one after another, but they still haven't faced the true terror they have been dreading. Deculein looks ahead. You are not very chivalrous, are you? He gives a cold warning. If you come any closer without a reason, I will tear you to pieces right here. Maho looks like she wants to ask something but holds back, while Deculein continues walking forward into the darkness. His steady footsteps echo on the ground, unaware that an ambush is already waiting for them. You are sharp even with death staring you in the face. You probably already know exactly what is coming next. Seeing things are turning ugly, Deculein orders Charlotte to take the princess and escape to the Yen Kingdom immediately. She is shocked and asks him to repeat that. But he doesn't want her in danger, so you and I are about to see him make a very difficult choice. All right, you and I are starting with a masterclass in seeing through lies, as Deculein ignores her fake concern. Suddenly, the professor tells her to look over in that direction instead. They are faced by a dangerous group in black. But a sudden explosion fills the area with white smoke. They never expected Deculein to play them like this, and every one of them ends up severely injured. After showing her what she needed to see, he asks if she has decided to leave this place yet. Charlotte thinks it over one last time before finally agreeing to follow his lead. This way, Your Highness. Charlotte, look over there. She immediately looks where Maho is pointing and is left completely stunned. An eerie and powerful aura rises before them, forming a twisted figure born from that dark energy. They are surrounded now, and Charlotte finds herself facing a truly dangerous entity. What even is that thing? That monster is a Dionian. Now pay attention, because this is where the tension truly ramps up for our heroes. Take the princess to the kingdom. It is too dangerous for you alone. But he reassures her he will end this. The man beside him stays to clear a path, telling Charlotte to get to safety while he provides support. Charlotte stands there frozen for a moment, caught in a desperate mental struggle over her next move. Seeing her hesitation, Deculein tells her that if she still has goals to achieve, she cannot wait here. Once the princess has power, just help the Huin family later. Go now. Charlotte finally grits her teeth. Deep down, her heart is screaming because she does not want to leave him behind in this abyss. She chooses to take Maho and run to distract the enemies, promising to meet again at the Yen Duchy. Chase them down and do not let them escape. Let us see how far that foolish woman can get. Deculein is determined to stop them, but the Dionian mocks him, telling the professor to worry about himself. You arrogant mage, this body cannot be killed by blades, and your magic is completely useless in this place. Your spells will just scatter into the evil energy of this abyss. A massive dark aura erupts around him. Before charging into the attack, Deculein takes a moment to calmly analyze the monster's weaknesses. How confident. He is right that normal physical hits and magic usually fail against a Dionian's immaterial form. But Huin see his real advantage here. Not only does his magic quality rise, but his recovery speed is boosted too. While moving, he had already prepared a special wood and steel reinforcement to deal with this exact situation. The Dionian remains incredibly smug, looking down on the mage as if the fight is already over. Seizing the moment the monster drops its guard, Deculein launches a massive stone block with devastating power. A brilliant streak of blue light tears right through the Dionian's body in a flash of energy. But that was just the opening act. Deculein has plenty of other surprises waiting, and he is not done. An even more powerful light erupts, shredding the creature's form. The monster looks on in total shock. It fires a blast of energy back at him, but Deculein quickly summons a barrier to block the attack. The man behind him watches in concern, noting that the thing was sliced in half but still lives. Deculein tells him not to panic, just keep hitting it until it stays dead. He continues summoning massive stones. He points his staff forward, preparing to unleash the final movement of his relentless magical assault. Glowing blue stones fill the sky like a meteor shower, raining down on the monster with overwhelming force. The Dionian, who was so arrogant before, is now completely frozen as the magic array crushes him. Witnessing this performance is just mind-blowing. No matter how tough the enemy, they are just pests to him. Meanwhile, Charlotte has successfully dealt with the enemies who were chasing them through the woods. Thanks to her decisive actions, Maho is safe. She quickly runs over to check if the prince is all right. Even though she looks pale and exhausted, she manages to force a small smile to reassure him. Aside from feeling a bit nauseous, I am fine. But Charlotte knows those are signs of abyss poisoning. We are almost out of the rift, so hang on. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Maho. It is Maho's uncle, the Minister of Internal Affairs. Recognizing him, Maho runs toward him with relief. He gently places a hand on her, expressing his deep sorrow for only being able to wait here. I understand everything. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I have more coming soon. All right. Stick with me, you and I are about to see one of the most satisfying power plays in this series. Charlotte didn't take all the credit for herself, admitting there were others who helped them. She immediately turned around and began staring off into the far distance. Minister, please allow us to stay here and wait for our friend for a bit. He eventually agreed to her request. They did not move an inch, waiting for Deculein's group until the sun began to set. But even as the light faded, nobody appeared. At this point, Maho was starting to get really worried. Is the professor going to be okay? Charlotte felt a deep sense of gratitude. He really did everything to protect the princess as promised. Seeing the time, Huin said they had to leave. Even as they moved forward, their eyes stayed glued to the path behind them. Suddenly, Charlotte and Maho froze in shock. Deculein was standing right there, completely unharmed. You actually made it here safely? Both of them survived and arrived just like they promised. We made it out alive too, Professor. They were finally reunited in an explosion of emotion. But before they could even rest, Deculein announced he was leaving. Wait, you need to rest. No, my work here is finished. Charlotte wanted to hold him back, but his cold determination made her hesitate. She tried to speak, but the words got stuck in her throat. At first, I thought he was just being difficult, but he truly risked everything for the princess and me. He faced the danger alone so we could escape. I have to thank him properly. Charlotte called out and reached her hand forward. Deculein. Putting aside all their past grudges, Charlotte was genuinely grateful. Thank you. But Deculein just turned away with total indifference. Enough. You look like you haven't even bathed yet, so I am not shaking your hand." Facing that cold-blooded attitude, Charlotte clenched her fist in pure annoyance. "You jerk." And just like that, under the setting sun, Deculein walked away without needing any praise. They couldn't just let their savior leave like that. They shouted after him, "Deculein, be careful. I will definitely repay this debt. Thank you so much, Professor." Deculein's face remained expressionless as he gave a simple wave goodbye and kept walking forward. The mission is complete. Main plot points and shop credits have been earned. That night, Charlotte was summoned to meet with Minister Huin. "Minister, it is Charlotte." "Good. Come in." She slowly entered his private office. She sat down as Huin instructed, her mind racing with curiosity about this sudden meeting. What is he going to say? Is the Duchy of Engen rejecting us too? Or is there some kind of plot? No. If he wanted to hurt us, he had plenty of chances during our first encounter. Once they were settled, Huin spoke up. "Now, pay attention, because what I am about to say is going to change everything. The Grand Duke wants the princess to be his successor." Hearing this, Charlotte's eyes went wide with pure disbelief. Number 4. In Phase 4, People of her sense. Her ears were ringing as the words sank in. What? What did you just say? You mean the princess could actually inherit the duchy? He confirmed it immediately. Yes. The Grand Duke likely planned this before the letter even arrived. It seems he has had this in mind for a while. Apparently, his own grandson isn't exactly reliable. This is still a secret known only to the Duke and us. Charlotte still couldn't believe it. Could this really be true? Just moments ago, I was worried she would lose her life over a title. She was a powerless princess with nothing. And now, she is suddenly the heir? Everything was moving way too fast. Suddenly, Charlotte remembered something. She urgently asked, "Minister, does anyone else know about this?" Huin simply shook his head. "What are you talking about?" "That is impossible. I only heard the news from the Duke a few minutes ago." Charlotte's voice trailed off. "I see." Suddenly, his previous words echoed in her mind. We cannot rely entirely on human foresight. People cannot repeat things perfectly every time. It is just a coincidence, nothing more. But seeing so many coincidences happen in a row felt different. You feel that too, right? The realization that he might have known everything from the very start? I am a politician, and whether it is wisdom or vision, I am far beyond you. He did not just analyze it, he calculated the exact outcome. He is a total monster. Deculein's silhouette was now burned into Charlotte's memory. She could not help but smile. I wonder if he made it home safely? It was early morning at the mansion. The soft light of a new day began peeking through his bedroom windows. Deculein slowly opened his eyes after a long sleep. He sat up immediately. Did I really sleep for 2 hours? And trust me, you and I are about to see just how absolutely insane his iron physique really is. You and I are back as our main character wakes up feeling way too refreshed after that crazy yesterday. Should I start psychokinesis training? While Deculein wonders how to start his day, he suddenly pauses in his tracks. He looks up with a hint of regret, wishing he had lived like this sooner, waking up and training instantly. No rest, just finding weaknesses, fixing them, and moving forward. This brutal schedule came from living in constant danger, but even that is not enough. Persistent habits, a competitive spirit, and an ironclad will. These qualities make Deculein's life so efficient. If only I had lived this way much earlier. Memories of the real world flood back. Do you have anything left to say? She just denies it, pushes the door open, and leaves him forever. Back then, he did nothing but stand there scratching his head. The door slammed shut, putting a cold, final end to everything they once had. If I had lived like this as Kim Huin, maybe she never would have walked away from me. Even now, Deculein feels like he needs another good nap. I wish I could sleep more, but this ironclad constitution is actually quite a nuisance. For someone stuck in this game 22 hours a day, the time feels painfully long. Now, let's shift to the crowded train station scene. People stand by the long rows of trains, chatting away. It was fun, but it is finally time to leave. Now, watch closely here. While these families happily reunite, a group is secretly lurking nearby, watching their every move with dark intentions. They are all mages, Watching the academy recruits who are finally heading home after their long vacation at the luxury resort, Julia suddenly approaches with a confused look, asking Ganesa why they are hiding like this. Ganesa flinches and tries to laugh it off. It is just too crowded, so we moved aside. Don't be silly. But Julia still gives her a suspicious look. Very suspicious indeed. But in reality, Ganesa is still staring at the mages with a sharp, calculating gaze. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto a familiar figure. Damn it, is Deculein actually here right now? People say he has changed, but being caught with someone from a past mission is bad news. Still, that face is so handsome, it is impossible not to steal a glance. Julia refuses to hide in a corner and boldly steps out. No matter the crowd, this alleyway is much worse. I am heading out, Julia says. The sound catches Deculein's attention, and he looks up to see her standing right there in front of him. Ganesa panics internally, realizing they have finally been spotted by the cold-hearted professor. He saw us. But Julia's dazed expression surprises her even more. What is going on with her? You see that look? Julia is staring like she has seen a total ghost as her memories of him from the real world suddenly come flooding back in. It feels as clear as yesterday. An overwhelming sense of familiarity suddenly surges deep within her heart. Suddenly, images of them together, sharing days full of laughter and happiness, flash before her eyes. Tears begin to well up in Julia's eyes as she struggles to understand why these intimate, happy moments with him are suddenly resurfacing in her mind right now. His bright, sun-like smile remains burned into her mind, refusing to fade away. But Julia tries to remember his true role here. He is just a character in a game. So why does she feel such a deep, painful longing for him? Standing there on the platform, Deculein looks exactly like the man she could never forget from her real life. They lock eyes for a long moment, and that is exactly where the author ends this epic first season. Thanks for watching until the very end. Have a great day, everyone. That is the end for now. If you want to follow this story, smash that subscribe button and drop a like while you are at it. Thanks for watching until the end. Bye-bye, my loves.